Welcome back, True Seeker. I got to speak in a low voice here. I got a sleeping, sweet little girl in my lap. In the chat, can you guys let me know if you can hear me okay talking at this volume? Even right there, I just startled her a little bit, but she's still sleeping, so. I see a green kid in the chat. Congrats to the big winners. Yeah. Anyone who took the advice last night on Sunday Night Football got paid. Showed you guys last night before Sunday Night Football was played how the game was all about Jimmy Carter, Mr. 54, dead 54 days after the election, and why the Commanders coach should get his 54th win. Final score 30-24, 54 points. I saw absolutely zero people say anything positive about that happening. Had I been wrong, there would have been 1,000 haters. It's the kind of world we live in. Open up, been winning all season. Yeah, good morning to you guys. Okay, you guys say you can hear me just fine. All right, you guys. This stuff that happened yesterday, December 29th, one of those days that we have circled every year, it is creepier than you know. And people really need to wake up. I want to dedicate this video to people like Cyman Dan. Cyman Dan's grown his channel to over 500,000 subs. Over the years, he's taken numerous shots at my work saying how dumb this whole number thing is. Cyman Dan, you know, you backed down from having a debate years ago. I haven't heard from you for about 2 years now. I don't think you've taken any shots at my work in the last 2 years. You're the type of person that should be helping get out this knowledge, and we're going to talk about it again. Professor Dave Explains. Professor Dave Explains did a video on how numerology is stupid. And I played about 30 seconds of his video and did my own video asking him to debate, letting him know what I respected about him. It wasn't a rude video. He had my video taken down for copyright, and I was suspended for a week. And I thought that was funny because he allows flat earthers to challenge him, and he debates flat earthers. Professor Dave Explains has grown his channel to millions of subscribers. He's gotten national recognition in the media. Again, that was years ago now. You know, it's people like Cyman Dan, Professor Dave Explains, and millions of other people in this world that have these kind of attitudes, the indoctrinated attitude that numerology is this old world thing. It's so stupid. Again, it amazes me how many people watch my channel and think I'm the one that's into numerology. I'm not into numerology. I'm into exposing why the media and the elites are into numerology. And if you have discernment, that should be obvious. You don't ever see me talking about using numerology in your own life. I'm showing how numerical ritual is going on and why. Again, I'm explaining things like how the nation's capital is known as the Masonic City, and they etch on the temple, all is number, the Pythagoras quote, and I'm explaining why. Because Masonry is based in Kabbalah, where numbers are important. Kabbalah is largely connected to the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, where the 4th book is called Numbers. Somehow, some way, despite explaining these things all the time, you still get the same types of responses. Oh, you think numerology is important? It's like, I think it's important to understand that the people who are ruling over us are numerologists. And it's funny, you know, people that want to make fun of this stuff, they don't actually want to debate about it. And there needs to be not just a debate about it, but a major conversation, because it is highly provable that these things are taking place every single day. And by these things, I mean numerological rituals. Again, let's just start right here. And then let's unfold the bigger picture and why this really matters for 2025. Again, when I got into this work, well, really even before I got into this work, I'd been aware, like many other people who've been into the truth-seeking community, about the Deagle report from over a decade ago about how 2025 was supposed to be this terrible year for the world's population. And for those of us who knew about things like the Georgia Guidestones, we thought, man, is that like the year the plan goes into effect? Why does the Deagle's a website that pulls in military intelligence and other information from the world and projects. It's sort of like future casting based on real world information. So if you're not familiar with Deagle, again, their website probably 15 years ago posted that there's supposed to be a major dip in the human population in 2025. And for years we've wondered, could this possibly be true? And here we are on the cusp of 2025. And, you know, George, okay, let's rewind a second. If you do not know what the Georgia Guidestones are, they were put up March 22nd, 1980, while Jimmy Carter was the president of the United States. Jimmy Carter, who's from Georgia. And you might recall they said the Georgia Guidestones, got damaged at 4 a.m. in the fourth state. 4 is a number associated with death. The Georgia Guidestones were 19-foot tall stone monuments with 10 rules for a new world etched out in 10 languages. I believe it was 10 languages. You might want to double check that, but I think that's correct. And if you look at the 10 rules, the very first rule was limit the Earth's population to 500 million. And the common belief about 500 million is that that's what the Earth's population was before the dawn of agriculture and people learning to sustain their food supply, which allowed them, humanity, to grow into larger populations. And then, of course, the industrial age came and humanity's population skyrocketed. And, there's been all kinds of books written about this. The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight talks about how if we ever lost our energy supply, how the Earth's population would probably go back to 500 million eventually. Again, Amazon remade the show Utopia in the time of the lockdowns. If you haven't seen Utopia, it's about billionaires faking a pandemic to mass sterilize the world through vaccination to get the Earth's population down to 500 million. But this is what was etched on the Georgia Guidestones that stood for 42 years from March 22nd, 1980, until they came down July 6th, 2022, which was George W. Bush's 76th birthday. It was also the anniversary of Daniel Coit Gilman's birthday, and Daniel Coit Gilman is a Skull and Bones member like George W. Bush, who founded the Johns Hopkins University, which of course has a lot to do with medicine and was very instrumental in the pandemic, the simulation of the pandemic, which was called Event 201, as well as all the data that we got in the time of the pandemic. And about that Event 201, don't forget that the Georgia Guidestones came down 201 days after the Pope's birthday. 201 is a very important number to the Jesuits, the Illuminati, and Skull and Bones. And again, all those things are related because the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati in the time of the Jesuit suppression, created it on May 1st, 1776, just before the American Revolution. And Skull and Bones gets their symbolism from how the Templars bury their dead in an ossuary. Of course, the Jesuits are the modern-day Templars, and that's why the Templar cross in the middle of their logo. And also, Skull and Bones is also modeled after the Bavarian Illuminati, which was founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. And then in Gematria, Skull and Bones equals 201. Order of Illuminati equals 201. The Jesuit order equals 201. Again, we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. His birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is also 201. The founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, is 201. He was a member of the Alumbrado, which was like the precursor to the Illuminati. So there's always been this Illuminati Jesuit link. And again, around the same time, the Twin Towers became 0 before they became 1. What was viral in pop culture? The Da Vinci Code, talking about the link with the Illuminati and the Catholic Church. So anyway, Jimmy Carter, we're going to get to how his death factors in with what happened to the plane in South Korea. Jimmy Carter died in Plains, Georgia, 907 days after the Georgia Guidestones came down. And they said the plane crash in Korea was at 9:07 a.m. And it was exactly 907 weeks after the last time that airline had an accident. But we're going to bring all this together because I figured out where the 907 fits in with the Jesuits. It's just so obvious now. But again, 1229 is the day Jimmy Carter died, and it's the day of this plane crash. 1229 is the 201st prime number. And again, we had this date circled. I thought, we were looking for the day that Joe Biden will pass the torch to Kamala. I still think that's going to happen before the end of his term. We'll see. But we had 1229 circled because it was 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday, and Kamala does equal 39. And we just had the story about how Jimmy Carter was only living to vote for Kamala. He was the 39th president, but he ends up dying 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday. And of course, they've been paralleling Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter through all of Joe Biden's term. They've said, the worst foreign policy disaster since Jimmy Carter's Iranian hostage crisis was Afghanistan's government collapsing. And remember, Afghanistan's government collapsed August 15th on the Jesuit order's birthday. Recall that was a major Jesuit ritual. A lot of crazy things happen in the world on August 15th, year after year. And again, people out there mocking what we're teaching are simply mocking the truth. It's an undeniable truth as well. Because again, the Jesuits did give us the calendar. The Catholic Church did give us the language. When this nation was being founded, you had literally founders stating that this nation could be subverted, taken over when the Jesuits come out of suppression. Again, that's why they say those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. People were fleeing across the Atlantic because they did not want to be ruled over by the tyrants of the Catholic Church. They didn't want to have to pay indulgences and all these fees to the church, which was the government of most of Europe at the time that this nation was being established. Again, so many people are so lost in the sauce with it's the small hats running everything. Listen, they run Hollywood and they are appointed to a lot of places in the media, and the Jesuits are a Catholic Jewish alliance. But at the end of the day, it's the church that runs all this. And that's why you're on a calendar synced up with the Pope. And every day there's major rituals synced with the superior general, who's the leader of the Jesuits, known as the Black Pope, and the Pope himself. And with that said, let's go through all of this perfect numerical ritual. Again, we just talked about the 907 thing. We're going to break that down more. Again, Jimmy Carter dies in Plains, Georgia, the same day as the plane crash. And I think I got this figured out, you guys. We just talked about, Donnie Darko, Jake Gyllenhaal, the plane crashing on his birthday into Dion Dawkins' property, DD, like Donnie Darko, as we're getting the real Donnie Darko back in the Oval Office, as we told you would happen years ago. I don't think anybody else in the world said why Donald Trump would be back as president in 2025 sooner than we did. We said that years ago, why he was coming back for a split term like Grover Cleveland after having his 2016 convention in Cleveland. We've been on this for almost a decade, and I don't think there was anyone on the internet who said Trump would become president before I did back in 2015. I know there wasn't anybody talking about Biden winning in 2020, becoming number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, when Catholic equals 46 and JFK got smoked at 46. Again, it's sad that people have been sleeping on us because we've been way ahead of the curve, making very specific predictions way before anyone. And for all the haters out there, will be like, but you came off the Trump thing in 2016. True, but we were way ahead of the curve before anyone. I just thought he was getting too absurd. And I had a reason to think that, maybe they weren't going to put him in there. But we called out at the very beginning, the first time he debated on Fox News, why it looked like they were putting him in. And we were 1,000% correct. And when I say we, I really mean me. But I like to speak about we because there are people in this community who've helped get the work to where it is. Anyhow, we're going to go through all this. Jimmy Carter dying 907 days after the Georgia Guidestones came down on July 6th. And just so you can see it, 907 is the 155th prime number. The word depopulate is 155. I forgot that the Jesuits had been referred to as the Order of Jesus for a lot of their history as well. You look it up, that's another name for the Jesuits, the Order of Jesus. They are the Society of Jesus formally, but they are also known as the Order of Jesus, which is also 155. Remember, this number was all over the scandemic, where Cladex was on 15th of May, 15/5. Keep in mind, Christianity equals 155 as well. But the name of the virus, coronavirus equals 155. Again, it was first simulated on 15/5 in 2018, 666 days before they declared the pandemic on March 11, 2020. And then 2 years to the date, Trump declared Operation Warp Speed on May 15, 2020. Again, a military agenda. And that's also Mercuralia May 15th. And mercury's the debatable ingredient in the jabs. And by the way, Professor Dave explains. Again, Professor Dave explains thinks he's holier than thou because he's only into science. He doesn't do any pseudo-science. So he'd say what we're talking about is pseudo-science. Hey, listen, Professor Dave explains that might very well be true that this is all pseudo-science, but you know what? The ruling class is into pseudo-science. And I think you know it. I think that's why you took down my video and had me suspended for a week for copyright, even though I only played about 30 seconds of your video just challenging you to a debate years ago. Again, you'll beat up on flat earthers all day because that's such an easy fight. Professor Dave explains, why don't you come debate me? I think that'd be a good debate, I think that'd be a good debate. And by the way, Professor Dave explains you were at the beginning of the scandemic, and I think still to this day, you were repping the jabs. Do you see all the people that have heart problems now and all the people who aren't here anymore? Where was the effectiveness of that jab really? Because the only one who got it in my family was my hard-headed sister. I got everybody in my family to not take it except for my sister. And you know what? She's just sick all the time. Every summer since she's got it, she's had a terrible flu in the summer. I've never seen people get sick in the summer before taking this thing. No, you're not going to win the debate. And it's sad that you rep that thing. By the way, did you write a book that came out in the middle of 2020 saying when they would wind down the scandemic as soon as the year of the tiger came around? Because I know I did. And I was proven correct because as soon as the year of the tiger came around, they winded down their scandemic. And how did we know it was the year of the tiger? Because of this pseudo-science. Because tiger equals 201. And they had every celebrity and their mother coming out in a tiger at the beginning of the scandemic wearing this tiger crap, talking about how sick they were with C-19. Said, they're telling you when they're going to wind down this scandemic when the year of the tiger comes around. And like we said, that'd be about the same length as the experiment or the simulation of Event 201. The Event 201 simulation was 18 plus months. The scandemic lasted in the realm of about 2 years as well. But okay. So 907 days after the Georgia Guidestones, and keep in mind, they came down on 7/6, right? On George W. Bush's 76th birthday. Skull and bones equals 76, known as the Brotherhood of Death. This country founded in 1776 out of a genocide. Genocide equals 44, like Georgia, like military, like execution, like kill. But again, Jimmy Carter was the 76th governor of Georgia. And again, the Georgia Guidestones were put up while he was president. So again, just think about 907 days after they come down, Jimmy Carter comes down. And like I've been saying for years, you guys, Jimmy Carter has only been kept alive. Again, they wheeled him out on a dolly earlier this year for some federal funeral, and it looked like Weekend at Bernie's. So that's why he's reported dead the day he is. Whatever life support he was on, or I don't know if they had to put one final cyanide pill in there, or whatever they had to do to shut him off. There's a reason it was done on this day. But notice how 907 is the 155th prime and depopulate is 155. And that's what the Georgia Guidestones were about, a monument to depopulation. And it did say on the Georgia Guidestones, leave room for nature, be not a cancer on this earth. And then they repeated that phrase, be not a cancer. And remember, cancer has the same gematria value as chemo, as kill. They all equal 44. Cancer, chemo, kill, 44. Just like Georgia, the fourth state. And as we talked about, Jimmy Carter died on a Sunday, 4 days after the birth of the sun, December 25th. Georgia's the fourth state. 4 is associated with death. That's why this monument to massive death was in Georgia. This is how the occult works through pseudo-science. Where's Simon Dan at? Still waiting for that debate. I'll debate Simon Dan and Professor Dave Explains at the same time and win. And just for the record, you guys, the moon is rule. The moon is the ruling object of Cancer, the astrological period, and Cancer is the fourth sign as well. In astrology, it's the fourth sign, and Cancer again equals 44, the rep digit of 4. But remember, Armstrong equals 44, like how Neil Armstrong was the first man to walk on the moon in the time of Cancer in the year 69. And the astrological symbol for Cancer looks like 69. Not to mention Neil Alden Armstrong equals 201, and July 20th was the 201st day of the year. Professor Dave explains, I know how he debate. He go, aha, but did you know that he didn't set foot on the moon until July 21st, the 202nd day of the year? Yeah, I do know that, and there's an explanation for that as well. Big federal operation, DC, the 202 area code. But of course, July 20th is the day that supposedly the lunar lander touched down. And 201 is no joke, just like we're talking about here. The Georgia Guidestones came down 201 days after the first ever Jesuit Pope's birthday. Jimmy Carter, part of this ritual, dies on 12/29, the 201st prime. But yes, just about Jimmy Carter dying in Plains, Georgia. Again, Jeju Air, the crash they said happened at 9:07 a.m. Their other incident was also on a runway August 12th, 2007, exactly 907 weeks earlier. If you look it up, the worst plane crash in South Korea's history was in 97. Plane crash equals 97. 97's the 25th prime number. Here we are going into 2025. I talked about how this occult order, the Brotherhood of Saturn, equates to 907, founded in Germany, like the Illuminati. A lot of interesting things come out of Germany, a lot of brilliant people. Again, Saturn is super important to the occult. Keep in mind, Saturnalia just passed. We're in the time of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn. The Brotherhood of Saturn will turn 97 years old next year on Easter. Easter, Jesus, the Society of Jesus, the first Jesuit Pope born on Saturnalia. And in light of this Brotherhood of Saturn having this 907 connection, again, Saturn's connected to time. These are rituals in time. Saturn's connected to death. It's where the Grim Reaper's scythe comes from. These are stories about death. Again, in light of the Saturn thing, remember, if you write out Saturn worship, it equates to 201. If you write out sacrifice to Saturn, it equates to 201. If you write out Saturnian order, it equates to 201. If you write out the Jesuit order, it equates to 201. If you write out Order of Illuminati, it's 201. Again, Pope Francis, his birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 201. He's the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. Again, born on Saturnalia. How all of these things come together. 201 in Hebrew Gematria represents enlightenment. Order of Illuminati equates to 201. They're the ones in the light. The light is the knowledge. They're using this occult knowledge day after day to perform these massive rituals worldwide. The Jesuits operate worldwide. They've been operating across the earth for, much longer than this country's existed. Jesuits were created in the 16th century, again, born in Paris, August 15th, 1534, recognized by the Roman Catholic Church, September 27th, 1540, the day leaving 95 days left in the year with the original mission of countering the 95 Theses. And don't forget, it was Martin Luther who wrote the 95 Theses, and it was Martin Luther King Jr. who was named his name after him, only to get shot on the 95th day of the year, 201 days before this nation's first gun control legislation was enacted. And again, it's just like Event 201 was the same day the Military World Games began in Wuhan, China, and the Military World Games began in 95 and traced back to Italy. It's like how State of Israel equals 201, and David Ben-Gurion died in a massive 201 ritual. But this year, on the 201st day of the war in Israel, Biden sends $95 billion to Israel and Ukraine, where the war in Ukraine is going, which started in a massive 201 ritual. Again, Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day, 201 days after the first Jesuit nation year ever began. And then the war began in the Donbass region as 201. But again, Biden sends $95 billion, 201 days into the war. to both those nations where the war in Russia and Ukraine is, which used to be the Soviet Union. That's ancient Khazaria. And a lot of the people who live in Israel now are the descendants of the people of Khazaria. And again, the Khazarians and the Catholics formed the Jesuits in the time of Martin Luther, who led the Protestant Reformation, who said there cannot be a decent society with these two religions. He said Catholicism and Judaism were the plagues of Europe. And listen, I'm not here to say that that's true, but the point is religion is what people fight over and over, and it's more than that. It's like Sweet Lady. She's from Myanmar, aka Burma. 3 major religious groups there. You got Buddhists, you got Muslims, and you got Christians, and they're all warring with each other. Longest civil war in the world in Burma. And more recently, you had the overthrow of the government by the military. Remember when that happened? Major Jesuit ritual, and we noticed that government was established on September 27th, the anniversary of the Jesuits being recognized by Rome. I don't want to get into all of it, but again, the Jesuits are running a lot of nations, including Burma, where a lot of refugees come from to America these days. Again, they start these wars, they mix up the world. But for the record, 181 people they keep bringing up, that's the 42nd prime number. Jesuit equals 42. It's like how the Georgia Guidestones stood for 42 years, from 80 to 2022. Again, the Georgia Guidestones put up on March 22nd, 322, Order 322, Skull and Bones, the Brotherhood of Death, comes down on Skull and Bones, George W. Bush's birthday. And like I said, Daniel Coit Gilman, who founded the Johns Hopkins. In terms of everything being numerical ritual in the federal government, which it is, it's not an exaggerated statement. You know, I'll debate every panel of every Professor Dave, Simon, Dan. You can put 100 of them on the panel. I'll debate all 100. You're not going to be able to prove me wrong. Every day, the federal government operates by the numbers. Joe Biden set the funeral for Jimmy Carter. And do you want to guess how many days after Jimmy Carter's birthday the funeral set for, and light of him dying at 100? I'll give you one guess. He died at 100. How many days after Jimmy Carter's birthday do you think the funeral is? Do you think it's 100? Do you think Joe Biden set it for 100 days after? Because Joe Biden set the funeral for January 9th, 100 days after Jimmy Carter's birthday. And Jimmy Carter, did he even really live to 100? Maybe thanks to the advancements of science, you know, not pseudo-science, but science, how they can keep people alive on machines. Again, I have to go back and figure out what it was. At the beginning of this year, they wheeled Jimmy Carter out. It was like on a standing dolly. There was a breath machine hooked up to him. He looked like a wax sculpture. I mean, it didn't look like there was any life in him. And it looked like Weekend at Bernie's. It's like they're telling you that Jimmy Carter's alive right now. I mean, okay, maybe he's being kept alive. Okay, can accept that, but I don't really call that living. And think about that, you guys, because I believe former presidents are paid a $500,000 every year for their birthday. I think that's the way it works when you're a former president. I think that's what it's now. Didn't used to be that much, but I think the modern times. So Jimmy Carter apparently got a $500,000, I think, on October 1st, if I'm not mistaken, of taxpayer money. Where'd that money go to? You know, maybe to maintain his life support. I don't know. But it's just all these rackets, you guys, all these rackets. This man was being kept alive for this ritual. This is how sick it is. But I noticed this Brotherhood of Saturn does have this 100 connection too, because I'm looking more into this Brotherhood of Saturn thing. I don't think it's an accident that they have the 907 value. We've known Saturn's always so important to the occult. I had some old notes on some old posts about this, but I think this might be one of these orders that we need to look more into. We know Saturn is super important to these people. Again, this thing's going to turn, the Brotherhood of Saturn is going to turn 97 next year. 97 on Easter, okay? 97 is the 25th prime. It's 2025. And remember, you guys, Easter, Ishtar, we saw one of the biggest Jesuit rituals. Again, they are the Society of Jesus in this nation's history in 95 for Easter. And that was when Mr. CIA, Timothy McVeigh, supposedly blew up the Oklahoma City federal building. And remember, oh God, I'm drawing a blank right now, but if you look it up, the same day that that building exploded, Oklahoma executed a man who tried to blow up the same building in 1983. And Timothy McVeigh equals 201. The name of the man who they executed that day, his name equals 201. And if you look up who I'm talking about, just talk about April 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City execution. You'll see. The story is that all day, that guy, before he was executed, he kept saying over and over that they're going to blow up the Alfred P. Murrah building today. That same man who was executed on the same day before he was killed was saying they were going to blow up the building. And why that's easy to understand, that, or why it fits in, is look into Governor Keating, the governor at the time, the book his brother, the book that his brother published, which has a skull and crossbones on the cover, I'll mind you. His brother Keating put out the book, The Final Jihad, where in the book there's is it a Tim McVeigh or a Tom McVeigh? It's almost the exact same name, but he packs a moving truck with explosives and blows up the same building. Also, planes are hijacked in that book and flown into skyscrapers in New York. That book's as thick as the Bible, and it was published like right after the bombing. So it was clearly written before it happened. Plus, it was way before 9/11 happened. And anyway, again, Timothy McVeigh, 201, Terry Lynn Nichols, 201, Mercury Marquis, 201. That's the car they were arrested in on Wednesday, named after Mercury, when Mercury's the trickster. Again, that was on the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola becoming the first superior general, April 19th. Again, that's the day the Revolutionary War began. Of course, it's the day of Waco, which is another Jesus thing. David Koresh, supposedly, saying he's like the living Messiah. And then, of course, he had to die at 33 in the Waco ritual. And then they executed Timothy McVeigh at age 33. But remember, they also killed McVeigh 3 months to the day of 9/11 happening. Again, when the two towers, the Twin Towers, became 0 before they were rebuilt as 1. And the other things about again, Oklahoma City, guys, if you look, Joe Biden passed the nation's first counterterrorism legislation February 10th of 95, which was Governor Keating's birthday. And then 68 days later, the building blew up. The word terror equals 68. Like how Timothy McVeigh was born in 1968, the same year Muhammad Atta was born, the same year World Trade Center construction began in New York, the same year 911 was made the national emergency dialing code, the same year George W. Bush got out of Yale Skull and Bones, the same year the New York Jets won their only Super Bowl, just like how it was a Jet who took out Drew Bledsoe that gave us Tom Brady and the birth of the Patriots at the time of the 9/11 and Patriot Act, and just like how last night they synced up the Commanders and Falcons game. The nation's capital versus Jimmy Carter's favorite team the night he dies. Again, Jimmy Carter, 54. I told you before the game, Commanders coach should get his 54th win. Run it in reverse. Jimmy Carter equals 72. The Commanders should become 7-2 at home, and home team should go 7-2 on Sunday. Exactly what happened. And there were 54 points in the game. And it was 54 days after the election when Jimmy said he was only living to vote for Kamala, whose name equals 39. As he dies 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday. And by the way, you guys, did you see in the fourth quarter, how at the start of the fourth quarter, when 4 is associated with death, did you see what happened? The 38th points of the games were scored. DC's on the 38th parallel. Death equals 38. Murder 38. Killing 38. RIP 38. Pentagon 38. Yeah, the 38th point scored right at the start of the fourth quarter. Then on the game-tying drive, they let you know that Michael Penix just got engaged to a woman named Olivia Carter. They had to tell you that. If you guys missed the game last night, they had to tell you in the fourth quarter, when Jimmy Carter from the fourth state had just died 4 days after the son's birthday. This all going on Sunday. I've been saying the whole time I'm here, they rigged the sports with the news, with what's going on with the federal government, because the same secret societies control all this stuff. I've been talking about these celebrities being in arranged marriages because there's been rituals like this for days. But they got to tell you, the new young superstar quarterback, Michael Penix, is getting married to Olivia Carter. They got to announce that in the fourth quarter. And then they weren't done there. Then after the game, did you see the proposal? After the Commanders win? Number 39 for the Commanders. Here, let me just jump to that one real quick. All right, so here's Michael Penix. They revealed during the game. Actually, I did learn they did reveal it in the fourth quarter in the game. They brought it up, but there was an article written about it before the game, to be fair. Still, this is while Jimmy Carter's dead. The new Georgia star quarterback's getting married to Olivia Carter. But then after the game, they got to tell you that number 39 is proposing to his girlfriend. And do you want to guess what his girlfriend's name, Gematria, is? I hope this doesn't turn into another Elvis situation. Yeah, Michaela Worley. Michaela Worley's his girlfriend, you guys. 1229, 201st prime. I don't want to sound like I just, all right, I'm not even going to say what I want to say, man, but I just see a lot of these star athletes. Listen, man, you're a star athlete. You can pull pretty much any chick in the game. I'm not saying she's bad looking, but, I mean, I'm not even going to say it. It's just, you can't tell me these aren't arranged marriages. How does he end up with her? Come on, man. She almost got a unibrow. Anyway, listen, you become a part of the world of celebrity. You lose sovereignty over your own life. And I've been explaining this for a long time. And if you can't see it on a day like today, you are a hardcore coincidence theorist. And I don't know if there is a cure for it, but we better cure it soon, man, because we're approaching 2025. And if that Deagle report's right, their coincidence theory might become deadly. They're trying to roll out some crazy jab in the next year. Professor Dave explains his YouTube career might be over with a lot of other people like Simon Dan. By the way, there's another person I need to call out right now who's Simon Dan and Professor Dave explains are very focused on right now. You guys, when the summer of 2015 came around, what became the viral topic on YouTube was flat Earth. And apparently the seeds were planted in 2014 by Eric DeBay and some others. But it was the summer of 2015 that flat Earth took over YouTube. And if you weren't here back then, it was sad times because my work hadn't taken off yet. My work didn't get popular until 2016. Remember, I had to earn it in 2016. I called every sports future correctly, and I called Prince's death. I'd been calling things before that, but people took notice when I called Prince's death and every single sports future, including the LeBron comeback. We said all year that LeBron would win the finals in Game 7 on the real King James's birthday, which he did. King James 89, like 89 chapters in the gospel. Warriors lost with 89 points. Just the other night on Christmas, LeBron became 8-9 away, beating Steph Curry. Same thing all these years later. But anyway, when the flat Earth thing went viral, my comment section, like anybody who'd check into my video, like all that people leave a comment as they say, "Hey, what do you think about the flat Earth?" And essentially, if I said, I don't think it's flat. I think there's some kind of thing to, I don't know, make us all look silly. I'd just get like blasted by people in the comments. "Oh, you're a shill then. The Earth's obviously flat." And I'd be like, the Earth's obviously flat? I mean, there's 1,000 just simple observations that should tell you the Earth isn't flat. But then these people are so simple-minded. They're standing out in their backyard in Kansas, and they're like, "Look, my backyard's flat." And I was just like, okay, listen, I already knew that the intelligence level for this society was very low, and flat Earth really exposed that. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because Jeranism is one of the more popular flat earthers. If you guys don't know, Jeranism is actually the person who got me the TFR show, because he was on TFR before me, and he told Chris Geo that he needed to look into my work. So Jeranism is actually to credit for how I got the TFR show. But Jeranism and I would always debate about flat Earth, and I shouldn't say always, but a few times we debated about flat Earth, and the first time was the most annoying time. I'm telling this story for a reason, you guys. This all fits in with why we are where we are. But the first time I debated with Jeranism, he called me up that day and he said, "Hey, I want to do a show tonight, and I just want to have a casual conversation with you about why you're so opposed to this flat Earth thing." And he said, "You don't need to study up or like be super prepared for it." He said, "I just want to have just like a very casual conversation." So, and if you guys know how I was back then, I'd be producing 7 videos a day. I just grinded all day on this stuff. And I didn't make any money back then. I didn't have any ads. I didn't sell anything. Again, first 5 years, I grinded like crazy on this work just to get the knowledge out. Because back then, if you were listening to me, I was saying, you guys, these people work in these crazy 19-year cycles. 2020 comes around, man. They got something bad planned for us. We got to wake up humanity. That was the whole motivation. It's still the motivation. But again, the first time we had a conversation, that's what he said he were going to do. Well, here's how it actually went. So I pick up the phone, and it's him and his wife. We did it over the phone, and he was recording the conversation. And it was like I was back in middle school and it was a science test. Him and his wife just with 1,000 questions trying to just get me on something. And it was annoying too because we did it at night. I'd already been like working all day. And this is not what he said it was going to be. But then at one point, I'm just getting fed up. And I went on this thing about like, listen, Jaron, I'm not some idiot, man. I was always like top of my class. You're asking all these questions. This is not what. But anyway, he caught me in this moment because in that moment where I got cocky and arrogant, I also finally answered a question wrong. So what does Jaron do with this like 2.5 hour conversation? He plays like this 2-minute clip where I'm saying all that and then I answer the one thing wrong. Now, mind you, the rest of the 2 hours is all correct. And I'm explaining why flat earth is so stupid, which it is. He doesn't play any of that. He just puts up this little clip. And then he even reposted it like a year ago. We brought this up a year ago. He had to like repost the clip from 2015 or 2016. It's like, see, he's still living in this moment. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is one other time, the only other time Jaronism and I debated about anything is he attacked my work for saying how stupid it was that I was saying that they were staging plane crashes in the media. And you guys, literally the day that he did that, it was almost like divine intervention. Listen, I've talked about plane crashes in 97 plenty, but there's a number I've talked about even a lot more with plane crashes, and it's 43. And we just, again, the Christmas Day plane crash was 43 days after the Superior General's birthday. The one on Christmas, 4 days earlier, was 43 days after the Superior General's birthday on the 43rd parallel. And again, South Korea through Gematria has the 43 connection, but this is what Jaron made fun of. He made fun of me talking about plane crashes in 43, and I already had quite a bit of evidence back then. This is almost a decade ago, but I saw this pattern in plane crashes. So literally the day he puts out this video making fun of me and plane crashes in 43, a plane crash happens, and it was another 43 ritual. And I still remember I showed it to Jaron. I said, listen, man, on the day you make fun of this, another one happens, and it's the same number. And he said, Zach, you have to learn the difference between a coincidence and like something that's an actual psyop. And I was like, what? I said, you don't understand how pretty much the entire media is a psyop? I was telling him back then, I said, Jaron, listen, you're wasting your whole time with this flat earth thing. This flat earth thing is the psyop. And he was just so butthurt about that. I don't think we ever debated since the airplane thing. But again, what's funny right now, if you guys are not aware, Jaronism was just flown to Antarctica by a millionaire at a $30-some thousand flight. He sent a few flat earthers down there so that they could observe the 24-hour sun that goes on in this part of the year because the earth is a sphere. It's why part of the year there's a 24-hour sun in the north. Part of the year there's a 24-hour sun in the south. But Jaronism for a decade has been saying that this is all BS. This is all made up stuff online. These are falsified videos. There's no such thing as the 24-hour sun. That's impossible on the flat earth. So again, all these flat earthers just got sent down there. The millionaire paid $30-some thousand for all of their flights. And so far, Jaronism has been the most truthful out of the flat earthers, saying that, you know, it looks like the earth might not be flat. Looks like I might have been wrong all this time. The 24-hour sun's definitely real. But if you listen to the way Jaronism's now talking about the other flat earthers, he's talking about how the community has devolved into a bunch of dishonest people, a bunch of haters, a bunch of name callers. Jaronism, it hasn't devolved into that. That's what the community has always been. A bunch of haters, literally a bunch of losers. I'm sorry. It just has to be said. A bunch of losers. You guys don't know how many times I've been attacked and just like called like the nastiest things for saying the earth isn't flat. It's been that way since this thing went viral. And the whole time the earth has not been flat. And it's so easily understood if you have an IQ above room temperature. I'm sorry, it is. The whole flat earth psyop has just exposed how dumb and gullible people are. And all of you guys out there who have the idea, oh, well, they lie to us about everything, so it must be. You just got to stop. Like I've always said, they lie to us about a lot, but not everything that we learn in school is a lie. 1 + 1 is still 2. There is things you might have picked up in school that are helpful. Learning to read and write. Again, that was true. You might have had a teacher along the way that helped you with your critical thinking. Again, not everything you learned was false, including the shape of the earth, which is mathematically verifiable. Anyway, the point is, you have these different people in the world that have different levels of intelligence, like Simon Dan and Professor Dave Explains. Well, okay, hold on. Professor Dave Explains is a lot smarter than Simon Dan, okay? But these guys are very similar, and they do very similar things, and they love to beat up on flat earthers. And Simon Dan tried to pick fights with me, and he realized he couldn't win, and that's why he backed down. And he did agree to have a debate on his friend's channel, which is this little tiny itty bitty channel. And I said, no, I'm not going to debate on your friend's channel. If you want to attack me on your channel, we can debate on your channel, not on your friend's little tiny channel that has 5,000 subs that no one's going to see. And he never agreed to do that, which to me showed that he knew he would lose the debate. And again, Professor Dave Explains, again, both of these guys right now are targeting Jaron and the other ones and making fun of them for like, see, we told you the earth wasn't flat. But again, Simon Dan, Professor Dave Explains, Jaronism, all people in a way who've made fun of my work, and they are different levels of intelligence. You know, Professor Dave Explains, smarter than Simon Dan, who's smarter than Jaronism. I mean, you're a flat earther. I'm sorry. It might sound offensive, but like in terms of intelligence, you're very low on the totem pole. Again, flat earthers, we're talking about the bottom of the barrel. Like I've always said, you guys are not part of the truth community. You're part of a psyop that makes us all look dumb, and you're part of a religion. A flat earth is a cult. And again, see, I hate when people come here and say, I'm a cult leader. I'm not a cult leader. I'm sharing real knowledge that helps people escape the matrix and pad their pockets, point blank, period. Flat Earth is an actual cult because they all say the same things, like they're under some kind of spell. Water always finds its level. Water always finds its level. Water always. It's just like, oh my God, this is a bunch of weirdos. NASA means deceive in Hebrew. NASA means deceive in Hebrew. It's like, nope. Did any of you guys look that up? NASA does not mean deceive in Hebrew. It's very verifiable that it does not mean that. But you guys all regurgitate that, just like water always finds its level doesn't make any sense because water can take on any shape. What did Bruce Lee say? Bruce Lee, R.I.P. Bruce Lee, who died on the 201st day of the year while filming Game of Death. And then what they did with his son. And then how they compared it to Alec Baldwin, who smoked the Ukrainian woman on the set of Rust right before Ukraine, Russia. And he shot her 201 days after his birthday. Anyway, again, the power of the knowledge we teach. You know, you can see through all the rituals. But again, the point I'm trying to make is you have this group of people that have these very differing intelligences, but in a way they all have this commonality that they all fail to see truth because they let their egos get in the way. And sometimes it's their intelligence or lack thereof gets in the way. But again, you can circle Jaronism, Simon Dan, and Professor Dave Explains, and they've all been very wrong about me and the information I'm putting out. The information I'm putting out could change the game for the better. You're never going to see me get embarrassed like these flat earthers. You know, Professor Dave Explains isn't going to be able to beat me in the debate. And again, there's a reason that he had my video taken down. And it was sad that he did that. I was so annoyed that I got suspended for a week for copyright over that. So annoyed. I played like a 30-second clip of him dissing numerology and astrology. I played 2 clips of him making fun of numerology and astrology, but it couldn't have been more than a minute of video. And it was just to explain, like, well, listen, those things might be dumb and all, but the things that you are about, like NASA, look, they're into it. And I did my video was probably a half hour long with 30 seconds to a minute of it, him and me explaining, like, here, look at these things. Let's debate about this. On behalf of Professor Dave Explains, copyright filed, suspended for a week. It's like, oh, interesting. I'm just going to sign that up as I won the debate right there. But anyway, coming back to this, J. Juair, you see how it's 29, the news on the 29th. You know, Carter equals 29 in the same cipher, dead in Plains, Georgia, in the same numerical ritual. It may, you know, this is where you can start to speculate, but this is why we need more people working at this knowledge. You know what I think about with planes and depopulation? Hey, let's debate about that, Simon Dan and Professor Dave Explains. Is it just contrails up there? Is it just tic-tac-toe patterns? Again, what the hell are they really spraying? What the hell are they really spraying with all those planes up there? Are they drones? world depopulation, all these secretive things going on, all these toxins in the world. Anyway, let's see. Oh, by the way, you guys, Michael Penix Jr., they announced it in the fourth quarter that he got engaged on Christmas Eve, 231st day of his age. Michael Penix Jr., 231. If you watched the game last night, if you dropped the junior part, he tied up the game right after they showed it with 1:19 on the clock. We talked about 119 in the Falcons 1,000 times. Michael Penix without the juniors 119 like Falcons do it the small way. Michael Penix is 61 like who he got engaged to. Olivia Carter like Washington, D.C. where they were. Again, silly people who don't know probability will look at this and be like, oh, you're using multiple ciphers, so I bet you can make anything. It's just the same tired arguments. Like, no, you can't make anything equal anything. These are some pretty damn perfect exact rituals. Not to mention 231 is the 21st triangular number like Jesuits 21. So here we are in the 21st century, the century of the Jesuit takeover. But yeah, for some people, I mean, just what are the odds that they have to let you know that he's getting married to Olivia Carter on the day Jimmy Carter's dead, as Sunday Night Football is scheduled between two teams that couldn't be any more fitting for Jimmy Carter, his hometown Falcons and D.C., where he was the 39th president, as he dies 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday. Not to mention, we called the game dead on before it began. Even got 54 points in the game. All right. Here's the other thing I want to say about this. Again, you just had Jake Gyllenhaal plane crash related. Again, on his birthday, Donnie Darko. If you've never seen Donnie Darko, it came out the year of 9/11. It came out on January 19th. But again, it's about a plane crashing into Jake Gyllenhaal's house. So on his 44th birthday, the day he transitions from 43 to 44, on Dion Dawkins' property in Buffalo, you get this story right before Donnie Darko is returning to the White House. And again, the story was that Donnie Darko, a.k.a. Donald Trump, tried to buy the Buffalo Bills, but his offer was rejected, which caused him to run for president. Remember what I said the day this happened? I said it pointed seemingly to an incident coming with Donald Trump and Air Force One. And I'm going to show you what happened on the same day with a plane crash when Jimmy Carter was president back in 78. Like, Trump is 78 years old right now. So again, this picture is becoming more clear, and I'm starting to think this is where they're going. Using Donald Trump, who was used on 9/11, who was used in 2020 to instigate these major world events. Again, Donald Trump was interviewed on September 11, 2001. He was worried about his insurance firm on the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center. Of course, Al-Qaeda equals 102, and the Feds simulated the Al-Qaeda attack June 1st, 2001, 102 days before the attack. And of course, Art of War equals 102, the text credited to Sun Tzu, but translated by a Jesuit priest when the Jesuit order's logo's the sun. And it goes with all the 102 stuff from the COVID pandemic to the war with Russia and Ukraine was 102 weeks later, from the pandemic being declared to that war starting. And remember, they said the pandemic was the worst pandemic in 102 years. And the first one was Spanish flu, the one 102 years earlier was Spanish flu, which came out of World War I. Of course, GlaxoSmithKline and Pfizer merged exactly, 102 weeks before their jab was approved. First jab approved in the world was by them. But hold on. There's a lot of things here, but I'm just going to scroll down to how this plane crash was in East Aurora. Donnie Darko came out on January 19th. Trump's taking office with the 119th Congress. Tarot cards equals 119. The top cards in the tarot deck are Trump cards. There's 78 cards in the deck. He's 78 years old. 119 is the 88th composite. Jake Gyllenhaal's full name's 88 like Trump. Last night, Atlanta fell to 8-8. Jimmy Carter gave the Panama Canal away 47 years ago. By the way, did you see how they started the football game yesterday? 7-7, like Jimmy Carter became president, 77. At halftime, it was 17-7, like James Earl Carter Jr. equals 177, like the Jesuit order. Again, perfectly scripted games, as we've explained 1,000 times. all these numerical ritual, rig news, rig sports, here using a Buffalo Bills player. But again, Donnie Darko set in 1988. The name Gyllenhaal is just like plane crash in 3 out of the 4 ciphers. Hold on, sweet girl's getting a little restless here. You guys can't see her. She's off camera, but she's down here. You might hear her breathing. Is the baby breath coming in? Okay, but again, this ritual with Donnie Darko was 188 days after Trump's birthday during Saturnalia. Air Force One's 188. And again, just the Air Force itself was created in 47 along with the CIA on September 18th. We talked about that many times. The call sign for Air Force One is going to turn 63 years old in 2025, like Buffalo's 63. The Air Force One was first used in 1945, but it was not called Air Force One back then. Hey, sweetie pie. Hold on, we got to take a little baby break here. Do we need a little adjustment? All right, hold on. Are we calming it down? Hold on, maybe not. But okay, the first Air Force One, before it was called that, was used in 45, like Trump number 45. And just wait till we get to this point about what happened in 1978 while Jimmy Carter was president on the 45th parallel. Just wait. It was FDR who was on the first, essentially, Air Force One flight in 45. And keep in mind, Air Force One was dreamt up in 1944. Trump was the 44th person to be president. This happened on Jake Gyllenhaal's 44th birthday. Here's Jimmy Carter from 44 land, Georgia. You got to love how the first plane was a C-54. And then Air Force One was created as a call sign in 54, but it wasn't used until 62. Again, Jesuit Order 54, just like Jimmy Carter's 54. Again, 54 days after the election, Jimmy's dead, and you got 54 points in the Sunday night football game. One with 54 total points in the game. And here was just days before the latest 43 wreck happened on Christmas Day. But we were talking about how the last major wreck in Buffalo, Colgan Air Flight 3407, was on the 43rd parallel on the 43rd day of the year. This is one of the things that Jaron was making fun of a decade ago. Like, this is the kind of stuff I was showing. All the 43s and plane wrecks. But on the 43rd day of the year, on 43rd parallel, and that year had a 43-date numerology. 2 plus 12 plus 2009 is 43. And it was 212, kind of like the Manhattan area code. Anytime something happens with a plane, it's going to remind you of 9/11. It's part of the subliminal things they do to us. They got all these stories in our mind. They got to reinforce the propaganda one day at a time. Again, Donnie Darko came out the year where 9/11 would happen later in the year. And notice it, I mean, it came out on 1/19, right? A lot of the world expresses September 11th, 11/9, Genesis 11/9, about the Tower of Babel, the tower that divides the world. What's going to happen in the time of the 119th Congress, you guys? All-seeing eye 119. A big number over in Israel, too. You got Donald Trump, all of his children of age, married to Jewish families. Articles from years ago that in Hebrew Gematria, they prove that Trump's the Messiah. Look at some of the articles written in Israel about that. Obviously, he's not the Messiah. But again, you guys, we're coming up on a very curious moment. Isn't it interesting how the 119th Congress starts in 2025, the year that Deagle predicted this big population drop? And like I was saying back then, what are the things that could create massive population drops? Major war, World War III. Remember Albert Pike's letter about 3 world wars, which in more recent years they're trying to say might not even be true, but again, it's always had the same publishing date, August 15th, 1871, which is the Jesuit Order's birthday. Again, the third war is to be centered around political Zionism. Remember the day that Netanyahu came back on 12/29. You guys, this was the second anniversary of Netanyahu coming back to power, but my video is still up on GematriaEffectNews 22 from the day he came back. I said why there should be a major war starting in Israel around the time Yale turns 322 years old. And that war started 2 days before Yale turned 322 years old. Um, and not to mention, we had it circled years in advance why a war shouldn't begin in Israel while it's 75. Again, that was all foretold on the New York Times headline October 6, 1940. New World Order pledged to Jews. The date was 75. Numerology, like New World Order, equals 75. Order out of chaos, order itself. But yeah, we're in a very critical period of time right now, and it's becoming more critical. And I don't know. I just wish somehow I could rewind time and somehow I could have made all these people that have mocked the work and made fun of what I've been putting out. I wish somehow I could have made them all take it seriously. I wish Professor Dave Explains with his millions of subs could have been getting out the word and waking up his audience and saying, listen, guys, we're a science channel, but there is a place for pseudoscience because these world lead are using it and they're mocking us. We need to expose their pseudoscience. But then these people are like, oh, you're into pseudoscience. Like, yeah, you're misinterpreting what's going on here. Okay, so let's take it from the top quickly. Let's move through all this quickly. Again, 2 massive 907 rituals in the same day. Jimmy Carter from Georgia dies 907 days after the Georgia Guidestones destruction or demise, a monument that was put up while he was the president. Again, they came down on 7/6. He was the 76th governor of Georgia. So it matters that it's 907 days later because that's the 155th prime, and depopulate equals 155. And again, on this same day that he dies in Plains, Georgia, you have a terrible plane crash reported in Korea, again, which is a CIA puppet state. And if you roll your eyes at that, you're wrong. I mean, it's just so obvious. Look at how that whole war began the year that Orwell died, and it began on his birthday, and how, North Korea came out of that, which is used as one of these boogeyman fear things to justify our military industrial complex, just like how the CIA overthrew Iran beginning on the Jesuit order's birthday back in the start of the 50s. And it's another part of this CIA puppet state, military needed fear boogeyman thing, whatever you want to call it. Again, the axis of evil are all CIA puppet states. South Korea is used to produce how many cheap goods for this country, like a lot of these Asian nations that were destroyed by U.S. needless wars that were all instigated through pseudoscience. You see how 907 days is also 129 weeks and days? Remember, 129 is 201 in base 8 counting, like 1229 is the 201st prime. But yes, the Georgia Guidestones were a monument to depopulation. The Deagle website through military intelligence said there's going to be a massive population dip in 2025. 97's the 25th prime. Carter, actually, Carter equals 97 and 43, just like plane crash equals 97 and 43. And death equals 97, and killings 43. And again, another name for the Jesuits is the Order of Jesus. Okay. I know some of these other things in the database, occult rituals, 155. I mean, no doubt this is. Burnt offering, that pertains to the Holocaust. Talk about depopulation. Burnt offering is 155. The cooties, the coronavirus, that was a big 155, simulated on 15/5. And then Trump with his father, the jab, on Operation Warp Speed on 15/5. Freemasons, the plurals, also 155. Again, they etch all his number. These are numerical rituals. So there's that piece. And then again, Jeju Air 29 on the 20. Carter's also 29 in that cipher on the 29th, both of these stories. Again, plane crash in South Korea, 43 and 56. We just talked about the Azerbaijani Airlines crash 43 days after the Superior General's birthday. The first crash for that airline was flight A56, Society of Jesus 56, Jesus Christ 43. The Azerbaijani, I know I'm saying that wrong, but their crash was on Christmas Day. Hello. Again, the way they write down their company name, Jeju Air Co. Ltd., 47. This happened 47 days after the Superior General's birthday. Of course, Vatican's 47. Vatican Bank also equates to 907. And I don't have a great logical explanation for how that could fit in right now, but maybe it does. Again, I watched them count up this timeline. They went from 28 to 47 to 85. The word kill is 28 for the record. Then it went up to 47. Again, then it went up to 85. Korea's 85. Then it went up to 126. And then I didn't see it count up because I went to bed. But then by the time I woke up in the morning, it was 179, which is the 41st prime, like Skull and Bones is 41. And I think there's probably something to that with the Georgia Guidestones being put up on 322 when Order 322 was Skull and Bones. And of course, Papa Bush, number 41, was a Skull and Bones member and the director of the CIA. Again, we always talk about 19-year cycles. Again, Jeju Air, 19 years old when this happened. The Azerbaijani airline crash happened almost 19 years to the day of their December 23rd, 2005 crash. 2005 is a bit like 25, not to mention this airline was created on the 25th day of 2005, and this goes down right before 2005. Again, plane crash is 97. 97 is the 25th prime. We'd had one 4 days earlier on the birthday of the sun. Christmas. Hold on. I hate to wait electricity. I didn't need that lamp anymore. Are we okay down here? Okay. Oh, Jeju Air flies to 41 destinations. That's interesting. Some things are a coincidence. But again, their only other incident to this one, exactly 907 weeks later, a lot like 97, but it goes right in with the Jimmy Carter thing, dead in Plains, Georgia. Looking through the database of 907s, apparently the FAUX word for fake is pronounced faux. So it's amazing the things I don't know. But faux, fake. Again, a lot of the news media is. I wouldn't put it past these people to purposefully blow up an empty plane and report that a bunch of people died just to instill fear throughout the world for all the people traveling in this holiday season. I wouldn't put it past them to kill a plane full of people either. And I'd like to think that nobody was in the plane and nobody died. It gives me more peace of mind. But either way, it's evil what these people are doing. One's even more evil if they're actually killing people. But again, you guys, manipulating people through media, that is what the purpose of the mainstream media is. It is psychological manipulation all day, every day, to keep you divided, to keep you in fear, because fear sells. Like I said, how many people, and you guys know it's true, how many people went out and picked up some anti-anxiety pills, over the counter before they got on their holiday plane flight after these back-to-back stories of crashes, and maybe even the Donnie Darko story. I mean, that's 3 plane crashes all in the news in a week. I mean, plane crashes do happen. But again, the plane is the safest mode of travel at this day and age. If you didn't know that, look it up statistically. It's the safest mode of travel. But again, these big stories, when people are doing more traveling than ever for the holidays, all the ones going on this time of year, New Year's. But yes, again, the things I noticed in the database that stood out to me, Vatican Bank 907. Okay, that's obviously Jesuit related. I don't exactly know. God. Do they have insurance policies on these people? I didn't want to speculate, but again, the church. Government 907. The church essentially laid down. You guys, the Catholic Church kind of invented the world as we know it. We're on their time. We're on their calendar. A lot of the world is speaking their English language. Again, the oldest English script goes back to the monk Burford, the Ramsey Abbey from the year 1011 AD. Again, the calendar that says today I'm doing this presentation, December 30th, came from the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius. Again, the Catholic Church was the government of Europe largely at the time that people were sailing across the Atlantic to escape it. They were done with the indulgences and everything else. I don't want to submit to your dogma or else. And again, you see, that's where like the Professor Dave explains and the Simon Dan should get it, because those guys are more atheistic and not into the whole religion thing. And I just think they don't know enough about the history of religion and government and what this nation was about when it was being founded. I bet they don't know the quotes by Jefferson and Adams, who both just happened to die together on the same day on the 4th of July, who spoke out about what could happen to this nation because of the Jesuits if they came out of suppression. Again, look it up, you guys. Jefferson and Adams died on the same day, July 4th, 1826, and 1826 days later, Monroe died on July 4th, and all 3 of them had a problem with the church. And remember, Holy Roman Empire equals 74, Roman 74, Holiday 74, Independence Day 74, free 74. You think we really got free from London 74, English 74, occult 74, Masonic? We can get free from these things. These things have been spreading their brand. Again, people at the beginning of the country wanted to speak German because the majority of the founders were Protestants from Germany. They didn't want to speak English. The reason they spread English is because Britain, which is controlled by the church, which are the colonizers, are expanding their influence across the world, and we're a big part of that. We're like the military muscle of this, whatever you want to call it. New World Order, Illuminati, Catholic. Again, at the end of the day, it's Catholic. The Illuminati was founded in the time of the Jesuit suppression by a Jesuit. Just think about it. But yeah, Government 907, Watchers 907. I'd encourage you to look more into what Watchers are in terms of the occult. Faux, not Fox. Faux, fake. I think I knew that before I had my sleep deprivation. Now I have some form of like amnesia and Alzheimer's myself. I'll tell you what, these little babies are fun, but learn to not sleep. But yeah, the big one that caught my eye was Brotherhood of Saturn, because they turn 97 years old next year on Easter, and they're from Germany, like the Illuminati, and Saturn is super important to these occultists, and we're in Capricorn, ruled by Saturn, and Saturn's connected to time and death. Again, the Grim Reaper scythe comes from the astrological symbol for Saturn. So, again, plane crash, Carter, death, all 97, 97, the 25th prime, death also 25. Deagle's report for 2025 from 15 or so years ago for the big population dip in 2025. I mean, I'm somewhere between thoughts. I was going to say, let's hope it's not true. Again, you guys, there is another part of me that almost hopes it is true. Because I don't want to despise humanity, but I can't lie and say I don't. I despise humanity for the most part. I still sit here and try to help people every day, but I mean, I've really only become more frustrated with humanity in the 11 plus years I've been on here every day educating about this. I mean, what have I proven about the world by doing this for over 11 years? Being here, being correct every day, being consistently correct with predictions. Dummies will be like, oh, well, you got that game wrong. Let's look at the major predictions. And the major point of the work, that this knowledge is being used every single day to contrive the headlines, to falsify the elections, these fraudulent elections, that the games are rigged, that it's all connected. I mean, we're proving this just constantly, consistently. Oh, I got a game wrong. That's not the point. The point is what I said is going on and how this system is being used is true. And very few people care about that. I had to watch the flat earth thing go viral. And it almost seemed, people right now are saying Jeranism. I have to come back to him. People are saying he must be some kind of agent to have gone to this Antarctica thing and now be denouncing the flat earth after promoting it for 10 years. Jaron was also used in that Netflix flat earth special. Where I gotta admit I did like that Netflix flat earth special, because it did just make the flat earth people look so dumb. And it's like, I don't even know how Jeranism went on with the flat earth after that, because he does an experiment and he says, if this experiment does not work, it proves that the earth is not flat. And then it didn't work, and then he goes on as a flat earther. It's like, oh God. But anyway, it is. How did Jeranism end up on a Netflix special? And people are going to say, well, he's the one that got you on TFR. Yeah, that's true. But hey, you guys, you can think what you want about me. I never been the bad guy. And I was always the black sheep on TFR. I mean, that whole network was Trump people and flat earthers, and then everyone getting mad at me because I was talking shit about all them. And Chris Geo, he kicked a lot of people off that network in the time I was on there for doing exactly what I did. He let me break the rule 1,000 times. And you know what else? Chris Geo, I was the only person able to access the network until they finally took away my access. And I think what pissed off Chris Geo is, if you guys remember, you see this right here, Truth Refugee. Shout out to Truth Refugee. You guys check out their website. They're posting my stuff on there. Truth Refugee was founded by two people who left TFR. But I brought up Truth Refugee on my very last broadcast. And then next week I had no more access, just like everybody else on the network. But That is a fact about TFR. I was the last host on there that still had access to the network, who could do a live show. Everybody else had been kicked off for months. And who knows, maybe I still would have been on there to this day had I not brought up Truth Refugee, but somehow this made Chris butthurt. And see, that's what's wrong with the world too. I just wanted Chris to come back. I think Chris went off the. I mean, you can't. It's hard. Listen, being a truth seeker can be taxing and grinding. And Chris has been in the game a long time. And Chris did find the network. Okay, I didn't. You guys did point out to me how truth frequency does equal 201, and he did found the network on Remember the 5th of November, which is the big Jesuit day. But again, a lot of people got into that because of the whole V for Vendetta and the Guy Fawkes mask, and they didn't even realize it was about the Jesuits. But it is interesting that truth frequency is 201. And you guys might also remember it was kind of weird how Rob Skiba died. He had the show before mine, and Kev Baker died around that same time too. And he was the main guy on the network because he did a long show every day. I think all those things took a toll on Chris, but Chris also got Chris got super into hallucinogenic drugs. I just think all these things contributed to the demise of the network. But the point I'm making is, I think Chris deeply respected what I was doing, and he could never express that himself, but he did. He allowed me to roast the other people on the network. He never kicked me off, and he did let me have the keys to the network as the last remaining live show. But I know he must have been out there watching, because again, it was the one episode where I brought up this that was the last one. And maybe it was his way of saying, just leave and go over to Truth Refugee. So... But yeah, again, it's just all egos, you guys. It's all egos. And again, just when I'm wrong about things, I admit I'm wrong. I haven't had to say I'm wrong about this work because I haven't been proven wrong. The work proves itself every day. Proves itself every day. And by the way, this worst ever Korean air flight crash in 97 was on August 6th. 86th. Hello. That's the anniversary of Hiroshima. But look at the coordinates, you guys. The 13th meridian. Okay, that goes without saying. But the 144th parallel. I just misspoke. It went on the 13th parallel north. It happened on the 144th meridian east. Jesuit order 144. Hello. Hello. Again, the value of this pseudo-science is that it's used by the cabal, and you know what these numbers mean. There's a reason the Jesuits came out of suppression 144 days after James Madison's birthday, the only 201 president. The Jesuit Order 201, Jesuit Order 144. Again, 144 on all these assassinations in history, including on Lincoln, who said the Civil War was the work of the Jesuits. Again, JFK killed 144 days from meeting with the Pope. There is something about JFK and Jimmy Carter, too. JFK was killed 177 days from his own birthday. James Earl Carter Jr., 177. The Jesuit Order, 177. Again, RFK dead at 1:44 a.m. RFK Jr. in the race officially 144 days after the Superior General's birthday on April 5th, 2023. We told you that day it foreshadowed assassination stories to come in the election for Trump. Next thing you know, Trump and Kennedy are united after the assassination hoax. And then the elections won, and these guys are going to the White House 144 days after Trump's birthday. The same Trump who lost his ex-wife 45 years after their marriage, 144 days after her own birthday, only to be buried on the 201st day of the year. It reminds us of it 2017 when Trump was with his new wife at the Vatican, dressed like he was there for a funeral on the 144th day of the year. On and on and on. And again, people will be like, well, you just said the Jesuit order and Jesuit order. And that's like all they heard because they're just looking for a reason to argue. Yeah, what I'm showing you is how they bring the 144 and 201 together a lot. And again, just named off some examples. And again, is that not the way language works? If I say Jesuit order, you know what I mean. If I say the Jesuit order, you know what I mean. English is a language where you have all these. I mean, that's the thing you need to think about too. People always think about the wrong things. Think about your alphabet. Why are there so many letters that make the same sound or combination of letters that make the same sound? That means it's unnecessary. That means it's redundant. Is it possible it was done that way because it was set up in this occult numerical system that goes back to Sumer? Obviously it was. Everyone's just always trying. That's what I notice about all these people that just go along with mainstream. Their minds only work that like their brains are programmed so that if the authority tells them something, it's automatically accepted. But then if it comes from something that's not deemed authority, then their minds and their questioning and critical thinking capacities start to work. But then it works in a way where they're just trying to form a reason for why they don't need to think about the new information or the information that goes against the authority. They just want their mind to be in sync with the authority. It's called mind control. And it's rampant. And people like Professor Dave Explains, who thinks he's super smart, he's totally under it. You know, that's why he's still vouching for the jab. Dude, hey, take a look around. It didn't help with anything. A lot of people aren't here. A lot of people have heart problems right now. You know, I'll ask my two new neighbors over here who are around my age if they ever want to come on here and talk about this. They both got the pokey dokes and they both have heart problems now. You know, a married couple. The guy's a couple years older than me. The girl's a year younger. You know, and like a lot of them, they say, I'll never get one again. It's too bad more people didn't receive our information. Had people received our information, nobody would have got it. Professor Dave Explains was ripping on people like me. People like me were right. Let's debate about it, Professor Dave Explains. Let's debate about it. Again, at one point, they had to say at least 85 people killed. Korea equals 85. The Jesuit motto, Isus Omnem Salvator, 85. Templars, 85. That's why they started the Crusades in Afghanistan on October 7th. Started the new Crusades in Israel on October 7th. Military 107. Templar, 85. Never forget, 9/11 happened in the time of the 107th mayor on the 107th day of Rudy Giuliani's age before he went into Afghanistan on 10/7. We killed all the Taliban, brought back the poppy production. Next thing you know, major opioid crisis across the world, worse than ever before. Same Rudy Giuliani is being used as a lawyer to defend the Sackler family. It's weird how he was instrumental in 9/11, getting the story for us to get over there and kill these people. And that's the thing. Your government tells you that these people are terrorists. They need to be killed. It's like, I think those people did a net positive for the world. You might not like everything about them, but they got rid of the opioids in a big way. And since we killed them and brought it back, now look at the world. Again, it's all by design. They want to depopulate. Fentanyl approved in 1968 by the feds. The same year World Trade Center construction began, and 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. Yeah, this Brotherhood of Saturn was also created on a date that can be written 8/5. So I do find that interesting. Again, this airport where this happened, the gematria of 118 like death, and it was also opened on November 8th. Fateful day in history. Paradise, California, 118 burned up on November 8th. Los Angeles, California, 118 on the 118th meridian burned up on that same November 8th in 2018. Again, Muon, where this happened, equals 49. 49 years to the day of the supposedly unsolved LaGuardia bombing. Somebody told me if I was in New York, I'd call it LaGuardia. But yeah, 633. They got to tell you 11 were killed in the 11th state. 74 injured, just like how 74 were injured in the first plane crash incident with Jeju Air, but killing Jeju Air, LaGuardia, 74. Okay. And again, just about news by the numbers. Again, Jimmy Carter dead at 100. Joe Biden sets the funeral for 100 days after his birthday. All right. Just, again, always numerical ritual. Again, on the day Jimmy Carter dies, we call out exactly what's going to happen in the football game. 1,000,000% correct. Not one person says anything positive. Had I been wrong, there would have been 1,000 comments about how wrong I was. Just, again, remind you how the world is. And again, that's why, doing this kind of work, it's a thankless job. It's a thankless job. The world's full of haters. Nobody wants to see you're correct. And again, that's why we are where we are too. That's why we are where we are. I'll tell you why the flat earth psyop worked, because it appealed to the religious, which is already a major indoctrinated part of the society. Almost everyone in the flat earth thing is under the religious indoctrination. They're under the spell of the Society of Jesus largely. And that's why they're Jesuit psyop, the flat earth psyop. was as successful as it was. You know, what we're doing over here, we're not part of any of the indoctrination centers. We're going against all of them, which is a very hard thing to do. We're not conforming to politics, so we don't get any sheep. You know, like if I was in some political thing, that would bring me a herd of cattle. Not doing that. We're trying to break that apart. We're not doing a religious thing over here. We're trying to break that up so that we get no herd from that. So we get no herds. You know, that's why you see some of the people who've appealed to the politics and the flat earth, that they've become very financially rich from this. They have huge subscribers. And by the way, you guys, I used to have a big audience and big views. I haven't had it since, you know, about the 16th channel. You know, we've just been buried in the algorithm since Kobe died. The last time I had 100,000 views was calling out exactly everything that was going to happen on January 6th before it played out. And that whole channel was taken down over that video for medical misinformation, even though all it had to do with was the Transition Integrity Project simulation at Jesuit Georgetown, June 12, 2020, how they simulated that Biden would win the election, Trump would refuse to step down, which would lead to a deadly altercation in America. Remember, that simulation was 144 days before the election. Like Jesuit orders 144, like President Biden's 144. The girl who got killed, Ashley Babbitt, she was killed under that sign where the words equaled 201. Her name with the bizarre spelling, Ashley Babbitt, also equaled the Jesuit order. Again, she was military. The Jesuits are a military order, running psyops on you on the daily. But yeah, again, just one more time. Football game last night. New star quarterback for Georgia, Jimmy's team. Just got to let you know he's getting married to Olivia Carter. 231st day of his age, the engagement happened. A few seconds later, he ties up the game with 1:19 on the clock. And this stuff goes on all the time if you watch. Perfectly scripted games. Like the other night on Christmas, we said LeBron's going to get to 8 and 9 away for the latest King James tribute. They had to stop the clock with 8.9 right before he got the win. Steph Curry had to bury the three to make it 113 all, like the National Basketball Association's 113. Like how years ago on the third time they met in the finals, the Warriors won the first 3 games with 113 points. Same shit, new day. Coronavirus pandemic 113. Utah Jazz 113. The National Basketball Association lockdown on 11/3 in the NBA as the pandemic's declared as it's blamed on the Frenchman Rudy Gobert on the Utah Jazz for the NBA lockdown. And again, I mean, the kind of world we live in, the time we've been exposed to all this, just this like unbelievably undeniable stuff, you know. Majority of the supposed truth seekers online have been saying, oh, Zach's work's bullshit, the earth's flat. I mean, this is only possible when you have a lukewarm, room temperature IQ populace. And I do think that can be solved. I think you get around the right people, you listen to the right people, you get more sleep, you eat better. I think you can work on the IQ, but we do have a very stupid and inept society. And again, it's the only way you could explain that flat Earth would ever go viral in the summer of 2015, when my work should have been the thing going viral back then. It did go, it went pretty viral the next year. We can't go viral anymore, but again, the algorithm has literally destroyed this channel. We don't go viral anymore. We should, but again, look at all the videos right now about the final experiment, about these flat earthers being sent down to Antarctica. I mean, millions and millions of views. That's still what people are focused on. It's like, okay, I mean, it is interesting to watch how these flat earthers have been humbled, but listen, nobody needed to fly to Antarctica to know the earth wasn't flat. I mean, it's just simple observation tells you the earth isn't flat, and these simple-minded people, their minds are so simple that they can't even do it. And it really is sad. It really is sad. And again, you talk to them, they don't care about evidence. They don't care about logic. They're just into their cult and their beliefs. Same stupid mantras that don't make any sense. And again, that's the thing about these believers, man. Again, the quote's been understood for a long time. You can't convince the mind of a believer because their thought processes are not based on evidence. And that's the point I'm trying to make. From a Professor Dave Explains to a Simon Dan to a Jeranism, all different ranges of intelligence here, but at the end of the day, they're all believers in different subjects. Simon Dan and Professor Dave Explains are major believers in authority. They don't question authority. They're intelligent, but they don't question authority. And that's where the chink in their armor is. And that's how they might end up, in the grave early with, a bum ticker from trusting too much in, people who really didn't care about them. People who explained, I mean, Bill Gates laid it all out. William Henry Gates, 201, married to Melinda until they got divorced. And did I not call it out in my book too? In the same book that I said that they'd wind down the scandemic when the year of the tiger came around, I pointed out how they were in an arranged marriage that looked like it was only meant for the pandemic. Again, they got married on the first day of 94 days before Kurt Cobain died, when Seattle, Washington equals 94, like coronavirus pandemic, like Davos, Switzerland, which is where Bill Gates was when he said, we can reduce the or actually, hold on, Bill Gates said that at the TED Talk in Cali, but a few days later, he was in Davos, Switzerland, saying in 10 years, there's going to be a plan to mass vaccinate the entire world. So yeah, again, just one more time, in the same game, in tribute to Jimmy Carter, number 39, dead 39 days after Biden's birthday, where the star quarterback gets engaged to Olivia Carter. Number 39 gets engaged to his girlfriend, Unibrow, Michaela Worley. So, and I'm not trying to make this about appearances. I'm just making the point that these guys are in arranged marriages. And if you're a football player, who knows? Maybe she has a heart of gold, But yeah, I just from having lived and been on college campuses and watched the way these football players pull girls and the prettiest ones on campus, I'm like, you settled for a 6? A 201 on 1229? That tells me that this is another arranged marriage, like I've been pointing out in this world of celebrity. You really think Beyonce wanted to get married to ugly-ass Jay-Z in a big 144 ritual? Or Kim to little ugly Kanye in a 144 ritual? Please. Yeah, both of them got married in 144 rituals. Speak of the devil. Of course, one of them got divorced by the numbers too. And the next one's coming. Beyonce is ready for the next Diddy white party. You saw her just the other night shaking her little booty with her 13-year-old daughter. Hey, little girl, watch mama. You can grow up to be a tramp too. Ass cheeks hanging out like Mike Tyson the night of the full moon. You guys see that? Right before Mike Tyson lost in the rig fight to Jake Paul, another pumped up, needless celebrity. They had to have his ass cheeks hanging out the night of a full moon. That was the same night Sweet Lady's contraction started with this little one the night of the full moon. Sweet Lady and I are both Cancers. Reminding you, maybe there is something more to this whole astrology, numerology thing too. We called her Ruby because that's the birthstone for Cancer, and she ended up being born 118 days after my birthday when Cancer equals 118. But yeah, again, just recapping it all, making sure we pounded in 1,000 times, because I noticed it seems like I get tired of people going on panels supposedly trying to defend me, and I just get annoyed. I'm like, what's wrong with the people who follow me? Two people were trying to defend me on a panel, and they said, name something Zach's called. And they were both thinking, they're like, he called the Cavs comeback in 2016. I was like, seriously? That's your response? I mean, yeah, I did call that. How many things did I call before that? And how many things have we called since? Did we not just call this election? Have we not called every sports future right this year? How many other news stories have we called? How many other things were we ahead of? I did say Jimmy Carter would die in the time of Biden's administration, because they've had the two connected from the beginning. Again, Joe Biden equals 44 like Georgia. They called the election for Biden in Georgia on the 44th day of Jimmy Carter's age. Harris also equals 44. And again, we'll see if I'm wrong about that, but I'm still maintaining that Kamala is going to finish this term and not Joe Biden. And it might come as soon as the end of the year, start of the year. Remember, Jimmy was only living to vote for Kamala. December 31st is going to be 56 days after the election, like Obama won the 56th election, and Kamala took the White House with Biden at age 56. Last night, that Atlanta field goal came up way short from 56. But yeah, Dead in Plains, Georgia was Carter on the 29th. By the way, football equals 29 since they synced up the football game with Jimmy Carter. Carter and Jeju Air, 29 on the 29th. Again, 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday. Federal masonry secrecy, they all have the 39 and 33 connection. Kamala 39. Again, remember the 5th of November election. From that day to Jimmy Carter's death 54 days later, the headline about how he was only living to vote for Kamala. Jimmy Carter and Jesuit order, 54 forward, 72 in reverse. Joe Biden became senator-elect in 72, lost his wife and daughter in 201 death ritual, just like he lost Beau Biden at age 46, 201 days before the Pope's birthday. Going with Trump burying his ex-wife 201 days, or on the 201st day of the year, again after she died 144 days after her own birthday. In the 60th week, exactly 60 weeks into the first Jesuit Ignatian year when Donald Trump equals 60, and he announced that same day that he'd be running in the 60th election. Again, 1860 and 1960 gave us presidents that got assassinated and didn't make it through their terms. The original Jesuit order had 60 members for the first decade with the Catholic Church, but yes, the sun, which equals 54, moves 1 degree on the astrological wheel every 72 years. Jimmy Carter dead on a Sunday. Dan Quinn, who used to coach the Falcons, gets his 54th win with the Commanders in a 30-24 game with 54 points as his team becomes 7-2 at home. Called it all out before the game. Literally, guys, not one person responded to that video and said anything about, hey, thanks, Zach. Made some money last night. And again, that's why a lot of times I'm like, I should just spend more time with my community on Patreon. You know, people that support the work, the people that benefit from the work. I almost just feel like yeah, these videos for the public, I hardly ever see a positive comment. It's like the only people watching are haters, it seems like. Had that been wrong, it would have been the comment section would have been all full. And in fact, there actually was a hater comment that said I took both sides of the game. It's like, no, I only laid out how they should get the 54th win for the coach and become 7-2 at home. But that comment had a whole bunch of likes. It's like, so the false comment that's a lie, that's deceptive of what was said in the video, is the one that got all the likes. Of course, I blocked that person, and then they'll say, oh, Zach doesn't believe in free speech. He blocks the comments exposing him. It's like, no, I blocked the slanderous false comments that constantly come that seem to be the only people that leave comments, or the only ones that Google allows to be left. Maybe 100 positive comments were left, and they just don't show up anymore, because that's the other thing Google does. And just for the record, you guys, this sports thing, like, here's Big Al, who's been with the community, great supporter of the work for years. Just a few things he did last night with the knowledge. He did lay it big on he really felt the Commanders thing. So he did a bigger bet than normally, bet 146 and turned it into 400. A little $10 payout into 90 here, a little $15 payout into 31. And then he also had this going on last night, 20 into 327, 15 into 146.30. 39 into 272. And again, I mean, a lot of people in the community that do that and better. I had a gentleman just the other night turn $1.94. I don't even know why he bet $1.94, but he turned it into 2,500. He's turned $1 into $1,000+ a few times this NFL season. Again, you guys, this is why it's amazing that I've been helping people do this now for over a decade, which isn't cap, it's just a fact. How is this not the viral thing on the topic? Or in the world? How is this not the thing that people are talking about? Like, why is Joe Rogan bringing Billy Carson on, who's an obvious fraud and idiot? Like, why is that what's getting out to the world? Why is flat earth viral? You can't do shit with flat earth besides make yourself look like a retard. And again, for all you guys who get butthurt about that, it's because you're too retarded to realize that what I just said is true. The only thing you can do with flat earth theory is make yourself look retarded and help spread a major obvious lie that makes zero sense. And again, it's sad how dumb flat earthers are, and it's sad how dumb the people of the world are. Even the people exposing flat earthers are mostly dumb. Some video, I started looking at this flat earth experience, some fat Indian guy who plays video games. I don't know what the appeal of watching some fat, well, maybe it's a lot of people watch that because that's what they look like now and they identify with and their lives about video games. But I saw he even had a video on this final experiment making fun of these flat earthers. Going to Antarctica and realizing the earth isn't flat. But then I was just watching that video out of curiosity. I was like, why do people watch this guy? He's got like food on his face, stains on his shirt. Looks like he just swallowed a whole tub of ice cream. I mean, just like gross to look at. But then the video has millions of views. And in the video, he's espousing all this stuff that just shows how dumb he is. That's the one thing I will say about flat earthers. In a lot of ways, they are retarded, but they're also smarter than almost everybody else because they question all the bullshit. Most of them didn't go out and get the jabs per se. So in a way, you could say that they have a better knowledge set than maybe even Professor Dave Explains. Professor Dave Explains might end up killing himself because he trusts so much in the authority. Flat earthers might kill themselves for other reasons. But again, like this fat slob I'm talking about, he was talking about like people really think, I can't even emulate the things he was saying, but he was making this point about how serious it is, the tensions between Russia and the US. And it's like, what's wrong with these people? Don't you see that Russia and the US have like almost the exact same flag? Do you know about the history of the Jesuits being saved by Catherine the Great in Russia, where she preserved the order with 201 Jesuit priests? Of course he doesn't. All he's doing with his life is playing video games and jerking off and eating ice cream. But again, just all these people who think they're smart and they don't know shit about shit. And again, it had all these people. You know what? Had Google not destroyed this channel, probably all these people would know about this work, and maybe they would have a different mindset. Instead of you'd be talking about like, oh yeah, man, yeah, Russia and the U.S. Now I see it. Biden and Putin meet in 201 days after the first Jesuit Ignatian year begins, when the Jesuits were preserved in Russia with 201 Jesuit priests. Now I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. But anyway, the point I'm making is, it's just like this world is just full of like people that are just think they're smarter than they are. And again, it goes from the flat earthers to the Professor Dave to this fat video game guy. Like you have no place to be making fun of a group of flat earthers when you can't see that Russia and the United States are controlled by the same exact Illuminati. And if you think that's some, Illuminati, yeah, I just said it. The Illuminati that was founded by the Jesuits. Order of Illuminati, 201. The Jesuit Order, 201. Adam Weishaupt, dead in history 201 days after the anniversary of the Illuminati's establishment on the 322nd day of the year. Like how the Georgia Guidestones put up on 322 come down 201 days after the Pope's birthday, etc., etc. And remember, the Holy Bible equals 201. Jewish mysticism equals 201. Genesis 3:22 is about the tree of life, which is the physical model for Kabbalah. Genesis 3:22 about the tree of life, knowing good and evil. 3 pillars and 22 paths for the tree of life. 3 pillars, 22 paths. There's a reason for their numbers. Genesis 3:22, New International Version, King James Version. Both verses use different words, but they both sum to 3:22 through the first punctuation about knowing good and evil. From the beginning of Genesis 3, here I can show you this real quick. Again, you guys, those Georgia Guidestones. Put up on March 22nd, 1980. Here, I want the NIV and I want the KJV. Here, and I'm actually going to use the calculator on my website because it's better for this because you can see the whole verse. If you guys don't know, I have a free calculator that you can download. Again, it costs a lot to build this, and it costs a lot to keep them up on these platforms, and they constantly make you upload them so that you can keep them up on the platforms. And again, I got all these people online that criticize. I'm the most generous person on YouTube. You name another YouTuber who's hosted an awesome website for over 5 years, gave you free tools like this, free giveaways, free books. But I got more haters than anyone, and all these people saying, I'm greedy? I haven't been greedy at all. I use my whole free time in life to get out knowledge and information every day. Now people want to come at me because my wife's successful. I mean, people are crazy as hell, man. Anyway, hold on. I need large text input. This is what's nice about mine. If you need to put in a verse here. So look at this. Genesis 3:22, New International Version. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Right through there, through the first punctuation. Check it out. Reverse alphabetic order, numerology, 3:22. Okay? Let's do the King James Version. Let's do the King James Version instead. A little bit different wording. We're going to get the same 3:22. And again, this is super important to the Illuminati. Remember the King James Version, one of the main writers was Francis Bacon, who a lot of people think is William Shakespeare. For the record, William Shakespeare equals Society of Jesus. And I think a lot of this history of like division between the Catholic Church and supposedly other things, I think it's like contrived history. I even think the Protestant Reformation was really to spread the brand of Christianity. Again, a perfect religion for slaves. Turn the other cheek. Give Caesar what's his. You won't do a bunch of things that you actually need to do to overthrow tyranny. Think about it, you guys. Am I wrong? If you are a true Christian, you're never going to be able to overthrow these evil tyrants. Never. Because your beliefs limit you from doing what needs to be done to get rid of these people. All right, so that is this version. Let's put in the King James Version. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. Same cipher, 322. Do you want your daughter? She's sleeping. She's sleeping beautifully. Okay. Hold on. I got to deliver a sweet baby to mama. Okay, hold on. Mama wants her daughter back. I can't blame her. All right, cutie pie. You ready? This is why we got to change the world for all the babies out there. All the sweet babies. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I mean, to think things like this are arbitrary, and people do try to make the arguments that this stuff's arbitrary or coincidental. I mean, you got to be a special kind of dumb, and this is what we need to change. The world cannot continue to be a special kind of dumb, bowing down to tyranny and authority, and that's what you see going on, and even in the smartest of people. Again, Kabbalah. You have to look into the history of Kabbalah. Again, for going all the way back to Sumer, this knowledge goes back to the beginning of language. It was oral tradition. It was not written about. It was only passed down through priest class, ruling class, knowledge kept at an elite level. In more recent centuries, there's been books created, the Zohar, which, again, some people say is a total load. The Book of Formations, one of the main Kabbalistic texts, again, short book, opening paragraph. God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. Little bits and pieces of this information has been written about that is largely oral tradition. That's why when you have this person out there like the gas station attendant, just saying all the stupid stuff that he's doing, clearly being paid to troll the community, it's just like he represents the idiot populace. He's saying, I can't find any written Kabbalistic text that says the 4 base ciphers and how to decode the news with it. It's like, the point is this knowledge has existed and been used to control and manipulate humanity. You don't think there's been evolutions of time? Were there TVs and radios and newspapers back in the time of Sumer? No. It's obvious that in the time of the creation of propaganda. Here, to make a point. Do you remember back in slave school when they would teach you that Adolf Hitler gave everybody radios so that he could spread his propaganda and get his populace under thinking the same way he wanted them to think so that they could achieve this new world domination? Because this is the stuff they taught us about in slave school when I was coming up. I was in slave school in the 80s and 90s, and I graduated in 2001. I started slave school in 1988. You don't see that the same thing's been done here? Why do you think they keep the screens so cheap? In the time that everything's escalated in cost, we've gotten these way better and bigger TVs at cheaper and cheaper prices. These phones, again, these people need you to be hooked into the propaganda. And then it's obvious that these people, these same people, are part of this priest class that goes back to Sumer, goes through Babylon, through Rome, through Greece, all the way up to the present. It's the same ruling class with the same sets of knowledge, and they're using it to have control and influence. That part about knowing good and evil, again, look into the tree of life, the physical model for Kabbalah that has 3 pillars and 22 paths. The evil half of the tree of life is known as the clip-off. It's about having influence over others, through sorcery and spell casting. This ties in with Hermeticism, about you're either the person being controlled or the person doing the controlling. Everything has a vibration. Every vibration has an influence. All of this old occult world knowledge that the average person has no clue about. We didn't learn about any of this stuff in slave school. And then when people come at me and say, well, like, well, how come you can't explain exactly what the vibration of a 38 is then? It's like, why do you expect me to know that? I came up in the same slave school system you did. I wasn't raised in the occult. I'm on the outside looking in, trying to figure out what these people are doing. I figured out that 38 is important in their death rituals, and that's undeniable. But by recognizing that, you can start to see, like, yeah, they are doing something with 38 in death. Why do they do this? When enough people are asking those questions and enough people are pushing forward trying to get answers like I am, that's when we're going to figure out more. But you have all these others sit back with their arms full and they're like, oh, well, Zach still hasn't figured out that. And until Zach figures out that, I don't care. You guys, we need more people doing this work and helping too, because I'll tell you what, some of the veterans in this community are getting worse with time. Derek, if you're out there, I mean, you got to stop, dude. I started to watch your video on this plane crash. You're making it all about Aaron Rodgers and his tattoo. I mean, come on, man. You think Aaron Rodgers and his tattoo is what this is about? Every time Derek makes a video, I'm just like, is he trolling? Derek, are you trying to make the work look stupid? Because you do. And you do it, it's like remarkable. It's remarkable how dumb every decode you do is. The South Korea plane crash is about Aaron Rodgers' tattoo. Bravo. I mean, come on, man. Hold on. Did I get through everything here? I don't think I did. Oh, I did not. Let's come back to this. Let's get back on topic. About Jimmy Carter, who lived to vote for Kamala. Remember, Jimmy Carter cast his vote before the election. He cast it October 16th, the day leaving 76 days left in the year. And he was the 76th governor of Georgia. It goes with the Georgia Guidestones coming down on 7/6. 76 has this huge racial component. Again, Act 7/6, about 400 years of slavery. The federal government recognized Black History Month in 76. Slave, Negro, Blues, Rasta, all equal 76. 76 was the year Jimmy Carter was running to become president, and he became president in 77. But again, he only lived to vote for Kamala. He died 70 days after Kamala's birthday. He died in Plains, Georgia, which is 70. Again, the day of the big planes crash news. And I think I forgot to write down I saw another 70 that fit in here. He did become, he was elected the governor of Georgia in 1970. That's another 70 with Jimmy Carter. Again, about the whole thing was 76. Slave equals 76, Negro 76, Blues 76, Rasta 76, Barack Obama 76. Again, the parallels between Obama and Kamala, who were both one-term senators that went to the White House with Biden. Biden very well might not finish his term. And remember, 70 has the relation to 56. 56 is 70 and base 8 counting. When Kamala got her pokey doke, it was 70 days after her 56th birthday. I remember that now. Remember, Joe Biden got his first pokey doke at 3:22 sharp. You remember that? I said in that video, I said he's biding his time. Man, he's been biding it for a long time. We'll see if he finishes his term. I'll be wrong about that if he finishes his term. Gerald Ford told us in the Herbert Hoover Library that the old man will die someday and we'll get the first female president. And again, Kamala was born the same day Herbert Hoover died. So we'll see. We'll see. There's still time. But yeah, just look at how it all is. Dead in Plains, Georgia. Carter 9743. Plane crash 9743. The 907 things. Again, he's dead 907 days after the Georgia Guidestones. Worst plane crash in South Korea. Happens at 9:07 a.m. 907 weeks after the last crash incident with the same airline, but worst plane crash in South Korea in many years since 97. Again, you can see he was the 76th governor and the 39th president. He dead 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday when Kamala's 39. From his own birthday to his death was 89 days. Harris is 89. 89 is the 24th prime. You might recall the wrestler James Harris, also known as Kamala, died 2 days before Biden made Kamala the VP nominee. And we talked about how the wrestling match between Mega and Kamala right after Trump turned 60 foreshadowed that Trump would win the 60th election. That fight was perfectly synced with Trump and Kamala way back in 2006. Again, that was synced with her 42nd birthday that year. She got 42% of the Electoral College. Kamala also equals 42. She had the questioning her blackness episode with CNN on the 42nd day of the year, et cetera, et cetera. But that fight was 116 days before her 42nd birthday. Again, just all of this entertainment, rigged selections, rigged news, been going on for all of our lifetimes. Illuminati, very advanced, very Kabbalistic, very undeniable, yet somehow people want to deny it because of cognitive dissonance. I mean, how many people have you heard online say that flat Earth is the greatest truth? I mean, you're not even be a flat earther. You just see it everywhere, though. The flat earthers leave in the comments. A flat Earth video pops up. This is the greatest truth, flat Earth. Well, for one, it's not true at all. For two, what can you do with it? Okay, the Earth's flat. Now what? You still got the same evil stuff going on the flat Earth. You still got the same evil people ruling on the flat Earth. Are you guys too checked out to realize the majority of the world, they might claim to be of a religion, but they're not even really that spiritual themselves? So do you really think they're going to care if, God made who makes the flat square pizzas? Is that Little Caesars? I forget. I didn't want to go down this route, but I just get so tired of flat earthers. God would never put us on a spinning sphere. Oh, why not? You know that because what? Because you know the mind of God? Flat earthers, just nothing but empty rhetoric and illogical statements and falsehoods. And somehow they think it's the greatest truth. I don't know if I've done a lot of videos and I could argue that this is the greatest truth. I mean, do you know any other knowledge that can help you escape the matrix, get ahead of the curve, take advantage of crypto, stock market, sports games? Because you can do that with all these. I've proven that in spades over the years. And then so many people sit back on silence. All right, we'll do it again. Why are you not taking in the knowledge and capitalizing? To make a point, Big Al, who's a veteran in the community, I'm tired. Like yesterday, I couldn't figure out what was going on in the Falcons game, so I just left it alone. Big Al texted me midday. He's like, dude, you said 4-date numerology, Georgia, the fourth state. Or not, I didn't say Falcons. I misspoke. The Hawks, the basketball team. I couldn't figure out what was going on with the Atlanta Hawks yesterday. Hey, when the Jimmy Carter news broke, Big Al was all over. He's like, come on, man. The Hawks are going to win this one and get their fourth straight win in the fourth state. You said he's dead 4 days after Christmas. And hold on. What did Big Al do with the Hawks last night? We saw the Heat had great value to upset. We saw the Pacers had great value to upset. He put the Heat we saw the Giants had a great narrative to upset. Giants equals 92. Joe Flacco got his 92nd loss yesterday. Big payout. 20 into 330. 15 into 150. So again, he improved on what I put out yesterday by using his own mind. And that's what everyone should be doing with this knowledge. Using it. Again, you don't need to let the person who taught it to you do everything for you. You might catch something I overlooked. I overlooked yesterday that the Atlanta Hawks could win their fourth straight game. I knew the date numerology is 4. I know Georgia's the fourth state. My notes were all full of 4. I just overlooked that the Hawks could win the fourth straight. And when he saw Jimmy Carter dead, he said, that's what's going on in this Hawks game. 15 into nearly 150, down here. 39. This is like Big Al must have been getting numerological with this one and it's kind of sad in a way, right? It's kind of sad. But he had to put down 39 in tribute to Jimmy and turned it into almost 300. And it is sad. It's sad that this is the way it is. But for all the people who come at me and hate because I'm educating about this and saying I'm doing some kind of evil by promoting gambling, listen, money speaks to people in this world. People care about money. I've said a million times, I wish I didn't even have to decode sports anymore. I wish people would support just the actual news work I do like right now. I wish people would buy my books. You know what's sad? In a handful of months, I can make more from decoding sports than I've made in all these years from selling my books. And really, the books I've written should be the things that earn. That should be the thing that people care about most. How many of you guys that sit around here and hate on what I do have never put $1 towards the cause, never read a word of my book? Because I know that's a lot of you too. So it's like, you guys are like kind of weirdos. You don't support what you think is good about my work, and then you complain because I do this other thing that you don't like. Imagine had more people just gone out and supported the book. I wouldn't be here decoding sports. I'd be out driving laps around the country 24/7, 365, pounding pavement like I do. And you guys know I do that well too. Let's be honest. Have you ever seen anybody stand on the corner in New York City in your lifetime and speak more coherently about what's going on in the world and drop facts and make people stop? If you guys weren't there when we were in front of that bookstore in New York, you should have seen how many blocks we had stopped listening to us. It was a thing of beauty. YouTube took down that video in like an hour and a half after we had it up online. We were live streaming, but everyone's videos got shredded for sharing that. No, we had a nice loudspeaker system. We had people stop. You could see it for blocks all around. Every way you look, people were stopped and tuned in and listened. We had people standing in their spot for over an hour just listening to us. And the local New Yorkers who came out, they said, Zach, man, it's hard to make New Yorkers stop and do something like this for something. Again, we gave a very coherent explanation because it was still the time of, Cooties was winding down, still, we let them know about everything. Event 201 that happened right there in their own city, how it all connected back to the two towers coming down that were one. We laid it all out. And you know what? Since then, back in 2022, we know a lot more now. We could give an even better speech today. That's what I wish I was able to do with my life every day. Why am I not able to do that? Well, look what happened when I traveled from Seattle to New York, bringing people together in every city. What happened? My financial support went way down over those 2 weeks because I wasn't doing sports decodes. So don't get mad at me. And again, does everyone have wax in their ears? I have all these little like attack. Why have so many videos been made in recent weeks and people going on panels saying, Zach said he was going to get a building and he never delivered on it? I told you guys, I've had a building for over a year. Do you know why there's not a GematriaEffectNews studio in there? Because it's not paid off. It's super expensive. If you guys want to know, I got this building for $800,000. I had to negotiate it down. They wanted $1 million. So $800,000 felt like a good negotiation point. That would save $200,000. The mistake, the thing that I did not read, I looked into what his expenses were for that building. He was grandfathered in. He had the building from the early 80s. In fact, he got the building in 83, the same year I was born. The guy I bought it from, I thought that was funny too. I thought, oh, how perfect that you got it in 83, the year I was born. But he was grandfathered in on his insurance rate. He wasn't even paying $2,000 a year in insurance for the building. I did not realize how much it was going to cost for me. I'm paying $10,000 a year on that building right now in insurance. Okay. So I got that. I knew the building needed repairs. It needed a new roof. Actually, I got him to negotiate another $20,000 off. I got him to negotiate it down to $780, to be perfectly honest, because I got a quote for the roof, and the roof was $50,000. He said he'd put 20 towards that. So I ended up getting the building at $780. We did put the new roof on, so that was $50,000. So boom, $830. I got to put in a new AC in one of the units. There's multiple units in this building. I got to put a new AC. It's probably going to run around 20 G's. So we're going to be up to $850. I've already spent a year's worth of insurance. We're into the second year owning this building. I had the building last year, October 2023 is when I got the building. Insurance, property taxes. So right now there's tenants in the building. And I told you guys, we did just have a vacancy, but you know what? Somebody came along, and since I started telling you guys about this, and I said, hey, if you guys really want to see the building happen, we got to see support go up. You know what? Support's down on my Patreon since I made that announcement when we talked about this stuff a couple of weeks ago. We're down quite a few subscribers. We're down over 300 people since I talked about that. It seemed like that made more people go away just talking about this. So again, I got bills to pay. Like I said a while ago before I even revealed all this, I said, you guys, I think if we have the time, if we have another 10 years, I think in about 10 years, we're going to have GematriaEffectNews and a team of people. Because the building will be paid off. And see that the reason I got a building with multiple tenants is so it doesn't have to be all GematriaEffectNews. If we have other people in there paying the rent, then that can fund the operation for the news. Or if we could just get people to fund us, like say the way they do flat earthers, which is just unbelievable. Like so much money's been poured into the flat earth community, which is just totally stupid. People are just wasting their money on a totally stupid psyop. Meanwhile, we've been here every day consistently exposing real evil and tyranny, how it operates, how it's screwing us, calling out what's going to happen. Again, Was there anybody else in 2015 who was so adamant about how bad the PSYOP was coming in 2020 that would be as bad or worse than 9/11? And we were not wrong. It was worse than 9/11, and it was the COVID-19, unlike the 19 hijackers 19 years earlier. Again, understanding these 19-year cycles and why Thomas Jefferson said there had to be a revolution every 19 years. Again, there should be a lot more people supporting this work. I should be able to pay off that building next month. That's how much support should roll in, just even after doing one video like this for what we've exposed here. But it's not going to change. I got idiots online right now making videos saying, Zach said all those years ago, help support him so he can get a building, and he never did it. First of all, there was no increase in support when I did those like 10 videos over the course of 3 months. There was no gain in support in that period of time, so nobody cared. Just like right now, you still see that nobody cares. And even though I know that almost nobody cares, I'm taking the earnings from my own life, from what I'm achieving with this knowledge, and trying to pour it in because I still want it to happen. And then meanwhile, I got losers, total losers, making videos about how greedy I am, how selfish I am, what a liar I am. I'm the most authentic, truthful person on the internet, okay? I'm the most generous person on the internet in terms of what I make. Yeah, there might be some multi-millionaire that gives more, but I give a lot back of what I make. Again, this website that I run is expensive. You guys choose not to use it. All of you guys who choose to complain about me and do nothing to help anything, you're the problem with the world. Why have you not used the website I've had up for the last 5 years in the age of censorship? Why have you not used it to post your research and findings, network with other people? All the reasons I've hosted that website. Why have you chosen not to? Yet complain here and say that I'm not doing anything? By the way, you guys are all wrong because you watch a troll who clips up misleading videos and puts out a false narrative. Again, when Rambo fell through as the employee because he did nothing for a whole month, and a lot of people got mad because they felt like they should have been the hire, and I realized if I wanted to hire people, I needed to have enough cash flow to hire 5 people at a time so this doesn't happen again. I said back then, I said, okay, here's the new plan. I'm going to run a website. We'll find out who the best decoders are, who the most worthy people are. We'll see who can get on there, who can build up this, if we can make this information go viral, if people will network and organize. We'll go about it a different way. And everyone was fine with that plan at the time. I didn't have anyone complaining about it. But now I have all these weirdos who chop up and edit videos and leave all that out and try to make it look like I never delivered on things that I said I wanted to do years ago. Again, I still want to deliver on all these things. It's just we haven't gotten there yet. It takes major resources. And the time I've been here, super inflation happened. That building that they wanted $1 million for it probably would have wanted $500,000 for it, just 4 years ago. Has support gone up in the time of inflation? No, it's gone down, and I understand why. People are struggling to get by. There's so many obstacles we're working against. But again, just all the weirdos in the world that want to attack me, again, I've been here for over 11 years every day working on behalf of humanity. Not enough people have appreciated when we finally tried to raise support over 5 years into it. The only people who really did were people who wanted sports picks to make money, and rightfully so. Because again, my community is constantly producing slips like this, you guys. There's not other sports gamblers doing this in the world because they don't know how to do this. And that's why I have more trolls than anybody, too, trying to demonize what I'm doing. And by the way, I noticed that somebody on Facebook who came out to Oklahoma City has been like on a tirade attacking me on Facebook. I don't even respond to anything on Facebook because I don't care about that platform. That's the thing, too. I knew when that person came out to Oklahoma City, they were kind of like cuts. I got the same vibe from them as cuts. Like, why is this person here? Just like this weird energy, hands in the pockets, looking kind of like, I don't know. I knew something was wrong. And the thing that person did is they also like, you guys might remember that guy who goes by the name Savage. He threatened to kill me when I went to Oklahoma City. He did a video shooting cans in his backyard. This other guy who I'm talking about blasted that all over online, and he said, I'm going down to Oklahoma City to protect Zach. I'm going to get there early. Well, he got down there days later, and then when he got there, he wasn't protecting nothing, and he wasn't even about that. He just had this weird energy about him with his hands in his pockets, not holding any signs, not saying anything, not really interacting or engaging with people. It's just like Cuts. Cuts was like a little weirdo, too, that just you felt like he shouldn't have been there when we were out in New York. But anyway, this guy I'm talking about, he's talking a lot of shit online right now. And it's like, see, These people weren't ever really about it. And you can just feel those things in person too. You know, I'm not going to focus on that, but I already knew that from the moment he showed up. I knew something was wrong with that guy. So, and my mom's like, Zach, have you seen that this guy is just attacking online? I'm like, don't even worry about it, Mom. I don't care. It doesn't surprise me at all. That's the exact instinct I had when he came out to Oklahoma City. Didn't make any sense that he was there. And remember, you guys, when we were in Oklahoma City, the weird thing, we had that filmmaker come out there, Chris Emery. He was waiting for me in the morning. He said he came out there to meet me. And I was like, oh, I didn't know some filmmaker who made a movie about Oklahoma City knew about me. But he had no interest in my work. That was everything that makes sense. So he's like, he got no interest in the whole Gematria thing. You guys might remember I did bring him on and we did do a live stream, but he had no real interest in my actual work. It was more about promoting his own work. But again, that guy came out and then he pointed out how, you know, the dude who drives around in his car talking to himself, the same guy who paid for cuts to fly out to New York, he told me, he pulled me aside and he said, that guy right there is a Fed. And I asked him, I said, how do you know that? Because I did not want to believe that. But he said, he's a Fed. You guys, there's so many bad operators hanging around here. There's so many unwanted eyes and attention around here. It's like I said, I mean, I do something bad, you know, everybody has to shit on me. We do something positive, nobody cares. It's just, that is the obstacle of being in this line of work. It's a thankless job. You're constantly trolled and harassed. There's not many people who've been, I mean, is there anyone actually? Is there anyone who's ever done this line of work and been here consistently for over 11 years straight? I don't think that person exists. You might say Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a bullshitter who's paid mega millions to be an online con man and mislead people and take them from, you know, just how he became part of the whole Donald Trump psyop and Sandy Hook. And that might be the only other person you could say, though. And again, that Rationale Wiki website, why is there a longer write-up on me on that website than there is on Alex Jones? Little old me has the longest write-up on Rationale Wiki. And it's all bullshit, too. Nothing but a slander job. But I'll tell you what, Rationale Wiki hasn't hardly updated that thing for 4 years. And you know why they haven't updated it for 4 years? Because I've been destroyed in the algorithm and haven't gotten any attention. They know they don't even have to try and combat me anymore because there are almost no new people receiving this work. Here, let me look out at the chat. Let me look out at the chat. Are there any new people here? Any new people? For a 2-hour live stream. Again, I got to pay off $1 million building, and here's how we're going to do it. JHD fam, $5. When you begin your decoding, where do you start? I see all these numbers, but how do they correlate with other people? I'm just stumped. JHD fam, I would suggest you read my books. They're written for beginners and for people who've been around. Again, they'll help you out. I've explained these things a million times. That's why I've written my books. You can get them in ebook form. You know what? I'm even going to stop giving out my books for free because, you know, I don't get any respect or appreciation from hardly anybody. Just nothing but haters. I've been giving my books away for free for years. You can still find out where to get them for free if you really look, but you can buy them in ebook form right from my website and get to reading right now. So we got things to pay for and things to achieve. $5 for an 800-page book, $5 for a 400-page book. Books that have the power to change the world is not much to ask. You go to a bookstore today, books just full of nothing but bullshit. They're charging $40-some for them. So yeah, that's my answer to you, JHD fam. My website, GematriaEffect.news. Hit the ebooks tab. Help support the work. You guys want to see Gematria Effect News happen? We got to sell about a million of these. Let's make it happen. Should happen overnight, really. This video should sell a million more books just today. We know it's not. It might sell 2, but should sell 1 million. CBD says, can't wait for Biden to step down. It feels like it's coming. The Parsons death, too, who is, connected to Gerald Ford, who gave us the prophecy of the first female president. His death seemed to be connected. Dead at 76. Now Jimmy Carter, the 76th governor, who came right after Gerald Ford. Run your pockets says money doesn't exist, but we both know it does, don't we? Run your pockets. We both know it does. It is just a control tool, though. Our money system is very much fake, but it's used to control us. We all got to pay the bills with the fiat dollars with nothing behind them. The only thing behind them is the faith of the people who use them. That's why it's got God on there, just like faith. In God we trust, in dollars we trust. Shout out to Nathan for 5. So 15, 20, 22.50 with the British pounds is about 23.50. Minus 30%. That's what Google takes. It's about $17. So you know what? We got $17 more towards the $10,000 of insurance this year, towards the 20 to 30,000 AC project coming up, and there's probably about $300 and some thousand left on the mortgage to pay off for that building. So again, when I get all these things paid off, and then we have enough funds to hire employees, Gematria Effect News will happen. For all you other idiots out there who are like, well, why hasn't it happened yet? Because these things cost a lot of money and there's not a lot of support. And I don't know why a lot of you don't recognize that, since this is pretty good for me for a live stream in 2 hours to make $17. A lot of times it's zero. So yeah, again, this is another mind-blowing world-class decode that hardly anybody gave a shit about. You know, that little racist over there is probably calling everybody the N-word. He's probably raised about $400 by now. So what's wrong with the world? Why is a guy online calling people the N-word, making hundreds of dollars, and we're here giving mind-blowing knowledge and hardly anyone gives a shit, and there's hardly any financial support for it? For somebody who said, how come you didn't set up the $1 million GoFundMe to get everything paid for? Because I don't know nobody. I was being facetious. Nobody's going to support it. I already know how this goes. You know, all you guys who come into the work and watch this troll idiot show the videos of me asking people to support this so we can get a building. What he doesn't show you is how we raised no new support in the time we were trying to do that, which is why I stopped asking. Yeah, I watched that video of that troll who clipped up Zach saying he needs money to build a building, but then he never built one. Yeah, that's because nobody supported the idea. God. It just, again, I guarantee that same troll. Here, you know what? For all the idiots right out here right now, you know, here, I'm going to drop a link real quick. What time is it? 9:54. I'll go 20 more minutes if we got anybody who wants to come here on debate. Come on here and tell me all that you know from the troll, and then also tell me why that troll never, ever uses his own voice, never comes on here and tries to call anything out, and only relies on clipped up, edited information. And he's totally misleading. A lot of you retards will be like, yeah, he shows that Zach's a fraud. Again, the majority of his work is highly misleading. When he makes a video that we went 0-2 in college basketball picks for the day and leaves out that we went 7-1 in the NBA and 4-1 in the NHL, is my work fraudulent when you realize that that was the score for the day? That overall we were 11-4? You know, there's people that charge a ton of money for picks like that and never do that good. We do that good quite often, but all he'll ever do is show you the negative. Ha ha, fraud, 0-2, March Madness. 11-4 for the day, though. You didn't get that in his video. And then you guys are good. Yeah, Zach's sports picks suck, and he said he wanted money to build a building, and he never did. Are you guys the same ones who watched my video last night about Jimmy Carter 54-72, the Commanders winning, and then they did it with 54 points and then didn't leave a comment? We know you are. Hold on, King Rich. I got to switch the audio settings around so that they can hear you good.
All right.
All right.
We good? Can you hear me? Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to bring up the
I always get messed up with the audio, but you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to bring up that Jimmy Carter, I think some of you left out, was he died a span of 201 days after George H.W. Bush's birthday.
Okay. And he was number 41. He was the VP to Reagan when they took over Jimmy Carter in the White House. Okay.
Yeah. And again, he dies on December 29th, like 12/29, the 201st prime number.
And again, Skull and Bones has the 201 connection as well. It's in the Francis Bacon cipher. It's like Paul Walker, who did the movie The Skulls. That movie came out 201 days after his birthday. He dies in a red Porsche, like he gets a red Porsche in The Skulls about Skull and Bones, which came out right before Junior Bush became president. And don't forget, Paul Walker died 5 years to the day of George Herbert Walker Bush They both died November 30th. And by the way, that was another correct call. I told everybody that George Herbert Walker Bush wouldn't live past November 30th, 2018, and he'd die at 94. Dead on call. We said why the Queen would die at 94. I thought she died on the 140th day of the year, and said she died on the day leaving 140 days left there. Again, please, if you guys want to go on panels to defend me and you don't know my history of predictions, don't even go on the panel, because everyone's going to ask that, and I just get tired of watching people go up there and be like, it was just embarrassing to watch the other day. What's Zach called? They said, and the two of them were like, oh, he called LeBron coming back in 2016. I'm just like, this is pathetic, man. I called about 1,000.
You called a lot more than just that. Yeah, exactly. You called a lot more than just that. I mean, just look at Donald Trump.
That's what I don't. If you want to go out and defend the work and you don't know anything about anything, just don't, because you're not defending anything. When somebody hears that the last thing I predicted was something in 2016, that doesn't look good, and that's not true either. We predicted more events correctly than anyone who's ever walked the earth, and that's a fact. And if you want to come on and debate that, I'm right here. Tell me who predicted more correctly. Let me know, because I don't think that person's ever existed.
Yeah, we've caught a lot of stuff, man. And it's not just sports games. We caught a lot of stuff going on in the news. You know what I'm saying? You called Jimmy Carter's death. I mean, you've been talking about that for ages now. So
and again, just last night, just casually, just lay out exactly how the whole game last night's about Jimmy Carter and 54. And then 54 points in the game is the exact team wins that I said would win. And zero comments left to say like, hey, thanks, Zach, I made some money, or hey, thanks, Zach, for helping expose it. Not one person even recognized that we got it right. It gets annoying as hell. And again, the old comment was a troll comment, making it seem like I picked both sides of the game. Where did I pick both sides of the game last night?
Yeah, and that's how their only argument is. Oh, Zach always picks both sides, which, I mean, that's not true, man. I mean, seriously.
Last night I laid out very carefully. I said the coach will get his 54th win, and they'll become 7-2 at home. Jimmy Carter 54-72, and home teams will be 7-2 for the whole Sunday, showing you the whole league is scripted together. Yet again, more proof of how the whole. I mean, did anybody ever come along and like? I don't think anybody was aware that sports and the federal government were scripted together before I came along. That's a pretty major revelation, and I have in spades. People should care about this. These are the things that everyone's obsessed with. Is this country not obsessed with sports and politics? And we're showing how
and news, and news, and celebrity, you see it all the time. Celebrity worship, like you see it all the time. So, yeah, more people should be focused on this, but instead, more people would rather. It's sad, man. And especially last night going on that panel,
like flat Earth, and now what's viral on the internet is the demise of flat Earth after this Antarctica experiment. By the way, you know what kills me? If you type in, they called this thing the final experiment. If you search on YouTube right now and search the final experiment exposed, it's done by a channel called Mr. Gematria, which is a major flat Earth channel.
Right.
And just doing whack ass gematria decodes. And it just reminds me of QAnon, because QAnon came along promoting Trump, the flat Earth, and gematria. And I swear to God, it's to make this work look stupid.
Exactly. So, I'll never forget what they did on Comedy Central on the I can't remember, it was the 142nd day of the year, or the day leaving 142 days.
It was the 142nd day of the year, like gematria is 142.
Yeah.
Or actually, it was the day leaving 142 days left in the year. That's actually what it was. You're right.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was one of those, but yeah. And gematria equals 142. I mean, that's right there, just mocking people with that. And then, you show people that, and you got some retards that'll just be like, oh, I don't know about all that. You're using too many ciphers. Like, 4 ciphers is not a lot of ciphers. You know what I'm saying? Like, 4 ciphers is not a lot. It's literally not. It's not hard to comprehend.
I think the first 2 are the more important ciphers for sure, like Zach said before.
Right. I also think single reduction is also an important cipher outside the base ciphers with the S rule. I've been seeing a lot of stuff with that cipher as well.
I have no problem with all 4, but
you guys, the dumb recurring comments that are left, whether I show my bet slips or not, means nothing. Again, there are thousands of bet slips using the knowledge from people who learned from me.
I got hundreds.
Again, like you show that you're like some low-level IQ mental midget if you stay in this realm of just bullshit, needless arguments. Right. I have taught thousands of people how to multiply their money and changed a lot of people's lives. That's a way bigger accomplishment than what I do for my own self. And if you don't get that, it's just because you're stupid. Point blank, period.
Okay,
What's
Zach.
up,
Can
Max
you,
Reeves?
Zach,
What's up,
can
Max?
you? I kind of want to understand your stance on the participation of using money in a ritual to profit.
Well, I don't exactly what you mean. Understand what you mean.
Okay, so say like Christians use their money to tithe, you know, but say we're using our money to financially profit during a ritual going a certain way. Isn't that like a participating in a ritual?
I suppose you could make that argument, but the way I look at it is, look, this evil game's being played, and we're not trying to be part of the evil. We're trying to expose the evil. So, again, the phrase,
No,
I didn't create
I
the evil.
100% agree because this shit is foolproof.
Yeah, again, we didn't
This
create
shit is
this game.
foolproof.
We're players in
Yeah.
this game, and we're trying not to get played. We're trying to take advantage of the game. Point blank, period.
Yeah, 100%. For the last 5 years, I had 2 children, and unintentionally, their names are equal the same value in the most basic cipher.
There's an organic side. That's why I close out both my books with the organic side of the code. I mean, there's something more to this than just how they use it for manipulation. There is some kind of sorcery. There's some kind of organic side. It's like Kabbalah. There's a good half and there's an evil half. It's like the good half is almost like a way of just recognizing you can just see like the beauty of nature. The evil thing is like what they're doing with the plane and Jimmy Carter yesterday.
Yeah, because my first name equals 38. My last name equals 38. And my baby mama, she tatted that on her middle finger. She tatted 38 on her middle finger. And then our second child was born on August 3rd. And both of our kids were born 38 weeks after conception. Like,
that's wild.
Yeah. And my first child was actually conceived after I hit my first sports bet on Halloween in a boxing match.
That's crazy.
It was Gervonta Davis. He knocked out Leo Santa Cruz with 24 seconds left in the 6th round, and it was knockout of the year. I had him winning in the 6th round. I had him winning by knockout, and I had him winning under 9.5.
Okay. People in the chat are saying they cannot hear me, so I'm just testing again. I messed with the mics a second ago. I don't know if I screwed it up, but some people say
I
they
can
didn't.
hear you good.
Very perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. GAD, you came on. GAD, I know you got something to say about that boxer who just died at 38 years after breaking Mike Tyson's record.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, when I read through the article, it's just ironic how they say death, the cause of death is not clear. Like, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying? And mind you, that's the same weight class that I'm fighting in. Actually, ironically enough, the cruiserweight division. And I noticed like last year, no, actually a couple months ago, no, actually literally a month ago when I was looking through the rankings, this man fought 14 times this year, which was kind of unusual for, the times that we live in. They don't fight like that much, but, yeah, no, I mean, 38 was very interesting. A 38-year-old record. I mean, off the behest of Mike Tyson also too. It was very interesting to see that Neo was his promoter or co-promoter for him. So it's just, there was a lot of things that was going on with that situation. Also too, what was the other aspect to that situation? He died. So he died 6 days after he won his belt. It was very interesting. I was like, I wonder if Zach's going to do a video. And ironically enough, right when I said that, your the news feed popped up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just I don't know if you saw, but it's just this world, man. It's like, how do we get these people to be honest with themselves? I mean, literally, I went on this panel and I explained to them 2 days before Christmas. I said, just watch how many 38 death rituals will happen between Christmas and New Year's. I mean, you just like that. You got 3, 4 of them just within Christmas and the 2 days after. And these guys are saying things like, well, that's a boxer. They get hit in the head a lot. Like,
wait a second. No, that was funny because I was watching that because I wanted to address that too. So They talk about CTE. They talk, yeah, it's understandable. Brain damage happens when you repeatedly get hit in the head. That's why, when it comes to combat sports, there's some of those dangerous sports in the world, especially boxing. But George Foreman got hit in the head all the time. He
grills. Only his kids are dying. How many kids has he lost?
Oh shit, he's lost some kids.
You don't know about? Here, I'm gonna go back and look at some of the George Foreman's children's deaths.
Shit.
I've been documenting this stuff for a while.
I know he has.
Holyfield still walks the earth. Evander Holyfield seems like he's been brain dead since the 90s. Great boxer, but he's been hitting the head a lot. He's still living.
He's still living.
Mike Tyson's still living.
Yeah, Mike Tyson, can barely speak. He's still living. I mean, just because certain people suffer brain.
Mike Tyson's still fighting.
He's still fighting. Yeah.
Here, let me go back to this classic about George Foreman's daughter. Here's a blast from the past. Frida Foreman announced dead at 42 on George Foreman's 59th day of his age. I'm pretty sure this one's in my first. Or no, it's not. There's a lot like this in my first book, but this would have been after my first book was written.
It's like what they did with Coolio.
Oh, yeah. 42 years old? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 59. Yeah. These numbers are stamped all over Black history.
God damn, 42. Oh,
hey,
wow.
Zach.
The George Foreman grill removes 42% of the fat, you guys.
42%. Damn.
Yeah. Hey, Zach.
Like, how would they know that? Like, how would they know exactly to narrow it down if it's not numerology?
I hear somebody saying, "Hey, Zach, what's up?"
Oh, so there's something that you don't decode that I've started to do on myself, and it's the method of victories in the UFC. And so I just take the numbers from the notes for like the NBA games, and then I usually play 6 and 21s. But methods of victory on Sheerdog, it's because Sheerdog shows you like the total like knockout losses, knockout wins.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Take the knowledge, use your own mind, expand on the research. Well done. What's up, Ambrose?
Yo.
Can you boost your volume somehow?
Oh, yes.
You muted yourself. Let me see if I can unmute him. Can I unmute him? You got
all right, Zach.
Do you muted yourself? Oh, he unmuted himself. Ambrose, you're good now. Let's hear you.
Amazing.
He might be having some technical issues.
Yeah.
Zach, would you consider yourself and the people that actually do profit well using this? Would you consider them modern day warlocks?
No.
And why wouldn't
what is the definition of a warlock? Doesn't it have to do with like magical?
Yeah. Wouldn't you consider like performing in rituals, participating in magic?
It's exposing.
No, that's like exactly what the trolls are trying to say we do. We're saying we're using the predictive power of this because they perform these rituals. We're just saying, listen, this is what these people do. We know their patterns. I'm not doing.
But my whole thing is like when you put money on it, you are then participating in it. You're not exposing it.
I'm not doing a magic trick. I'm saying these people redundantly do 41 with Green Bay. I'm banking on 41.
No, I believe you. But I guess I'm more self-reflecting on the participation of this practice for the last, almost 5 years now. And I don't discredit it one bit. I'm always putting on, people to event 201, the usage of 42, 41, 13. Like LA is like, you just kill with that. But
here's the closest you ever saw me try to be a warlock with it. I just said I'm going to go out to Seattle on the day, leaving 201 days left in the air, and see if they receive the event 201 information better, just to see if this works. But do you remember what they did to me that day? I couldn't even do it because they had a guy paid for out there with a huge speaker. And he was waiting for me. When I showed up, he said, "Every time you speak, I'm going to drown you out with this stadium speaker." And he did.
Was it the 201 song? Was it the 201 song?
Yeah, he started off with
I was there.
I Kissed a Girl. I didn't catch it in real time, but when I got back, everyone's comments like, "Zach, did you realize the first song they played equaled 201? I Kissed a Girl."
Yeah.
And I liked it.
Yeah. I was there too, Zach.
I was the one decoding that in real time, like it equals 201.
Yeah, GAD, you're always out there when I'm out there. Here, let's see if Ambrose is working out. What's up, Ambrose?
Yo, greetings, guys. No, I just wanted to plug in real quick and just kind of observe live, like as Max, you're bringing up like some interesting points. And for me, I haven't really bet on anything Gematria, but I have been like Zach. I have all your books. I've studied nonstop, and I really like your videos, Zach, where you especially like when Ruby was born, you went into a lot about how the numbers and the algorithms of the numerics in your life have really shown up and what patterns you see and the connections between just the patterns in your personal life. So that's really my take on what I've learned from this channel. And that's how I study this. But I really like to come at it from the angle, like you were saying, Zach, there are two sides to this. There's the Black Lodge and the White Lodge of Kabbalistic mysticism. And that's really my focus with this work. So I just wanted to plug in with what Max brought up and pretty much just highlight that everything we do in this physical stage, this physical life where we're personified and incarnate in bodies as people, is a part of the grand ritual we're calling our waking life. This matrix is all geometry. So by just being born, you are participating in a satanic ritual. Yes. So you can. It's a good point, and you really could argue
system because of the Roman Empire. That's what happened. Is that the Roman Empire took control of the souls on humanity 400 years ago, and gave everybody a code, gave everybody a social security number, gave everybody a fucking birth certificate, and then we succumb to the fucking system. And that's why we're born. We're not born into a satanic ritual. We're born into a satanic system.
Max.
Hold on. The system, I would agree, is satanic and evil, but I don't think we should frame it that just by being born that means you participated in the satanic ritual. That's true. Good people have to bring good children into the world, into this satanic world, to change it. So I don't think it's right to phrase it as participating in the satanic ritual. Now, I could agree that maybe betting on these evil games and taking advantage of a game that you know is based on the death of a man, that's participating in the satanic ritual. You might not be doing it for evil purposes. You might think at least.
Shit, I'm paying the bills, Zach. I'm paying the bills. I'm trying to live out here.
But I don't think that bringing a child in the world means you're participating in the satanic ritual. I don't like the phrasing of that.
Well, hey, can I just? Oh, my bad. Let me just use this as an example. Like, there's people that work, right? And a lot of these particular corporations like Lowe's, I mean,
Walmart.
Walmart, McDonald's, these are satanic. Look, the people that own these particular entities, they're satanic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they're satanic. They do death rituals on their own employees. So it's like, well, what are you going to sit up here and say? Well, you're participating in the satanic agenda by working with these corporations. I mean, some people have to work.
That's the thing. I feel like we're really reaching a point though where like Zach, you've talked about this too. Just really where people coming together, humanity coming together, living in community, living in cooperation with one another. We're reaching a point where that's what's going to have to happen. So total. I'm not saying everyone has to totally withdraw from the system in every possible way. That's really not sustainable. But realistically, we're being faced as a collective with what are we going to do? Are we going to come together, or are we going to stay in this separation where I'm in this box right here on StreamYard, you're in that box? When are we really going to come together? That's all I'm raising. And
that's a great question. Now, after we did the thing where we went from Seattle to New York, we brought very diverse groups of people together. Like how that's the thing I like about my palace. It always looks very diverse, all ages, all different skin colors. We had very diverse groups all across this nation. And I was saying it feels so good to be with the true seekers. Just because if you've never been out, when we come together, just strangers come together, but it feels like family. Just instantly, there's some commonality. People are able to strike up conversations. Some relationships have come together. Yeah, I said this is how it's supposed to be. It's just like our ancestors were together. There was a tribe, there was a community, people working together, a common purpose. This is how it has to be. Well, what happened as soon as because I was promoting this big time in 2022, man, all of a sudden you started to have all these people come out of the woodwork and try to divide more than ever. And the next thing you know, people who were talking about doing this with me are like all of a sudden like backstabbing. It's like, look at this. Like, okay, I'm trying to make this happen. We just demonstrated how good it can look, and now there's just so many forces in the world that are trying to destroy all
Zach,
things.
Zach, here's the thing: is that I really genuinely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut your thought off there, but the thing is that religion has people completely controlled because it uses gematria within its own book, but people aren't willing to see that because it tests their faith, and they're not willing to bend to that.
Hold on, that's part of it, but that's not the only point I'm making. The guy who was acting like he was the most about creating a community, turns out he was one of the biggest operatives here. He's the same one who brought cuts in the community, and then exactly. So this is you have people that are literally okay. Hey, by the way, I just watched the new Squid Game. Have you guys seen the new Squid Game? The dude.
I don't want to see it.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
No, I'm going to ruin it because they put on a massive cliffhanger anyway. I'm going to ruin it. So the guy who runs the show, if you guys don't know what Squid Game's about, it's like an Illuminati type. They have all this access to information, so they know who's in a financially bad situation. They get these people and they pull them into this game of life or death to become billionaires or die, but they don't realize they're going to die if they don't win. But anyway, the guy who runs the game, he sneaks in and gets on the playing floor, and they don't realize he's the guy that runs the game. And in season 2, what it's about is the guy who won the first contest. He wants to end this evil game. So he's using the resources that he got now to stop this evil game. He doesn't want people to get sucked in this game and get murdered again. So he gets in there, and the guy who runs the game, he wants to understand the mind of this man, the man who escaped and became a billionaire, but now he's back to ruin the game. So he gets in there and pretends like he's a player. He pretends like he's a player. And right when the guy who got in there to ruin the game is about to achieve his master plan, is shutting it all down, the guy who's actually the guy who runs it, who's pretending like he's just a player, he blows up the whole operation. So he was like the operative there on the ground floor, right next to it, acting like he was acting like he was best friends with the guy who wanted to ruin this game. But then right when the guy who came there to end it all, he got stabbed in the back. And that's what I mean. It's just like I was bringing up the thing about this guy who came out to Oklahoma City who had all these bad vibes. I could just pick up on all of it. I knew there was something wrong about this dude. Now here we are years later. We're getting to another crucial moment. And he's online slandering me nonstop 24/7. I'm like, see, I knew it. I knew that guy wasn't out there for any other reason other than like.
Yeah, and he never shared the work either. Like I get him to share gematria. He never did.
Do you think that
we're talking about a guy who goes by the name Tennessee Lee. So
I don't fucking follow retards, Zach.
Oh, I've seen him in the chat before. Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
Yo, Zach.
Yo,
I really came on here. Remember we talked about.
Can you boost your volume, Elohim? It's quiet today.
Yeah, I can barely hear him.
Hello. His mic is far away. That's why.
Yeah. There you go. That's better.
There you go. That's better. Yeah.
Hey, remember we talked about the effect of the vaccine and whether or not they're using it to slowly kill us.
Yeah. You gotta be careful how you word it, though. We might lose the whole live stream. Let's go
you might lose the whole channel.
Yeah, man. You gonna call that shit something out? How you gonna hop in here and know the YouTube fucking guidelines?
Nah, but
man, listen.
But I came through. I ran into some data recently about how the vaccine is causing.
Bro, stop saying that shit, bro.
You gotta call.
Call it something else.
You gotta call it something
listen,
else.
Okay, the medical.
Hokey doke.
Hokey pokey. Hokey pokey.
Okay, the pokey.
Pokey.
Yeah, I came through some data recently about how the pokey doke is causing. See, at first I thought it was just like a ticking bomb in people's body, but this data I've seen recently, there's a lot of miscarriages.
There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah,
there's a lot of turbo cancers. There's a lot of heart problems. There's a lot of things going on. Stillborns. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Record low fertility in the U.S.
Yeah. So do you think that is the direction they're going? Because we see how degenerate the whole society is, and how everything.
Children of Men. Have you seen Children of Men?
Yeah, Children of Men. That's another one. They pay tribute to Pink Floyd's Animals in that movie. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen Children of Men, that came out the end of the 90s, early 2000s, about a world where women can't procreate, and then all of a sudden one woman does, and everyone's after her. How is she giving birth to children in this day and age? That's like what Utopia is about. They're going to sterilize humanity. But yeah.
So that's the thing, because you were bringing that up, but
Huh?
I was gonna say,
We're
like,
very aware.
you were talking about the
Very aware of the
Guidestones.
consequences of this thing.
Oh, say that again. I can't hear you.
He
No,
just
okay,
paid
no,
me.
what you're
But
saying,
that's
we're
gonna
very
pay
aware. A
me.
lot of us are very aware.
Gus already paid me, but I
yeah.
gotta give you
You're not
the
allowed to talk
150
about
for
it.
that, 50 the groceries,
It's yours.
and then another 50.
Yeah,
End game exposure start over. What did you say at the
So
beginning?
basically, all the money I made all went to you and my groceries.
Yep.
Hey, can you start over? Kind of cut out.
I think he said he's made some grocery money.
Yes. Tomorrow, I mean, Wednesday, so like I'll be here in San Antonio.
All right. We got Alex.
Good job.
And Jay. Alex, you got here first. What's up, Alex?
Yo, can you hear me?
You can talk a little louder, but I hear you.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I just
You
want to
start
say,
serenading me. I
Who's
feel
got
like
the
he's going
wind?
to serenade me.
that's cute. Hey, I just want to say, bro, look, I've been following you for like, I want to say like 4 or 5 years. Or actually longer than that. And I first started coding because of you back in like 2020, 2021. Like at the turn of this year and last year, I've probably made like close to like 80 to 100,000 off of gambling just from, you know what I'm saying, following your work and being able to turn a profit and just see all these sports for what they really are. And just to let you all know, every sport operates the exact same way by that code. Every
Go
sport.
to the hold at the bottom.
It doesn't matter if you look at soccer,
Yeah.
which is international. You look at hockey, all these
Tennis.
sports. Yep, I do player props for every single sport, or I have done them. They all operate the same way.
Let's not forget the World Cup. The last World Cup was so blatant. Again, Pope Francis. France falls to 2-2 in the World Cup at the end of 22 when there's 22 men on the field, losing to Argentina, his native country. We had that called out before. I know a lot of people made some good money on that. We had a gentleman come on and say thank you. It's the first time I ever had $40,000 in my life.
An example of it operating in tennis. From it operating in tennis, Venus Williams played on Juneteenth, and she was a huge underdog, and it kind of made the news after she had won. But I had predicted the ending set, the third set, what it was going to be, and I used the fact that the two sets before, Serena had won 7-4, and the other person had won 6-6. So I was like, well, Venus Williams on Juneteenth, like she's the twin sister, the Twin Towers, 747. So I played 7-6 Venus Williams, and it was a plus 1,700 for that to be the fucking set. And yeah, no, it's honestly crazy.
Yeah, well done. What's up, Jay?
I was just going. I heard you talking about the Squid Game, the new season. I saw it too, and yeah, it's the symbolism that they. I didn't catch everything that you said because I joined when you started talking, so I missed as I was joining the stream. But I caught a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, that show is wicked, but it's also highly symbolic. You guys, in season 1, if you still haven't seen Squid Game, it's a messed up show. Again, it's about like an Illuminati type surveying the populace, seeing who has the biggest financial problems, going after these desperate people and saying, listen, come play this game. You can become a billionaire, but they don't tell them that if you lose the game, you die. That's the big catch. But again,
is that what Zach's putting us on right now? Is Zach the originator of Squid Game?
Yeah, exactly. We're not. But again, the first that first show came out 2 or 3 years ago, and the 201 information we were getting into. But man, the opening scene when all those people get murdered, it goes from like a player pool of 550 some people down to 201 in the scene that makes the show. It's like, look at that, 201. And then in season 2, they do it again because after the first 2 games are played, 201 people have been eliminated, and the pot of money is now up to $20.1 billion. And again, you just pay attention to that show. I remember season 1 and season 2 are just all full of numbers. They have to show you that the vote tied at 34 all when ties 34. They got to show you in one game when 4 people are supposed to go in a room, only 3 people went in room 33, and they're thinking they're going to get away with it, and then they all get murdered in there because there wasn't enough people in the room. Just so many numerical rituals. If you just pay, I mean, the whole show numbers. And hold on,
there's 456 players.
You've been going on about Squid Games, right?
Let me go back. That guy is player 456.
Yeah, and his name equals 456 in Gematria.
Yeah, it was something yeah, Jewish Gematria.
Yep. And think about it, 4, 5, 6 coming up. Think about it.
We were having a conversation about Gematria manifesting itself into your own reality, like the numbers laying out and stuff like that. And from learned about it, I didn't have a job for a company with a 32nd degree Freemason that had created the company. But after I learned this stuff and I had been playing it out through the gambling, I had ended up getting a job for a oil, like a gas line company. And I come to find out that the granddad of the person that was like the owner of the company, he was a 32nd degree Freemason, and he had ran lodges in New Mexico. And so I was like, wait, so like I've been, following this shit, and then I start participating by gambling, and it manifests itself in my own reality. It feels like I've opened the door to a something kind of crazy. Like every time I walked into the office, there was a literal Freemason sign, New Mexico Mason. Every day that I walked in there, I was like, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I got plenty of stories like that. Like at the last job I just worked at, when I went in for basically when I went in for like orientation, there was a white guy, short white guy. He had on the Masonic hat, and then one of the other dudes was talking to him. They was like, "Hey, what degree you is?" My daddy, I think it says daddy or uncle. He said, "My uncle a 33rd degree. That's what you is too." And he was like, "Yeah." Like and I've had plenty of experiences like that, like encounters like that, where I literally run into people that are actual Freemasons, and they got the hat.
I saw the certificate and everything. I saw that shit with his name on it, 32nd degree. I was like, what the fuck?
And people act like this shit don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't be existing. It's literally like you can literally go out in the real life and see so many people that are just like literally wearing the fucking hat.
Well, Jay, but you know what's funny? Well, you know what's so funny about this shit, man? Like I've spoken to many like athletes, and in particular, I'll just say this just in the sport that I participate in. Like earlier this year, man, I was having a conversation when we went off live on a StreamYard. Won't say the person's name, but it's sitting up here telling me, and some of the people that when the thing went, when StreamYard goes off the air, thing, and it's not live. The particular person was very open about, well, man, the things that Cat Williams was talking about is shit. This shit is happening in boxing, and if you want to make it to a certain level, you gotta get down with you gotta go sleep with these damn promoters. Like there's masonry involved. There's a lot of shit that's involved, and it's like, and it's to me.
Ryan Garcia had a whole meltdown and shit like that, saying that they had him watch, kids getting, essayed and stuff like that, and it's like, wait, how can he come out and say that and nothing happened?
Well, I'm gonna say this, Max. So I mean, I'll say this. He was used as his whole little shenanigans. Yes. He even said that people got to be careful what they talk about online. So he himself was used as a prop. He was not really speaking on nothing. I mean, he was speaking on some things, but he was more on an Alex Jones type of tip. But no, I mean, but no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Oscar De La Hoya had him as a boy. I mean, Tank Day. I mean, I don't know.
Oscar De La Hoya had himself fucking shame too.
I'm gonna say, yeah, and Floyd Mayweather. I'm gonna just say this: people don't be knowing what be going on. Like they got to pay attention. Like, man, some of these Twitter posts I've seen with him, Adrian Broner, and Tank Davis, man. Floyd had them. I'm gonna tell you straight up. Floyd sexually abused them little boys, man. It is what it is. This is the Babylonian rituals they got to do. It's very. See, it's funny. Like the stupid idiots that that worship these fucking sports and follow these sports and whatnot, the people that's involved, they at the very least they are aware of what goes on, man. They'll tell
So
you that
when you
there's
say the
masonry
word
involved.
worship,
There's blood sacrifices going on, man.
Look. Just look at this. Again, when Pimp C died at 33 on Jay-Z's birthday, there were headlines like this. Homophobic rapper Pimp C dead at 33. And what he really said is, listen, if you want to make it in this hip-hop industry, you're going to bend over and get your butthole lubed up for somebody. And again, he died on Jay-Z's birthday, who is a Mason. So just to give a classic example of what you're talking about now.
I want
people go, how could they keep all these secrets? Man, this society's built by secret societies.
A lot of these people will be fake. I knew somebody from New York that I worked with somebody from New York that grew up in Jay-Z area at that time. He was telling me about how Jay-Z is nothing, he was not this big time dude that he portrays to be in his songs and all that, and he was just telling me about how he knew this dude personally. There's so many people from that area that have came out and exposed this dude. And I knew a dude that was in that at one of my jobs I worked at in the past. That was an old dude from New York. He was from that same area, and he was telling me the same shit. So again, just a lot of these people, it just goes to show how a lot of people is actors, they frauds. They just like you said, you gotta. It's a wicked society.
Superstars.
And there was one dude on here who talked about how McDonald's be how it doesn't matter if you bet, because that's another thing I wanted to mention is that it makes my head hurt when people talk about how if you bet you're participating in the. And it's I get where these people are coming from, but what these people gotta understand is that
you brought up the word worship, so
unfortunately,
isn't putting your money towards something that is that a form of tithing, a form of no, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say,
you can't.
It is double-sided. It is double-sided.
Oh well, no, that's what I was about to say. I was this is why making the video the videos that I make about the companies and the corporations, that's why this stuff is so important, because the reality of the situation was there was somebody that talked about how McDonald's is they do the same thing with with their employees and really all these companies. The reality situation is, unfortunately, we live in a world that's set up to where you have to fuck people over or contribute to some type of evil in some way in order to get on at every job you got, even when you ignore the sacrifice and shit. If you work at McDonald's, you're supporting foods being given to people that are going to give people all types of, it's literally food that doesn't even expire. These foods are going to have ingredients in it that
they don't have
they give people diabetes, cancer, all that shit. So it's but people, like you said, people need a job. So, or you might, work in a warehouse company where you're shipping off parts that are made with, I have, that are made with chemicals and metals that are linked to cancer. They have the Prop 65 warning label on them, and it's but I need it. You know what I'm saying? They need to work a job. So it's not. It's unfortunately. That's the world that's been set up for us, where it's unavoidable. So it's
here just to
you can't blame.
Here's my simple observation on this: humanity got away from nature.
Humanity exactly.
Got away from nature. We used to just live in nature. We used to live off nature. We used to rely on each other. We used to have a tribe. We were living the way the world was meant to be, picking the fruit from the tree. We got to hunt. We hunt, but it's all within nature. Then man figured out how to advance. And again, all things good and bad. Obviously, there's some good things in these advancements, having hot showers. All this is nice, but it's not the way the world was meant to be. Were we really supposed to chop down the trees and turn them into houses? And now we got problems because we destroyed forests and wilderness, and now other species of animals are. Again,
and it causes an imbalance.
That hot shower is not good for you, right?
What's that?
Hot shower is not good for you, right?
Well, I know there's benefits to a cold shower. I'm not going to say that a hot shower is bad for you.
I don't think it's bad for you.
A hot shower gets rid of it, so you can't tell me it's all bad. But
it really depends on the water. It depends on the water that you're showering in.
Hold on,
wish I was going there.
I do have to wrap this up. So let's go down the line to get everybody a closing thought in here. We'll just go Rich, Max Range, GAD, Ambrose, Elohim, Alex, Endgame, Jay. So just a minute or so closing statement for what you want the world to think about today. Rich, lead it off.
All right.
I also wanted to add on to the Puerto Rican boxer Pa Bamba. Do you remember the other boxer that died at age 38 earlier this year? His nickname was also Bomba.
I honestly forgot. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, just notice from his death, he died on October 15th. I think his last name was Vasconcelos. I think that's what his last name was. You just look it up. He died at age 38 this year. But from his death to this man's death was 73 days apart. And again, Saturnalia equals 73, like ritual sacrifice, like sacrifice equals 73. But this boxer, the Pa Bamba, he had fought a guy named Rogelio Medina. And in Gematria, his name equals 73, like Saturnalia. And he did that during the time of Saturnalia. And then he died at age 35, and Saturnalia is 35, like his last name, like boxing. But
must all be another coincidence.
You know what's interesting? They also have to mention the 193. That's also the 44th prime number, as you mentioned in your post. I've seen it. But Neo's full name, if you just look it up, his full name equals 193. And again, that was his manager.
Oh, is that the same singer Neo that was his manager?
Yeah. Yep.
See, another guy, a big fish eats a smaller fish, man. Yep. Over and over.
Right.
But yeah, that's all I had. Hey, appreciate it, Zach. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, all the retards, you guys need to pull your head out of your ass. Quit calling this shit a coincidence, because it's not. So
yeah. All right, Rich. Appreciate it, man. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
All right, you're up, Max Rains.
Cool. I just want to start off by thanking Zach for the information, for sure. I've read your first book. I just want people to know that exposing gematria and telling people that it is rigged a certain way is very important. But gambling, using this information is a double-edged sword, because I believe you open a door to something that you can't see or control.
I don't disagree with that. That very well could be true.
And and I'm not that's not it's not a knock, because it could be positive or negative, but that is the world we live in. But yeah, I just I like to come in here, actually talk to people that actually understand the information, and not talk to people that I'm showing it for the first time to. But yeah, it is genuinely real, and just be careful with the information and how you use it.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. All right, Max Rains, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yep. Later.
All right, what's up, GAD?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say this briefly, man. Like, the people that were on that you were dealing with the other day, they're a very small microcosm of the retards and the morons they're here today. And I'm gonna be honest, man. A lot of these Trump, though, and from what I remember, a lot of those guys were MAGA, Trump supporter, right wing, characters. You're just playing a caricature. They believe in a society. I've dealt with some of these people before. And it's they have some things to say that are positive, but at the same time, I mean, they're very ignorant, no different than any of the other different people. As far as the boxer is concerned, that dude fights in the same weight class that I'm targeting this year to fight in, and it's just a great reminder that, man, no matter what you deal with, where you're at, you can't escape that the Luciferians are in every aspect of life, and I just have to watch my steps with certain people and who I deal with.
I want to remind you, the first time you came out to Seattle, you told me you were a boxer, and I didn't doubt that for a minute based on your build. And you said that you were flirting with this idea. You're like, man, I can kind of go like pro, semi-pro, but learning what you're showing, I'm not sure I want to be a part of this industry. And I told you, I said, yeah, that's a tough decision. So that was what you brought up the very first time we met.
Yeah. And what's funny? I mean, I've had what's the name, Yash Kara, the dude that put out a lot of the videos about the industry too. He even told me, man, like, look, man, if you go up in the ring, you make 500,000 or more, he's like, bro, you're gonna be dealing with devils. You know what I'm saying? Like, people.
We should box.
Huh?
We should box. We should spar.
You don't want to box this guy, Elohim. Trust me. A lot of these guys challenge me to box. I'll box a lot of people challenge me. I'm not going to box GAD. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a first round knockout.
I'm a mixed martial artist. I can handle myself.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds like it'd be a good fight.
No, I mean, well, I'm always good. I'm always open to work, and spar and whatnot. But but I will say, but closing on that, just looking at that, just the fact that I'm targeting that weight class, it's like shit, man. You got to deal with these motherfuckers, man, at a certain point, man. And yeah, man, that's why this work is so important.
Indeed. Hey, I appreciate you always being on here and always coming out to Seattle. He's been out on the streets with me almost every time I've gone out there. So he looks like my bodyguard when he's out there. That's what GAD looks like. So
what's your weight class? What's your weight class, GAD?
I'm heavyweight right now, but but naturally I'd probably be a cruiserweight though.
I'm 155.
155.
Yeah, you probably got 100 pounds on you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a fact. But y'all take it easy.
Hey,
I forget exactly. He's probably at least 6 feet tall. I forget exactly. He might be a little tall. He's around 6 feet tall, but he's well built. No, you don't. He's gonna hit you hard. You better guard that.
Exactly. Why Ambrose look like the white Jesus?
No, I get that too much.
Ambrose, what's up, Ambrose?
Yeah, I just want to wrap up by just.
Or no, he's back. He's back. Let Ambrose go. It's his turn.
Yeah. Oh, give thanks. I just want to bring everyone's awareness more to just, again, that practical application of Gematria, not just for using it and recycling it back into the system for sports, entertainment, stuff like that. Just really see how it comes up in your own life, see the themes, see the details of your life, and work with the numbers. Really work with the numbers. There's two sides to this, like we're saying. To everybody who's watching who hasn't actually held one of Zach Hubbard's books, please definitely check out all his books. Number Games is amazing. I'm actually out here in Portugal right now, living in 100% like eco-friendly, just all self-determined community. So I just want to bring people's awareness to that as well. If you're in the States, start bringing it together immediately. Pound pavement, or just come together and just start exchanging ideas. Whatever it takes, like bring that spirit into this. It's time. We have to do it. We talked a lot tonight about just this is how the world is and blah, blah, blah. I personally, what I see is that this is the end of the circus. This is the end of that. So we need to start preparing platforms to hop onto to keep this organic movement going and just keep that awareness high. That's really all I'm here to remind you guys of.
Hold on before you go, Ambrose. Hold on before you go. Are you saying like you see like the collapse of everything they have and they're moving us into something else? So you better be like doing what you're doing, yes, or living like the Amish so you can sustain from the end of this.
Not even.
We already should have been doing.
Yeah. In a way, yes, I'm saying that, but also it doesn't matter. Don't put so much emphasis on where you physically reside, because a lot of people, I see a lot of fear, people kind of freaking out about being in an enclosed area or being in a future 15-minute city. Don't worry about none of that. Just start making small changes from the way you're eating to just having more awareness. And yes, eventually, let's start building platforms. That's what we're doing here in Portugal right now. Small community of about it varies between 15 and 20 people. We're growing our own food. We're making our own clothes out of hemp. We're doing it. We're doing it. There's no. We still do use devices and technology right now. It's how I'm able to speak with you guys. So it's not Amish, but we're using everything at our disposal to optimize our lifestyle and just spread awareness.
I have a question. Are you supplying your own like to use the phones? Like, are you guys like using like your own like source of like electricity? Like, are y'all in control of your own?
So
like,
as far as electricity, everything is 100% off grid where we are. It's 100% off grid. Everything is solar powered completely, which is not complete freedom because that is attached to the grid. But no, in terms of like Wi-Fi and stuff like that, no, we all use that. We have our own like personal little routers we carry, and we just turn them on as needed. But it's not Amish at all, we're also building our own houses. We're getting into cob houses, stuff like this. So just start getting open your mind to these things now and familiarize yourself with them now, because I'm telling you, this circus, they have to pack their shit and get out. This is the end of an age just occurred. So all this turmoil we're going to see is the collapse. So,
we're
there's
in
something on the horizon.
The last generation.
Yes. Absolutely.
I agree, Ambrose.
So
this is what I was on in 2022. I just realized it was so hard with how many just like agents were around. I was like, this is hard for me to achieve. I got too many people. I got too many sharks around me. So, but no, you are right, and I've been saying people need to do the same thing. So I appreciate you coming on here and demonstrating.
It's been very apparent.
Yeah,
couldn't be more apparent.
Ambrose froze again. But yeah, I think Ambrose is absolutely right. It was nice to have him on here. I don't think he's ever come on before. Thank you, Ambrose. We look forward to the next time. All right, Elohim, you're up.
Yo, Zach, I really want to talk about you know how when they do these celebrity deaths is, you know, it's all energy harvest. You know, have you ever looked into the gematria for fake death hoax?
Yeah, that is very interesting. It is very interesting.
You know, because it's just, I mean, they could really be just mass killing all these celebrities. I mean, the amount of just deaths that occur is just, you know, ridiculous. You know, but I don't know. I just feel like part of it might be, you know, death hoax. You know, fake deaths. You know, just to harvest energy. You know, because who knows if they're really killing these people, you know? And some of these celebrities don't even age. I mean, have you seen Bill Cosby? He's looked the same since the 90s, you know? So yeah, I just wanted to know if you ever looked into the gematria of death faker or fake death.
You got like the 86 in there. You got the 34 like murder. Yeah, I've noticed those things too. And again, manipulating the energy of the audience. It can be done by really killing these people or even just saying they died. I think there's even a 41 in one of those like Kobe. And
yeah,
it is very possible. It is very possible. Again, we're only going to know those things for certain when we got enough people pushing and helping us answer the questions we still have. But yeah,
have you took a look at that K Greek interview?
I still need to watch it. I still need to watch it.
Zach. She says a lot in there that yeah, she just says a lot in there that you know just makes a lot of sense. You know, how all of this is ran by ex-military guys, ex-Navy, Navy SEAL guys, Marines.
Here's something else to look up besides what she said. Look up when TV first came out. Every major anchor on every network was military educated. That was one of my first videos when I first started. I didn't do as much gematria. I just point out things like that. I said, you guys, it's always been a military operation in this country. That's why we've got bases everywhere. That's why this nation's always at war. Again, you look at how the Jesuits published Art of War right before this nation was founded. Again, this is one big military operation. And even like those pokey-dokes, they all came from military bases. The stuff flying in the sky, making the tic-tac-toe patterns. There's no doubt that those, whether they're planes or drones, are taken off from military bases. And again, I start to wonder about that with this whole thing with Georgia Guidestones and Plains, Georgia, and a plane crash. I'm like, are they pointing out to like what they're doing with it? Because I do wonder. We don't know all what they're spraying up there in the sky. I mean, that shit could be like pesticide for us. And again, some days I watch it rain down like a spider web out here when the conditions are just right. Like it's the September time of year out here in Washington. You come out here where I live, you'll see how in September, October, man, you'll see these webs just flying down the sky, and it gets on you. Sometimes it'll hit you in the face, and you're like, what the hell is this shit? And
you can look up a lot of fumes that they like that are like in the air in a lot of areas. They're not, even the FDA doesn't approve of it, and these people are still allowed to do the shit. And again, they cause cancer.
Operating at a higher level than our own government, they're above the law. So
yeah, and they're
it's
all
disgusting.
They're all. She mentioned that they're all homosexuals and how they use the homosexuals in the military to. They are the ones that are more controllable. You know, they are the ones that are easy to blackmail, basically. You know, so I don't know. I just find that interesting with how certain rappers are now basically gay. You know, so anyway, that was all. I just wanted to know if you.
John Mendoza left a comment. Look up the German beer commercial about all these fake celebrities or celebrities that supposedly died living on a celebrity island. You can find that ad. It's probably about 10 years old now. German beer commercial. Again, Germany, where the Illuminati's from. So, all righty, Louis. Take care, man.
I'll be safe. Yeah.
Take care. You know, Elohim went on that CT panel the other day, and he asked him who was going to win the football games, and he gave him 2 of the games, and he was right about both. And then when the stream was over and it was right, he says, see, Gematria can't predict anything. It's like, see, what's wrong with people like this? He literally gave you both games correctly, and then he gets no credit. I mean, that's his cognitive dissonance thing.
Yeah.
Alex, your turn. What's up, Alex?
Yo, I just want to say again, thank you for sparking my mind in this direction. Because, like I said, I'd probably be homeless or somewhere else, not good by now, if I did not put that knowledge to the test. And I know you were ragging on the flat Earth a lot this stream. I just want to ask you as a personal favor to just keep an open mind on that, because it's a lot bigger, or that deception is a lot more grand than just, is it flat? Is it not flat? Like, you know, there's a reason why Elon Musk, I'm on Twitter a lot. There's a reason why Elon Musk is always on Twitter touting going to Mars or taking the civilization elsewhere, when he knows we can't do that. He sent plenty of stuff up there, satellites, spaceships, all that stuff. He already knows that we're not breaking the atmosphere. So why is he perpetuating that lie himself? Like,
hold on. Do you know definitively that they cannot?
What do you mean by that?
Do you know that they cannot? Do you know that it's an absolute impossibility?
Well, in what context are you looking for me to answer that?
I'm just saying, because I don't know necessarily either way. I'm open to the idea that they can't do it, but I also don't know that they cannot do it. So how do you say that? Because you said definitively. So I'm saying, how do you know definitively the answer to that question?
Well, we're talking about like the creation of the whole Earth, which is not something that any one human being has done. It's like, yeah, the creator was responsible for that. So why is, like, we're able to be down here and like do science to experiment and figure other stuff out, but that, like the creation of the Earth, there's no experiment that we're going to be able to do that's going to be able to replicate what that looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, since you want to bring this up. Again, flat Earth was a vicious psychological operations meant to make this community look stupid. And everything that I said in 2015 has proven itself out. I said, just watch it. In a number of years, they're going to be comparing flat earthers to people who question 9/11. That's all happened. I mean, they literally, Google even at the same time said they're going to start banning flat earth content along with people questioning 9/11. They put them side by side. I saw them a mile away. Now listen, flat earthers do not understand simple observation. There's a reason that no matter where you are on this earth, the sun rises due east and sets due west. That would be impossible on this flat earth map, that these flat earthers don't have enough mental IQ points up here to, they do the sun spinning over this circle, and they should be like, well, that, man, based on where you are on the earth, sun might rise in the north, it might set in the south. That doesn't happen anywhere on this earth. Okay. Again, when you're in the northern hemisphere, you see a different set of stars in the southern hemisphere, and that's because the earth is a sphere. It's the only way to explain it. And not to mention, the stars also rotate in an opposite direction depending on which side you're on. And again, this is easy to understand on a sphere. If you're up on this top of the earth and it's spinning this way, it's going to look like the stars above are going this way. But on the other side, it's going to look like it's going the other way. All of these things are explained on a sphere. Time zones, seasons, all of these things make sense on a sphere. What we observe about how in the northern hemisphere, days are longer in the summer and shorter in the winter, the further north you go, and it's the exact opposite in the south. All of these things are observable and provable, but they only make sense on a spherical model. Plus, when you look out at the other things that move in the sky, they're all spherical, you know, including the moon. And you have flat earthers making these crazy arguments. They're like, oh, well, the reason that is because it's like we're in the Truman Show, and that's actually a hologram. And it's just like, come on, man. You're giving the cabal way too much. Like, they're maintaining this fake sun and a holographic moon all the time. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, no, but look,
Alex, no, hold on. You wanted to make this point. I'm making the point, and I'm going to stand on it. Flat Earth is for stupid people. Like I said, though, the one thing that's good about flat earthers is they are questioning things. And I said that's where they might actually be superior in a way to somebody who has a superior intellect, like Professor Dave explains, because his folly is that he trusts the authorities so much, and he's still vouching for that C19 jab. And it's like, how can, I mean, come on, you're a smart guy and you're still vouching for this thing. You didn't see that it was totally useless. And there's people that have all these health problems now since it came out. So again, this is the benefit of the flat earthers. They question things, but the downside is even though they see they're lied to, they don't have enough discernment to realize what else is a lie. And you should have enough discernment to see that there's a reason Google made flat earth viral in 2015. There was a lot of breakthrough. I felt like humanity really started to awaken after 2012. Everyone was expecting this Mayan end of the world. I was, and I knew that was a bunch of load of BS, but it didn't seem like something happened in humanity for any of us who'd been awake for a period of time. There were a lot more people starting to question. Like I said, I would start being at like parties and people coming to me like, hey man, have you seen this film Zeitgeist? I'm looking for something. I was like, whoa, I got people coming up to me asking me the kind of questions I was asking 10 years ago. And then all of a sudden, flat earth comes in 2015 and it just like fractured whatever was going on in humanity. And now it's like, that's what it's turned into. Like, it feels like the last 10 years. You're either a flat earther, you're someone making fun of flat earthers, and rightfully so to make fun of flat earthers. Again, anyone who knows flat earth probably knows Daniel Pratt. He has a little small channel. He's constantly like holding up a circle. He's like, look, if the earth was a sphere, planes would just fly away from the circle. I was just like, dude, I mean, it's but the reason I bring up this guy is because he was one of the first people on YouTube to really take to my work and start doing his own decodes and start sharing information. He was like one of the biggest early advocates of my work when I just started my channel. But when flat earth came, he asked, he said, Zach, are you going with us with the flat earth? I said, no, I'm not going. And then he's like, F you. And he started making videos about how I was a shill. I was like, oh, I'm a shill because I can see the earth isn't flat. But then that became everything. And again, Alex, flat earth is totally stupid, okay? For all of you who cannot see it, I'm telling you, you don't have enough critical thinking and not enough discernment. Again, this stuff is basic. Again, if you're flat earth with your circle with a moon going around it, everybody would see every single side of the moon. We know that's not true. You only see one side of the moon. It's locked in its orbit with the earth. It does not rotate. We only see one side of the moon no matter where we are on the earth. Again, there's so many simple things to understand, but then flat earthers have to create more and more bullshit to, well, that's because it's a hologram.
Right.
It's like, just stop, guys. You're making us all look retarded.
Right. That's not the point that I'm making, though, by the way. And
I don't know what point you're making then.
Right. So the point that I was making, just to piggyback off of that, is that we're all down here and we're trying to bring the understanding of what was created way out there and bring it down here.
Flat earthers aren't bringing any understanding. They're just making people look stupid.
Right, which is not going to solve anything. But my belief in that comes from reviewing, texts on how it was created. Like that's a separate matter. But I just want to ask you just to keep an open mind and to understand, or just
keep an open mind to what? This is a truth channel. I've been speaking nothing but facts and truth the whole time I've been here, and exposing the flat earth psyop was important, and had more people listened, they wouldn't have wasted a decade of their life. They wouldn't have been like Jeranism, who now is embarrassed about himself. And the point I made about Jeranism earlier is he was dogging my work, saying it was stupid. My work stands on a mountain of evidence. Again, Jeranism specifically made a video making fun of what I said about plane crashes in 43. Hey, there's 100 more examples since he made that video that are happening right now in front of us. And again, Jeranism right now is falling off of his flat earth edge, looking like a dumbass. And I told him a decade ago, I said, dude, you are doing something that's worthless and stupid and divisive. And he made a lot of money off it. I mean, he made a fortune. So that's the one thing for Jeranism to come out and admit that it's a psyop. I mean, Jeranism probably made $1 million off of his flat earth stuff over the last 10 years. And think about that. There were and a lot of people made a lot of money off flat earth. There was so much money and resources dedicated to this total bullshit psyop while people slept on what we're doing over here. Again, the thing that actually exposes the real evil in the world, the thing that has tangible benefits, like how you can improve your financial position. Again, it's sad that so many people are so stupid they couldn't see what the real deal was, and they fell for the fake bullshit. And I don't know what you're on here talking about right now, Alex. You're not really making any sense to me, even going on about this flat earth thing.
I know I'm not, but look, bottom line is, for me, we're talking about the creation of mankind, which is not a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing.
Which are things that we're not ever going to understand, right?
Yes.
There's a great mystery to our existence here. Big Bang doesn't explain it for science. Genesis doesn't fully explain it. We're not, it's clear that whatever us being here, it's clear we're not meant to know everything. We're not going to know everything. That's why I never speak in absolutes. You spoke in an absolute. You said that you know that they can never go to Mars. They can never escape this atmosphere. Do you really know that? Because I don't know that. How do you know that? I asked you that and you acted like you didn't know what I was asking you after you just said it.
Right. So there are other books that I've viewed outside of the Genesis books in that particular book. That's where I get my information from on that. But like I said, you have to have an open mind.
Here, Alex, this is the kind of stuff I want to point out to you. This is why I can't stand flat earthers, because they are a cult. Like here's typically what happens when you start saying what I'm saying. Wait, right? Do you believe in NASA? You guys, right. NASA has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay, this is a cult. You guys all go into the same things. Flat earthers are like, NASA's to maintain the lie of the shape of the Earth. Are you guys sure that NASA
fucking Jesuits
it's not to maintain its $68 million a day budget? Doesn't that make more sense? How the government's doing all these different psychological operations to justify spending for the military-industrial complex, which NASA's a part of? This is a lot easier thing to understand, that we are tax cattle and slaves and having to pay all this money where we're lied to. Again, is this $68 million a day that goes to NASA, which is the budget right now? Is it really going towards improving flight? I'm sure part of it is. Is it really going towards space missions and blah, blah, blah? Or is it going into the pockets of the ruling class and these propped up puppets like Elon Musk, who are said to be private individuals, but are really doing the bidding of building the government surveillance state? Again, just every flat earth thought is like, you guys see, your mind has been created and molded so that you go to all the wrong ideas. The whole point of this is to hide the shape of the Earth. Why the hell would this even matter?
Well,
it doesn't say in the Bible.
I can definitely say something.
It says the four corners of the Earth.
I can definitely speak on that real quick. I can definitely answer that question real quick. Like, why does it matter? The shape of the Earth matter? That is going to come up like in the next 2 or 3 years. They're going to use that to their advantage for the next deception. That works in their favor.
Okay.
Like,
Alex, here's my advice to you. Don't make claims about things that you know that you don't know. Okay? A lot of people do that. You don't know that they can't escape the atmosphere. Okay? You don't know that.
I mean, no one else would know either.
But does that give you the right to claim you know something you don't?
That's my belief.
Okay, it's your belief. That's fine. I believe they cannot escape the atmosphere. That's fine. That's fine. See, flat earthers can believe whatever they want. If every flat earther just said, "I believe the Earth is flat despite all the evidence," fine. But when they're the thing that flat earthers do is they come in, they're like, "Oh, Baltard, it's obviously flat," and it's like, no, it's obviously not flat. And you calling me a retard is very provoking because I know which one of us is the retard.
Yeah, so, I have none of those comments. I think you do great work, and just to say again, like, just keep an open mind, because like I said, that whole topic works in their favor if it's a globe. Like, that's what the whole next deception is all about. It doesn't work in
their favor. I mean, this is nonsense. No, the shape of the Earth really doesn't matter. Like I said in 2015, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. It matters what's going on Earth. And instead, people would rather fight about the shape, which just shows you kind of how dumb they are. So anyway, Alex, appreciate it, man. You take care. Again, I can't stand when people claim to know things they don't know. Super annoying, super bad habit, and a horrible quality of the flat Earth cult. Which is religion. And that's the thing about religious people claim to know things they don't. They claim superiority. My God is the true God. It's just like, well, if there's a God or gods or whatever it is, it obviously created all of us. I don't know why we're fighting over this because of what was written in some book.
Zach, just real quick, he was claiming that we can't leave the atmosphere, but I don't agree with that at all. I think we definitely can leave the atmosphere, because you can watch videos of POV cameras that they attach to rockets like SpaceX. You could literally watch them fly out of the Earth. So I don't know why people
that's all fake and CGI. But then these same people who use those arguments are the same ones that say, watch this YouTube video because look, this video shows that this would not be passable on a curved Earth. It's like, see, you guys are just choosing to believe in what videos you think are the real videos. This is
it's the fish islands.
Yeah, it's like, here, I'm just going to come back to all the basics.
Oh,
stars rotate in opposite. Here, for all of you guys who hate the globe, get a globe and rotate the globe one way, and imagine if you're on this side, what side way the stars would be rotating, and then go on the other side and go like, oh yeah, the stars would be rotating the opposite way from the other side. Oh, this is actually what's observed on Earth. Oh, what's observable on Earth makes sense with this spherical Earth model. And the fact that you guys think all that's some kind of bullshit just shows that your mind's actually what's the shit. End game exposure, what's up? End game exposure.
What's up, man? I just wanted to go over how, Texas, its birthday yesterday was on 12/29 and 29 plus.
Remember the Lone Star State, and it's just like how Netanyahu came back for the Lone Star Nation on 12/29. Go ahead.
Well, anyways, yeah, it turns 179 years old, and 41.
179 in that plane crash.
Yeah.
41st time, Dallas 41.
Exactly. Yeah, the Spurs, they covered the spread. It was minus 107. And 107 is the 28th prime. It's the 28th state. But it was I just want to go over that, that huge numerical ritual. But right now I'm in my kitchen right now, making my healthy food, trying to make a difference in my city. But I just want to, appreciate you, Zach, everything you do. And yeah, man, a lot of great open minds here in this chat that open me up. And yeah, kind of busy right now, but y'all take care, guys.
All right, man, appreciate it. All right, Jay, last man up. What's up?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to make the point about is that like similar to what the guy was talking about, where he was saying that he wanted to box I can't remember his name. But he said he wanted to box professionally, but he knew like the type of stuff that was going on. That's kind of the predicament that I found myself in, where, I want to, come out with the graphic novel, but like I know you don't have to be involved with certain people, but I know that if you want a certain, level of exposure, that will be challenging if you don't have certain people to push your work, and if you're not at a certain spot in the industry. So it's like these are things that like, because what you talked about with Akira Toriyama, and the stuff, the little coincidences, right, with his death in light of the timing that he died. And it's just like it's like damn, it's like, and then I think about the Chadwick Boseman shit and all this, and I think about how so many people have their work taken. It's like is Stan Lee even the real person who created like all of the Marvel people, like are these people that they just put like in these roles, is or a lot of these authors even, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not saying that they aren't, but it always makes me think, because it's like, damn, like when you notice all this other little shit where it's like people take credit for other people's work, it's like, damn, like, do I really have to risk being like fucking like, like being in danger just for me wanting to put out stories or be involved in the entertainment industry to any capacity? It's like, it's fucked up. Like, it's fucked up that I even have to worry about this, because all I'm gonna do is put out a story. And it's like I have a really good, like I really am confident that this is what I was put on this earth to do. Like I really am confident, because like the story that I have, like the idea that I have, like the concept, like the power system, it's something that I really think is like the best. It's something that I think can be like, it will be like really iconic if it got like the exposure. Like I think this is something that should like blow if it has enough people looking at it. But the problem is just knowing how controlled a lot of things are in the industry.
Absolutely. It's just like, hey, you might put out a great song and it has a real message, and the algorithm says, we don't want that real message out here. We don't want that influence society. We want people poisoned. So they're going to push some trash. And then you're sitting there going,
exactly,
with no recognition, while this trash is making this guy an overnight millionaire.
Exactly. And like I share so many stories of like authors like not being able to control like at what time they'll end the series. Like a lot of times authors want to end the series, but then it's like they're like, oh, they're told to like keep doing, so then they keep doing it. And it's like sometimes I wonder, it's like, you know, a lot of good TV shows that start off good, they decline in quality because of that. And it's like, I don't want my show to be a victim of that. I want to end my show when it's supposed to end. But then it's like, I wonder, it's like, because a lot of times I'll see shit and I'm like, why as an author would you let your TV show go to shit like that? Like the money can't be enough of a reason. It's like, I wonder, I'm like, are these people being blackmailed? Are there, you know what I'm saying? Like, are these people being like blackmailed, like by like the threat of death or the threat of death of like their family if they don't keep doing shit like this? Like is it really that serious to where like they really can't do anything? Like, or it's like you or your family's gonna die. It's like, would I really be putting me and my family in that position if I really wanted to go up in the ranks? Like, would I really have no way to avoid that shit? And it's like, this is the stuff that I think about when I'm creating it.
Doesn't it seem logical that that's how it is? Because, like, again, if somebody says you do this, we're going to not only kill you, but first we're going to kill your children and your mom and your dad, and we know you like your best friend too, and of course, lady, you're all going to go. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to say y'all died in a plane crash or a car crash, or
a car accident.
Say that you killed them all, and then you shot yourself afterwards.
Exactly.
I think it is something like that. And I also think that they do like to pick people on the world stage that they know they can hold something over.
Yeah.
Like this guy, he might be the third best rapper in the room or whatever, the third best writer, but he's the one that they know that if they put him up there, they got something that they can definitely hold on him that they don't want out there. They already got some blackmail on him because people don't want to die and people don't want to be embarrassed and have their whole,
Like I know this is what they're doing, but like, do you think that there's any way to like be successful while getting? Do you think there's any way to get around this and still be successful?
Well, yeah, it depends on what you judge as successful.
Just being able to take. I don't care about being the richest, but just
successful in my mission of educating about this information.
I just want to be successful enough to take care of my family, like to live comfortably.
Okay, well, that's your level of success. I think you can easily do that.
Okay.
Like I look
it's
at
just
this, and somebody might argue that I've been somewhat successful because I've reached a lot of people and I've helped a lot of people out, but I haven't reached my own goals. So I don't consider myself successful. I didn't achieve what I wanted to do. I said 10 years ago, I didn't want to have any children until I helped change the world. And I have a child and the world is worse off than it was more than 10 years ago when I started. Again, it's all what you set for your limited success. And, I showed that video that day, that 50-some-year-old man who's never been married. Did you see that video, Jay, when I talked about that?
I saw it.
Did you see what he's now doing?
No.
I don't know if we had the push or not, but days later, he just said, all right, I'm waiting too long. I'm going to Asia. And now he said he's done. He realized he doesn't want to be a part of America anymore. He realizes being in Vietnam, he can live for $1,000 a month. And now he's in a position where he has a government pension and he gets $4,000 a month. So he has $4,000 a month coming in. So he can easily live in Vietnam for $1,000 a year or $1,000 a month. And he said he realized, he's like, listen, I don't have to mow the lawn. I don't have to pay all these taxes and fees, property taxes. He says, I feel freer over here. I can travel the world. There's other Asian nations where I can live for even less than $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
So again, there's so
that's what I plan on doing when I make it. I plan on leaving here like that.
So that's what I mean. You could literally even right now, you could pick up and you could move to Vietnam and find yourself a sweet lady over there or something, and start a family and do your thing and live more modestly and not have to pay it up with all these taxes. I mean, there really is all kinds of different things we can start about or do to change our life. The thing that I was telling the sweet lady, because she was watching this and saying like, man, is that what we should do? And I said, well, the only downside of that is these Western nations love to pick on those Asian nations. I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's the only downside.
That probably wasn't Mother Nature, that tsunami that killed almost 300,000 people. You know, how they spray all these crazy chemicals. Where sweet ladies from in Burma, like sometimes she worries about herself because it's just crazy how people die from just weird disease and illness over there. Just like things happen in a flash. I'm telling you, it's because there's so much experimentation that the West is doing with those Asian nations.
They're vulnerable nation.
So, I mean, good and bad to all things, but we do have options. And again, we can be successful as long as we have me seeing myself as not successful. It's because I probably, you could argue, didn't have a realistic expectation when I started this. But I mean, I'm like you and a lot of other people. I'm just so frustrated with the way the world is, the injustice, the deception, the constant being mocked. And it's crazy how the people who are, that's why I guess they say ignorance is bliss, because you don't even realize how you're being lied to and mocked. You're just, whatever. It's just water off.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to point out, like I was more so like thinking like, it's like, damn, like, because, you know, like, is it like a thing where like if something goes, like if something gets big enough, will they like try to always control it, or will they just let you be? Like, that's more so where I was like coming from. Like, do they feel the need to, I don't know.
I'm going to address this when you're done, Jay. I'm going to address this comment right here. Because, see, this is the problem with people, disingenuous.
Yeah, disingenuous.
All he said. He made a claim that I knew he couldn't prove, and then he was trying to vouch for something that's a total psyop that makes everybody dumber for it. And it's not like, hey, exactly. It's like saying like, oh, well, this dude just told you that, like, man, if you come over to his place, it's cool to get fucked in the ass and then do some heroin and let him fuck you in the ass some more.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why not have an open mind to it?
Zach, I literally,
mind, why?
No,
Zach,
but it's like
open mind to getting fucked in the ass and becoming a junkie.
I literally just named like a video you can go to like look up where you can watch a rocket leave the Earth in real time and go into space. And it's just like these people are like saying shit like you can't leave the atmosphere. And I'm like, where's the fucking proof for that? Like,
that's not going to appeal to flat earthers because they only choose their videos.
Like,
but again, no, you don't have to have an open mind about everything. And I entertain the idea of flat earth from this going by a couple of guys like, nah, this doesn't make any sense because, again, you guys, I've been on the same logical point since 2015. And what I know about all flat earthers is they can't address a single one of these points. And they also don't care. They don't care because their worldview is not based on evidence. It's based on their belief and their cult.
But see, that's how they gaslight you. They say, oh, you don't have an open mind because of this. But it's like, no, we have open minds. That doesn't mean we can't still call out when something is obviously bullshit.
Listen, we got superior minds to flat earthers. That's why we don't fall for the psyop. Your inferior mind is why you cannot see that it's a psyop and you don't care about logical facts that prove the Earth's not flat. And like I said, the reason this came up is because right now this is a big thing. There's certain flat earthers who are getting embarrassed because they just got flown down to Antarctica and proven wrong. And you see what flat earthers are doing. They're posting videos now of how easy it is to put a fake sun in the sky.
Yeah.
This is why you cannot prove things through internet videos.
I had somebody comment about that on one of my community tab posts.
I'm putting out logical information that could be auditory, can be spoken on the street. My work isn't proven through the visual. So a dummy will come right back with that argument because they're a dummy. Again, flat earth cannot be proven through YouTube videos. Flat earth can be proven false through just real world logical things that are observed every single day from living on this rotating earth. And I get tired of flat earthers showing spinning tennis balls. We're talking about something that rotates one time every 24 hours as it's supposed. Here, what you could argue that I'll accept is the argument between geocentrism and heliocentrism, but both of those are based on a spherical earth. I can tolerate that argument. I can get that. But the flat earth bullshit, you guys, like I said, the reason I brought that up is because Jeranism is going through a life crisis right now. And had he taken my advice 10 years ago, he would. And again, the reason I say it's so perfect is because Jeranism, the one time he tried to dog me was for my work on plane crashes in 43. That's being proven true again 10 years later, while he's finally realizing the earth isn't flat because a millionaire paid $30,000 for him to go to Antarctica so he could shut up about the lie that he was promoting for a long time, which is flat earth.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, just always disingenuous argument that they try to use to gaslight you. Like I said, it's not that we trying to like, I don't even, people just, but that's all they can do. They have to say you did something that you didn't because that's the only way that they can even make a argument, but it's never a real argument.
Like this lady just keeps writing this stuff over and over in the chat. Lost Queen.
God, bro.
The earth being spherical didn't start in slave school. This goes back to the Greeks. This goes back thousands of years.
It goes back all the way to the time of the ancient Greeks.
And
like,
what are you talking about? The Greeks got everything from the Egyptians.
Yeah, so, exactly. Lost Queen, do you believe that cigarettes cause cancer? Do you believe that that's not what happens because they taught it to us in school?
I'm
Just
gonna be honest
because the
about that, man.
mainstream
If
figures
you roll your own cigarettes,
show us
roll
something,
your own tobacco,
yeah,
and you don't put all those fillers in there, you
their
might not
cigarettes.
die
I
from
mean,
cancer actually from smoking. My grandma didn't die from cancer. She smoked cigarettes her whole life, but she rolled her own. She didn't have
yeah,
all those
exactly.
fillers
Like
in there.
I'm saying, like the ones you buy at the store, like the
Yeah, the ones that,
you
with
know,
the rat poison and all the other shit they put in there.
yeah, all the fucking thousands
Formaldehyde,
of
all the
chemicals
stuff
and
they put in
shit.
there.
Yeah,
Those ones are meant to kill you.
yeah. But it's like the mainstream authorities will tell you those also cause cancer too. Those that causes cancer. So you can't. People have this. I want to say this, then I'll leave. But I feel like it needs to be said because a lot of people in the truth community they make themselves look stupid because they end up realizing that they were lied to about one thing, like 9/11, by the mainstream authorities, and then they just go on this complete extreme end where they're like, oh well, everything they told us must be bullshit. And this is what people were saying to me on Chaotic Truth Stream, where they were like, well, you believe that the government is lying to you, and that's just part of the government. It's like, that's a fucking idiotic take. Just because I can acknowledge that, and it's like I never said that everything they said was a lie. I acknowledge that there are conflicts of interest that take place, and that a lot of things we are lied to about. But that does not mean that every single thing and it's like most of the time that's not going to be the case, because every good deceiver will know how to mix lies with truth. There are going to be certain things that they say that are true, that do happen to be true, because it's just obvious. A lot of you guys, y'all make yourself look stupid because y'all realize that y'all being lied to about one thing, and then y'all disagree with a whole bunch of other shit with everything else out of spite, even when there's no logical reasoning behind it. But that's all. Just please, like, do research
You
about
just
the
see
origin of Earth
brings
around
up
there.
in the chat. There's always the flat earthers out there, always with the same comments. That's how you know it's a cult, because they all say the same things. It's
Not
like
to
a
deal with the
literal
same
cult.
shit. I had somebody comment about a fake sun on one of my community tab posts. It was just about vitamin D. They like, yeah, we can't get any vitamin D because the sun is fake. I'm like, what?
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Flat Earth, it just makes you stupider. I'm trying to find one of these. I can't find the one with the rotating thing, but again, you guys, I don't even know if there's any point with flat earthers, because again, you guys are a belief system. You're not based on evidence. But again, you guys have been looking at this and arguing that this is the Earth. Again, imagine that moon. Imagine that moon circling over this flat Earth. Depending on where you are in the world, you would end up seeing every single side of the moon.
Yeah.
That alone should tell you right there that can't be right. Just that alone should just tell you don't even need any more. You should just be like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. So that throws that out. It's like doing math. Again, you have to solve the equation. If something doesn't fit, then that's not right. You got to start over. That's not right. Just alone that you cannot see every side of the moon should tell you all you need to know. And again, I mean, just other things. This sun is going over the Earth. Depending on where you are, again, if it's going over a flat Earth like this, depending on where you are, that sun might rise in the north, in the south. And what is north south?
It wouldn't even be possible for earthquakes like to happen the way that they do on the Earth that's like flat. Like, people don't even understand that the way that tectonic plates move, like that's not even possible on a flat Earth. Like, that's only possible with the Earth being the shape that it is. It's like
it's not just that. See, the thing that drives me nuts about the flat Earth community is they'll be like, "Listen, man, the moon doesn't have anything to do with tide." And it's like, well, have you ever been to the beach? Because there's literally a tide schedule that's on point to the minute. Yeah. It's literally on point to the minute, and it's supposedly based on the moon. So if they have these tide schedules that you can get at any beach you go to, that's supposedly based on the orbit of Earth and the moon, and it's right on the money. I mean, anyone can verify it any day of the week. Then what is it? That's why I just get sick of the flat Earth.
It's all fake.
Flat Earth is getting dangerous because there are humans who worked a long time to figure this stuff out, and there is things that are true in the world. And when you just start to say all this isn't true, you're actually making yourself more ignorant, and you're, in a way, you're disrespecting the people that took a long time to figure this shit out. All
the tools they built, and like I said, these people aren't, like you said, and I've been saying the same shit. It's like, it's just a religion. These motherfuckers aren't real. They don't actually care about truth. It's all just about, they become emotionally attached to certain ideas and they don't want to let go of it. It's like these people aren't even
when
doing
doesn't
enough
this
research
describe
about their
the whole
own.
world, Jay? It's the same reason that people diss our work, because they have this belief that numerology is stupid, just stupid as a fact of matter, so they don't need to know anything about it. You're talking about something that's stupid. It's like, well, I'm talking. It might be stupid, but the elite are into it because look, here's another proof today. Here's another proof today. So, again, you guys, it is true that in the northern hemisphere you see different stars in the southern hemisphere, and they rotate in opposite directions. Again, just get a globe and spin it, and imagine being on one side. You can understand why it would spin one way on the top and a different way on the bottom. It's easy to understand.
Yep.
All of the things that again, it just, I don't know. It amazes me that it's 10 years later and so many people still haven't figured out that flat Earth doesn't make any sense. When, I mean, you guys, when this came on, I was looking and thinking about these things right away because in my whole lifetime, I hadn't had to question the shape of the Earth. So there's a minute where everyone was getting at me and like, Zach, how come you're not promoting the flat Earth? And I was looking at this and I was like, nah. And I was making these exact same arguments from day one. And, you know, Jeranism, he was trying to get me on the flat Earth harder than anyone. And he was making fun of some of my gematria stuff. Again, look at this moment, you guys. It's 10 years later. Jeranism had a millionaire fly him down. Because Jeranism was saying that there was an ice wall. He was saying this is the real map. And Antarctica's the ice wall containing all the water. And like I've always pointed out, well, if water's rushing up against this ice wall, you think eventually it would melt. I mean, you put ice cubes in a glass, eventually it melts. I mean, this ice wall just, what's the freezing force behind it that keeps the ice wall intact?
Yeah, that's not.
And by the way, is it not true that this flat Earth thing went viral while HBO, by the way, the Jesuit founder of HBO just died by the numbers. I didn't even cover that. But right around Christmas too. But again, the hit show, what's it called? Game of Thrones, where there's this whole thing about the big ice wall. I noticed that too. I was like, God, this show with the ice wall, and now all these flat earthers saying the water's enclosed by ice. Like, this shit's
I actually just started watching that show. It's funny.
I'm telling you, I don't think that's an accident here. I think that's part of the joke on humanity. But he just got flown down to Antarctica. He's discovered it's not an ice wall. It's a body of ice. And again, Jaren's been saying for years that you're not allowed to go there. Again, you guys.
That's also not true either. You can look up if you're allowed to go, and they'll tell you can.
It's very expensive, and I've been pointing. I looked at these things because flat earthers were telling me, you guys.
Yeah, exactly. I did the same shit. Like,
flat earthers were telling me that there were no flights in the southern hemisphere back in 2015. I looked it up, and I was like, "Do these guys even look online? You can fly in the southern hemisphere. How the hell else would these people get around?"
Exactly.
Flat Earth has promoted the craziest, falsest ideas, and so many people have just swallowed it up and regurgitated it, and it just makes you go like, God, how do so many people just get behind all these blatant false lies that just from simple observation and simple research are proven false, but you have just like a million people online just echoing it. It's insanity. And I realized back then, I said, oh, I see it now. It's actually because it's part of a religion. It's an extension of Christianity. And it's just like how they believe all these things that don't make sense in their religion and they don't question it. They just go right along. And it's all part of this herd mentality. And again, you see it right now in the chat. People are saying, I disagree. What you disagree with what? You disagree with the fact that you see both sides of the moon? You disagree with that the sun would set in different directions depending on where you are on Earth? What do you disagree with?
It's a religion. No argument. They just, I disagree. It's like when I try to. It's like when I point out the shit with Kobe Bryant. Like, I disagree.
Earth always sucks me in. What's up, Perp God?
Oh, what's good, man? Wait, do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so, yo, Zach, I haven't talked to you in like 5 years, dude. I had your number and shit. It's been a while, dude. God bless you and your baby girl, dude. That's amazing. I remember when you used to make videos on YouTube and like you said you weren't gonna have a kid and stuff like that. So it's nice to see that change.
Bro,
but anyway,
what?
What's it called? The thing is, recently I was on TikTok, right? And I saw that this guy, Gary, the numbers guy, and I was like, what the fuck? I haven't seen this in like so long, right? And then my wife sends me some videos about him and stuff like that. And I'm wondering how this guy is, Gary is like connecting with the biggest streamers on the internet right now, like Sneeko and all that type of,
Hold on, are you talking about Gary? Did you say Gary the numbers guy?
Do you remember that guy that would go on your forums and you're like, and he would fucking troll you and shit? Do you remember that?
Sure. He used to call in every week to TFR back in 2016, and he kept being wrong about sports, and I kept being right, and he finally gave up.
Yeah.
Here, you guys, I want you to explain something. I'm pretty sure that my main troll who screens records everything is Gary's pet, because he started trolling the same time Gary started trolling. And for people who don't know who Gary the numbers guy is, he has a big 33 tattooed on his arm. He brags about being a 33 life path. He gets to go on TV occasionally in Cleveland, his hometown, which is also where that CT guy's from. But Gary was actually somebody in the world before me. He's Jewish. He might have been born into this. But Gary was teaching what I'm teaching and charging people a lot of money and making them sign an NDA so they didn't share it anywhere.
Yeah, it was like $5
and then
grand.
I came around. I didn't know about Gary. I didn't know who Gary the numbers guy was. He came into my radar by starting to attack me. And actually, I remember the last time Gary ever called in. We found out that Gary had a video online from 2011. Mind you, this is 2 years before I learned about Gematria. But Gary had one video up on YouTube teaching about Gematria and how casino equals 61, which breaks down to 7, which of course is the magic number in the casino, 777. And Gary in that video was explaining that that number is actually used as a curse and that keeps people losing in the casino making money. So that was the last time he ever called in. He embarrassed himself like 4 times calling sports games wrong, and I got it right. If you guys didn't see the 2016 World Series, it was super humiliating for him. Gary lost so hard on the 2016 World Series compared to me. Again, we had our future right from the start of the year. Gary had to take like 5 different teams during the postseason and got them all wrong. But then he launches a website called Gematria Fraud with my face on it. Oh, like, look at this. He's the one that's wrong, and now I'm the fraud, and he's got this website. But then that's also around the same time that the little lispy guy who goes by the name Sports Gematria came out of nowhere and started screen recording and trolling. So I'm pretty sure that's all in same operation. And there's absolutely something that stands behind Gary, because Gary gets to go to Donald Trump events. Gary stood right behind Donald Trump at his rallies multiple times. Gary gets to go on TV and talk. Gary copied me on the Real King James birthday, and he got to go on TV and gloat about that. I know he took that from me.
He did. I remember that like it was yesterday, but that was like fucking almost 8 years ago. I don't know if I could curse. Sorry about that, but
it was over 8 years ago now.
Yeah. But the thing is, I remember clearly, bro. Like it feels like yesterday, where you would say this stuff, and then like you would go into your forums and then say, dude, I remember like your old what do you call that? Your old website or whatever they call it, like your blog. And you would go on your blogs and then comment. And then when I saw that he was doing like streams with like big streamer names, and then he's doing like these stupid breakdowns of like saying, yo, this fucking you're born on this day, the 7, who knows born on the 7, but his breakdowns are literally brain dead. I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen how Gary writes?
Nah, I don't know what that is.
Look at his Twitter posts. It's like I like. Is this a joke? There's no way you're this dumb and write like this. He writes like if somebody just learned to write in first grade. I'm not even exaggerating. Look up Gary the numbers guy's tweets. You'll be like, what? Is he retarded or not? I don't think he is retarded. I can't figure out what's wrong with that guy. But he is connected. He is absolutely connected. And you guys, you have to understand, he's charging people thousands of dollars for what he was charging thousands of dollars, and maybe we'll sign an NDA to learn about this Gematria thing. And then I came along and am putting it out in the world for free. And also doing a better job So imagine how that impacted him. And you want to see me get flamed, I can go on Gary's thing and just drop one tweet and write, hello, Gary. He'll be trolling me for the next 10 days. He'll get so provoked. But I'm pretty sure Sports Gematria is his pet. So.
Bro.
Go ahead.
What's up with? I thought I was actually cool with Plain Dakota. I'm surprised he's a flat earther.
Oh, he always has. That's why he's all.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. No, he hangs out on Sports Gematria's page and is trolling over there too. And again, he was calling in my show for a while, trying to decode sports with astrology, which is also what Gary does, and he fails miserably. And I'm not saying there's not an astrological component. It's just like I say, they don't etch on the temple all his astrology; they etch all his number. But yeah, again, plain decoded. Just I don't like being around flat earthers, and I don't have a thing against astrology, but when people,
I think it's a part of it. But like you said, I think the numerology
Yeah, it's way superior. And again, he's just another butthurt guy. And again, it's not flat. There's nothing to get over. It's just I'm
Yeah,
embarrassed
I'm
for
like,
you
but
guys.
that's what I mean. It's like, well,
Mad
how
how
can you
dumb
say that
people
with
are.
no argument? You're saying it's flat, get over it, but it's like that's your
Exactly. That's a
argument.
flat Earth response. I don't
Like,
have an argument. It's
like
flat. Get
what?
over it.
Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck?
This is a random topic, but I found out this recently. I've been really been into like the conspiracy side as much, guys, but because I used to watch you like all the time, Zach, and then I had two children or whatever, and then things happen, right? But then I randomly came across your channel again. Like I said, my wife sent me the Gary's thing, and I was like, dude, this guy was like fake from a long time ago, right? So then the thing is, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but
All right, Zach, I'm gonna
the
go.
guy
Peace,
Nikola Tesla, take care, bro. This guy, remember Nikola Tesla, whatever. So like, supposedly, the uncle of Donald Trump took the information from Nikola Tesla.
Not supposed. No, it's
after he
not
was dead.
supposed.
No,
Donald
it's not.
Trump's uncle. Hold on. For
Yeah,
Bill Murray,
yeah.
again, Donald Trump's uncle did the audit of Tesla's apartment after he died.
Yeah.
And again, Tesla equals 78, like Jesuit, like how they declared him the richest man in the world on the 78th anniversary of the death of Nikola Tesla. Go back and look. It was January 7th, 2021. Now he's united in the government with Trump while he's 78 years old. It's so easy to see who's running this puppet show. But yeah, that's a real history. And it shows you that Donald Trump's family has federal government ties. He lost his sister last year on Aleister Crowley's birthday, and she used to be a lawyer for Ronald Reagan. Again, Donald Trump's had family in the federal government. He's not some outsider.
So supposedly his family like ties all the way back from like 1600s. I forgot. I saw his video.
They were the Trump family. D-R-U-M-P.
Yeah, the Trump. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that right there, just think about it. I mean, like if he's supposedly taking Tesla's info and then Elon's in there, and supposedly it's like L Lion and stuff, and he's from Africa supposedly, and then like, dude, it's kind of obvious where it's all heading. But the thing is, when I saw your things today, like with the breakdown with the crash, the plane crash, because the thing is, I always get these pops up on my phone. I don't really watch the news, bro. Ever since I watched you, I don't even care what the news says anymore. I really genuinely don't care because I know it's all fake. So I don't really put that negative energy in my life. I just focus on me and my family. That's it. But randomly, I'll get these random messages, like from like whatever it is, and it'll pop up like, oh, the plane, this many people will crash, whatever. I was like, that's kind of weird. That's a little suspicious. Then it says something about Carter, 100 years old, like perfect 100. I was like, that's a little weird too. But I haven't even been watching NFL. I haven't been watching any sports ever since I found out everything is completely fake. I just assume that everything is absolutely just been pretty much garbage. It's just a waste of energy, a waste of your time. You're literally just wasting your fucking time at this point. If you're reading anything, if you're reading one article, I feel like you're wasting your time. And I feel like that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to waste your time, putting your energy into it, and then getting upset. And I remember you saying this, like, I remember you doing these rants for like 3 hours, bro. And those are my favorite. I would just be eating while listening to you rant about shit like that, like saying like everything is absolutely completely, rigged. But in the beginning, I was skeptical. I'll be honest. I'd be like, this guy, I don't know. But then you would be on your roof. I don't know if you remember this. You're on your roof with your sunglasses on and shit. And then you had like a notebook, and then you would be writing down what each number is, what letters are, and all that stuff. That was some good times, man. That was in the very, very beginning. I was there since the beginning, brother. And I really appreciate your work. Appreciate what you do. I hope you're doing good. I hope your family's doing good. I remember you used to talk about the time with your garage too. I remember that shit. I would text you all the time during games, like when I used to care about sports and stuff. So it's good to see you're doing good. Still seeing the same sunglasses, by the way. Some like those.
I've owned the same pair of sunglasses before I knew Gematria. I only have one pair.
Exactly, bro. That's the same one. Yeah, dude. I remember, man. It's really good. It's really good to see you doing good. And it's really good to see you like never gave up, to be honest, and like trying to put the information out there. Because if someone is at least just listening to you, just listening or just watching, you know what I'm saying, and just paying attention just a little bit, they'll understand what the fuck you're talking about. It's really simple, man. It's really that simple. Like, I remember when you used to talk about like the, 2016, during NBA, whatever, and then on top of that, you just mentioned that was just one of them. But that's because back then, that was when, like, do you remember that guy, the chosen one, whatever it was? That's where
RMG, man.
Yeah, dude, what happened to that guy? What happened to that guy, bro? Is he still around?
He was charging too much for Super Bowl picks where he had 2 teams from the AFC in there that didn't make the playoffs. That's what happened to that guy.
Bro,
he'd have 2 teams. He'd charge you $100 and wouldn't even have a team from each conference. That's how bad it was. The only time he ever got anything right was when he copied my Broncos-Panthers pick. And what killed me about that is the guy who wrote the book, Field of Schemes. He did an interview with him and not me, the guy who put the pick out way before anybody. And that made me think the guy who wrote that Field of Schemes book must be, I was like, how are you going to pick this kid and interview him when yours truly did it? Come on, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, do you remember the other one telling it like it is Tony or something like that?
Oh, my God. Supposedly went to the same college as me and was on here trying to fade every future that we got when we were right every damn time. Oh, my.
You know what's so funny about that guy? You know what's so funny about that guy is that, I remember him used to always say that Argentina would win the World Cup for fucking forever, but it was the wrong World Cup. And ironically, Argentina fucking wins. And I remember just thinking, like, bro, I remember this idiot.
But you should have been there because that was easy, man. They had it the day after the Pope's birthday.
I remember that.
We had it.
Yo, Zach, you know what's crazy is that during that time, I think I messaged you. I think I texted you. I had your number at that time, but I lost it because I got a new phone. But the thing is, I remember, like, I was just talking to my wife and one of my best friends, and I had, like, a group chat going on, whatever. And I was just sending things on and on, like Messi Messiah. Literally, Messi the Messiah in the Middle East goes and he wins.
Exactly, for the Pope.
And he beats France. Yeah, for the Pope in his world, whatever. And then
after they kill the greatest Argentinian player there ever was. They had to kill the hand of God. Dude.
My fedora.
Exactly. And then Pele, eventually dies too. You look great, man. And then on top of that, think about it like this. He goes and Messi scores.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I know I do. You talking to me? I know I do.
I know.
I look fucking phenomenal.
You do.
Hold on, very.
I'll let you continue. I'll let you continue. You can carry on. You can carry on, bro. I'll let you continue. You sound.
So then Messi, the Messiah, scores 2 goals, and guess who scores the last? Or I know he scores 1 goal. Then the second goal was Di Maria, number 11, which is Di Maria, which is and his first name is Angel, so it's Angel Di Maria. So it's the Mary of the Angel, Mary Angel. So it's basically the Messiah with Mary and the Angel and the Pope and all this stuff in the Middle East, basically, aka where they supposedly Babylon, all that stuff, Iraq, all those things, ISIS, etc. All those things, all connected back to the first Middle East World Cup. That was the most obvious thing I have ever seen in my entire life. Number 10, by the way, Messiah, number 10, and he goes and number 11, which is helped him win the World Cup, which is the Angel Di Maria, which is absolutely blown my mind, dude. When I was watching that, I was decoding it like as if like back in the day. But before that, I wasn't really into sports or anything. I only watch World Cup because it's the biggest sport, the biggest event of all time when it comes down to sports. Obviously, a Super Bowl and then the World Cup, right? The World Cup is probably bigger. But I usually watch the World Cup because, like, it's kind of sentimental because, like, I would watch it when I was a kid, blah, blah, blah. But then I remember watching that, and I used to remember thinking that Brazil was going to probably win in, like, in the very beginning of the event, like, of the Cup. But the thing is, it was kind of obvious that they were going to, basically wipe out Brazil because Pele was supposedly going to die. And that was the whole thing, that he was in the hospital and then all that stuff. And then now they're going to play again, 2028 right here in the United States and Mexico and Canada. And ironically, Trump is saying that he wants to make it all one country. Think about it. So that if the World Cup comes, what's his name? Trump is going to be president. So that's when things are going to get even more crazier. And I personally think that it's maybe going to be a 2026. Sorry, yeah, the one in chat. Thank you for the. I think it's 2026. It is. Yeah, pretty sure.
2026.
Yeah. So the thing is, that's where it's kind of suspicious because it's going to be exactly 22 years from when Brazil last won, which was in 2002. So, I mean, 24 years. Sorry, 24 years. So I kind of think that Brazil might go ahead and win and verse France, and then France might beat them. Brazil might beat them. I don't really know. I haven't decoded any of that stuff, but it kind of reminds me that they will be a rematch of that. I don't really know, but all I know is that this whole thing is going to be absolutely insane for the next 4 years, and all has to do with Elon, fucking Trump, all this weird shit. But it's kind of, what's interesting too is I remember in 2016 that a bunch of people hated Trump, and everyone was saying like blah 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 blah. Now all of a sudden, I don't know if you remember, you used to always say this too in your videos. You say about the revelation and how 3.5 years, you know, saying whatever would rule, and then he would take a break. I forgot how it goes, but supposedly in Revelation, that's how it goes. And then the 3.5 years he does that, and then now supposedly everyone's saying that he's like the savior of the United States. He's gonna save America, like completely save. And it's just so weird because ironically they say it's the beast, you know, rules for 3.5 years, sleeps for 3.5 years, 3.5 whatever. And ironically, Biden has been sleeping for 3.5 years or whatever, 4 years, whatever the fuck it is. So it's kind of suspicious, man. It's kind of suspicious to see what's going to happen in the next 4 years.
Well, remember, president equals 47, like beast, like Trump. Number 47, here he comes. So
and yeah, and you've been saying how it's with 45 and 47 for so long.
Holy Bible 45. The pandemic paying tribute to Revelation the first time around.
And he was standing in front of the church with the Bible. Remember that shit? And then, dude, I'm telling you,
the 60th election, he put out a $60 Bible. Holy equals 60. Yeah.
And they're saying all over on TikTok that Elon is supposedly. Listen. I don't know if it's true. I don't really care. I just watch it for entertainment. But a lot of people are saying, because a lot of Christians, whatever, or Catholic, whatever, they're all saying that Elon is the false prophet and that he's going to basically let the mark of the beast enter, and then, you know, the Antichrist will enter into the gates, whatever. But it's ironic because if that is kind of true, then if Elon is supposedly the one that does that, ironically, he's from Africa, where the original Egypt is from. And a lot of people are saying on TikTok that the ancient Egypt is actually in America. So this whole thing is just fucking weird. I don't understand what's going on. I don't really care. I just do it for fun. Like, I'm looking into it for fun because I'm just like a bored dad that just works at home. But another thing is that you just said that the guy that went to Asia and he found a girl. Guess what? I left that place. Fucking United States. I live in the United States. I'm kidding, obviously, but I left and I'm over here. I'm chilling in South America, bro, and I'm living my life. Amazing. I love it over here. And I recommend anyone else do the same thing, to be honest, if you're listening.
Yeah, you know, if you guys are unhappy in America, you might just want to bounce, especially if you're young and single and free, because I used to work at an autistic children's home, and for whatever reason, that agency hired a lot of African people. I was the manager, so I had a lot of African employees, and all of them had the same sentiment. They're like, I thought America was going to be better, but man, people are mean over here and impersonal, and I almost just want to go back to my country. And their country wasn't a good place, but they just felt like something was wrong here. And we know it from living here. A lot of us who live here that something is definitely wrong, you know. So you might live your best life somewhere else. But hey, man, thanks for calling in after all these years. I'm glad you're happy and you got a family, and more power to you. It's good to hear from you. What was your name? Perk God all those years ago, or were you going by something else?
Nah, it was I forgot, man. But dude, I was the one that made the rap. The really corny rap to that guy that I forgot his name, man. Fuck. Damn, I'll remember it. I'll put it in the chat. But it's that guy that was talking shit to you, and then he randomly deleted his channel.
I can't remember. That's happened too many times now. I can't remember. But hey, man, it's good to catch up. And you remind me of better days of this research. For people who are new here, I used to have a lot of great contributors, just like this guy. So again, ever since Kobe died, man, the community's changed. COVID probably did something too, but again, we don't have as many great contributors as we used to, and that does make me sad. But it's good to hear from an intelligent person, well-spoken, who remembers the history. So thanks for calling in today.
Thank you, brother. You too, man. God bless you.
All right, take care. And that's no put down to the newer people. I'm just saying there used to be a lot of really great members here, and I really don't know what happened, man. People blame me and say it was because of me. Maybe it was, but I don't know why that was. I just been working my ass off every day to expose this, and I wish more people stayed along for the fight. G-Man Perez asked the same question that flat earthers ask all the time. How does water stay in a ball form, even though accordingly to gravity, it always finds its own level? LOL. Water can take on any shape. Get a container that's like, got like a pattern like this. You'll see the water just like Bruce Lee said, be like water, go with the flow. Water can take on any shape. Again, there is a force, right? The force is understood as gravity. And I know every flat earther says gravity is not real, and they try to use scientific terms to explain what's going on, even though all their mumble jumble doesn't make any sense at all. again, there is a force, right? We know there's a force on Earth that pulls everything towards the center of the Earth. Or if let's just say it's the flat Earth. Okay, it's the flat Earth. There's a force that pulls everything to the flat Earth. So you got to say, what is that force that makes everything go? And then a flat Earth will be like, but a butterfly and a bird can go in the air. And it's like, well, that's because they're flapping their wings and they're creating another force, and their bodies are constructed in a way that allows them to maintain in the air. But as soon as they stop flapping their wings, what happens? They get pulled back down to the Earth as well. What about a helium balloon? Well, the force of that helium is creating an upwards driving force that can also overcome the gravity until it wears out, and then it comes back down to the Earth too. What about a hot air balloon? That hot air, I have to go back down my science on this one, but it creates another chemical reaction essentially that allows the force for it to defy gravity as long as that force is working. Once that motor, that fire source runs out, it's coming back down to the Earth as well. So there's clearly a force that drives everything towards the Earth. And it's just like, waves. They got a force. They crash up. The water goes up in the air in little drops and little balls all over, little baldy mist everywhere, this natural shape, this spherical mist. But then it pulls back down into the larger body of water. And again, on this big spherical shape, this force is driving everything towards the middle. So everything's being pulled towards the middle. And since Earth isn't all water, and down beneath that ocean, there's hard surfaces, that water's just pooling up in all these surfaces all across the Earth, because it's the same force, whether it's water or a bird or a butterfly or a balloon or us, it's all being pulled towards the middle. And again, the explanation is what's creating this force is that thing that we call the sun and our orbit around it. And you can choose to say that's not the case. Listen, you can choose to say that's not the case, but all of the evidence points to that being the case. There is something that's keeping these other bodies moving around in the sky, right? See, this thing about flat Earth, right? You guys think you have it all figured out, even though you have nothing figured out, right? You can't explain anything that makes sense on your model. You don't know what force is driving these things to move in the sky. Again, you guys will say, I'll say, okay, so what's making the sun go around the flat Earth? I don't know, God. Why can't we just do that with the spherical Earth? Why? Because okay, fine, gravity doesn't exist. It's the force of God. It's the force of God that makes sure everything stays attached to the Earth. All right, hey, gravity and God both start with a G. Let's just call it the force of God. God would never make a flat Earth. No, that's not what they say. God would never make a spherical Earth. It's like, well, why? He made a lot of things that are spherical. I mean, fruit, a lot of my favorite things are, I love fruit. A lot of it's spherical. My favorite things that came from Creator are spherical, Again, I don't know why it is the same shit over and over. I've been answering the same questions for over a decade. I'm like, why can't these people answer these questions themselves? Don't they live on this place? Have you ever tried to jump in the air? When we jump in the air, do we just, you listen to, there's no such thing as gravity. There's just up and down. Oh, up and down. Sounds pretty intelligent. Up and down. Yeah. So what keeps us from, I jumped. Why can't I just like fly forever up? What's the thing that brings me back down? What's that? When I jump up, how come I don't just keep going up? I want to fly like Air Jordan. I could have made it in the league with this up. Look at me. Up. I'm up across the whole court. Up. Man. How does water stay in a ball form even though according to gravity all it finds is its own level? LOL. How come that plain Dakota guy said I'd give him 5 minutes to come on here and give his flat earth spill? Why didn't he come on? I told you 5 minutes. All right, plain Dakota doesn't want to come on? Here, I'll drop the link in. I do need to get out of here, but again, you guys, the reason I'm even bringing up flat earth is because Jaronism, who got me my TFR show, who and I have gone back and forth with over this flat earth psyop, he's finally come around. He had to be flown down to Antarctica for him to realize the earth isn't flat. And again, at this same moment that's happening to him, the one time he tried to take a shot at my work was over plane crashes. I said a long time ago that it looks like they're orchestrating plane crashes just for the sake of spreading more fear, possibly to create more laws, more needless laws, who knows? But I said a lot of these plane crashes are very ritualistic, and look at these same recurring number patterns. It's so funny how he made fun of that, and I was talking about 43 back then. Man, just in this week, just 2 more right here. And in fact, that one on Jake Gyllenhaal's birthday was the day that he transitioned from being 43 to 44. So, plain decoded, you came with the hard argument of it's flat, get over it. I said, come on, man, I'll give you 5 minutes to lay it out here. It's flat, get over it. Okay. Again, all I try to do is help out you flat earthers, man. I just want you guys to not make assholes out of yourself. You guys want to keep making assholes out of yourself. You don't have any explanation for anything, and you think that's okay. It's not okay. Saying that they lied to us about everything in school is not okay. I understand they lied to us about a lot. I'm here talking about it. They didn't lie to us about everything, though. When you talk in absolutes, it's not good. Absolutes are not truth. So many people talk in absolutes. You know, I am convinced that my work and what I present is correct. The reason I want to debate someone like Professor Dave Explains, or even Simon Dan, who's a weaker version of him, is because I think if anybody can prove me wrong, it might be a guy like them. I don't think they can, but I'm the one who's been entertaining the debate. I want to be proven wrong. I'd like to say, you know what, you guys, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just an idiot and numerology is stupid and somehow this is a coincidence and it's all confirmation bias. I mean, that's not what the evidence shows, though, is it? I mean, we're talking about the same stuff happening over and over. That's why I want to have a real debate among some worthy people, and they're the ones that won't have the debate. Well, Simon Dan said he'd have it on his little friend's channel, which to me was bullshit. I said, no, only on your channel. You're making fun of me on your channel with 500,000 subs. I want to do it on your channel. He wouldn't do that. Like I said, Professor Dave Explains had me copyright struck and took down my whole video, which was really rude because I wasn't even rude to him in the video. I didn't insult him. I complimented him, but I said, listen, man, you're wrong here. Let's debate. All right, Plain Dakota came on. He gets 5 minutes. I'm setting the timer. Go ahead, Plain Dakota. You got 5 minutes unless you want me to. If you want me to interject in response on it, just give me the cue. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
You're good.
No, I don't really you're not open to hearing really. You don't want to know.
No, I am. I'm listening. I'm setting the timer though, just so you got 5 minutes, so I don't shortchange you. I haven't even started yet, so you get more than 5 minutes.
Okay, so the final experiment, that what they did there, it doesn't do anything about the shape of the Earth. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Tell me how it does. Why do you think that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? You can talk.
Here's what I'm going to pause so you get your full 5 minutes if you want me to respond. I just gave you 5 minutes to give your spill.
No, I don't care about the 5 minutes. I'm just talking with you. Just go ahead.
Okay, you guys have been saying Antarctica's an ice wall, and there's no 24-hour sun at either pole.
Some people have said that. I don't say that.
Well, okay. Then how would it be possible for this 24-hour sun at the poles at the certain times of year on a flat Earth? How would that ever be possible?
Well, first, I don't assume that they're at a pole. And then also, I don't care. That doesn't matter.
Evidence doesn't matter.
How does the sun prove the shape of the Earth? What's going on with the sun prove the shape of the Earth?
Here, let me put, so we have a visual. Let's put the flat Earth back up. Is this the flat Earth model you agree to?
I don't have a model. No, I don't agree to it. That's a straw man.
Oh, okay. So is it like a holographic universe we live in?
How would I know?
Okay, here. This is why I wanted to give you 5 minutes just to explain what's going on in the world we live in.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to continue the time. We're at 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay. You want me to tell you what I think?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is flat, and because the reason that I know that is I don't ascribe to a map or a model, anything like that. Is okay. So sailors and people who like pilot ships and vessels and stuff like that, they back in the day and still when they have emergencies, they use what's called a sextant. And a sextant is something that measures angles. Okay, so now you know about a triangle. You have the baseline, the hypotenuse, and the adjacent, right? So when you are using a ship and you're lost at sea and you pull out a sextant, you aim down the sextant with your eyesight and you aim it at the horizon, right, to get your perfect level. And then you take the other part of the tool and you point it up to the star where you want to go. So you're making a baseline on a triangle and then up to the star, which is the hypotenuse, right? And then the adjacent is the 90. So you're making a perfect 90-degree angle up to the star to measure the star. And that can only be done with a flat baseline. There's no triangles. You can't make a triangle with a curved baseline. So you're making a perfect angle, right? Angles have to be flat on the baseline. You understand what I'm saying? And the vertex is where you are.
I'm letting you explain what you think is going on.
Okay, so that you're measuring the Earth flat, and then another ship thousands of miles away can measure the same star that you just pointed to and do the same thing, and their baseline's flat. Okay, so you have flat baselines measuring angles to the stars. The AE map, like the 24-hour sun, like if I put you in a room and I showed you lights on the ceiling and I didn't tell you the shape of the floor and not to look down, how do you know the shape of the floor based on the lights on the ceiling? Based on your assumptions of your current model you already have. If someone told you had this model, right? You're also assuming that outer space is something that's real. I've heard you talk about how you've seen on the ISS and stuff like that it looks like they're on strings. Have you not?
It looks like they're on strings. Yeah, I've seen some suspect stuff on that ISS. Absolutely, I'll agree to that.
Okay, so why would they be doing that?
Again, to justify a $68 million a day budget, which it's now at.
But no, if they actually have a space station out there, why wouldn't they just shoot the real space station?
Again, maybe they don't.
They don't, because space isn't real. If space was real,
have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, though. I'll remind you.
I know, but that's where the whole model. You're getting your model from, so you have your model still.
That's not where I'm getting my model from. No, that's false.
So you don't ascribe to the ball Earth model?
That doesn't have to do with the shape of the Earth.
Do you ascribe to the ball Earth model? Yes or no?
It's a sphere. Yeah, the math proves it. And what you just said about how they measure angles, sailors have known for years that the Earth's a sphere by measuring the star. It will show you what your coordinates are on the Earth. I mean,
yeah. And how do they get it? How do they get the measurements of the star?
The thing you just said about it having to be flat, it goes against actual history, and it's part of how they figure. Sailors are part of how they figured out the Earth is a sphere because they didn't go off the edge and they couldn't find an edge. And what
are you talking? You on the ball, you have an edge. You have ships literally going over your edge. They say if you look over the sea that the ship is going over the edge. So you have an edge in your model. There's no there. I don't claim an edge.
The horizon and what the eye sees is not an actual edge. It's a visual illusion.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is a visual illusion. So you agree with me on that one. So yeah, you in order to get angles back, you're a math guy, you have to have a flat baseline. You have to.
No, you don't. Did you take calculus? Did you take calculus?
You can have it too.
I had to take 3 years of calculus in business school, and no, you don't have to have a flat edge. You're wrong.
Okay, what's an angle then?
Huh?
What's an angle?
We both know what an angle is, but I'm asking you, did you take calculus?
I took it in high school.
Okay, well, maybe you should go back and revisit. Oh, the timer went off, but I'll continue this for a little bit longer. I do need to wrap this up pretty soon, but you should go back and revisit calculus because it is about making these advanced measurements involving curvature and awkward shapes. This whole thing about it has to be flat is basic geometry. You got it wrong.
Okay, but here's another thing. Anyways, I'm not going to convince you, so it doesn't matter. But the guy who is claimed to have measured the flat Earth, his name is Albert. Or I mean, sorry, the shape of the Earth. Like he acquired the edge. Apparently, his name is Al-Biruni, And if you copy his entire full name, I've told you something. I gave you one of these before. If you copy his entire name and put it in the Gematriator, his name's 201. His name is Al Biruni, but his whole
Hold on, no, I do want to. Here, give me the name one more time. I want to look that one up.
Al Biruni. So Albiruni. But you need to do his full name. It's like a ridiculously long.
Is it this Abu Rayhan Muhammad Ahmad Al Biruni?
Yeah. Throw that big huge one into the Gematriator. That's 201.
All right, this is a new one for me. I got to look it up.
I was the one who told you about the Christian Huygens one too. So
yeah, this is the guy. His name is 201. All right, I didn't know about this one. I'll look more into it. Interesting.
And if you go to a Flat Earth channel and you watch their content, it says underneath it, it'll give you the Wikipedia, right? And it'll say like, read all these things, and then if you like click through all the links, it'll eventually talk about how China believed in the flat Earth, and that a Jesuit named Matteo Ricci taught them that the Earth was a globe. So the Jesuits.
Okay, but let's also make a point about the Jesuits. Are they wrong about everything they're doing? I mean, they're highly advanced. Would you not say that they're like superior to humanity in light of world domination? It doesn't mean everything that they're doing is wrong. The Jesuits are behind all this technology that we have. Are we saying what? The internet's false and computers don't work? Because they have a lot to do with this.
I mean, that's your premise. I don't like. I know that the Catholic Church and the Jesuits definitely have an influence. I don't come to the same conclusion as you, although I find it compelling, right? But
hold on, before we wrap this up, I just want to go over some things that I always go over with flat earthers, because I just don't understand why flat earthers overlook all these basic observable things that are true and provable from where we stand on this earth. I don't get why all of this gets overlooked, and then we arrive where you are, where you're like, I don't even know the shape of the earth. I just know it's not a sphere.
No, I know it's flat. That's all I'm saying. I know it's not a sphere.
Based on what you said, it's flat is actually incorrect, and I encourage you to go back and revisit calculus and the types of calculations you learn to make with awkward shapes and angles.
But you're not measuring. You're not doing a calculation. You're doing a measurement. You're actually physically measuring.
Okay. Let's just put all this aside, because I'm not. I'd have to go back and get back into. I haven't done that stuff for over 10 years, so I'm not even fresh in it. But I just remember that's where you're learning to make these kind of calculations. Again, more advanced mathematics. All right.
John?
So again, is it not true that no matter where you stand on Earth, you only observe one side of the moon?
You're assuming that there's sides of it, but I see the same face of the moon all the time. Yeah.
Okay, the same face. Okay. So are you of this idea that it's a hologram? Because like I see Lord Jamar right now promoting that it's a hologram.
No, I don't know what it is. Why would I see? That's the problem with flat earthers, is that they also make assumptions. So that they know that the other explanation is wrong, so they make up their own bullshit. So a lot of, like, I agree with what you're saying with like flat earthers. They're really bad at being flat earthers.
Okay. All right. So let's skip the moon then.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it not true that you see different sets of stars in opposite hemispheres?
Yeah. Hemisphere assumes a globe. Okay. So I'm not assuming a globe. So
I just remember years ago, about 10 years ago, I debated Bro Sanchez TV, and it didn't look good for him, but he just kept saying the stars don't matter. And I kept saying, looking out is how the ancients figured out what's going on here.
So just tell me what you're saying. Like, what are you exactly saying?
How do you see different sets of stars from opposite hemispheres?
Okay, there are no hemispheres, one. And then what do you mean that you see different sets of stars? What do you mean?
They can't see the North Star in the Southern Hemisphere. We can't see the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere, etc.
Okay. What's the problem? I don't understand the problem with that.
So how's that possible on a flat Earth? Should be able to look up on a flat Earth from anywhere and see the stars. But if you have a two-sided object, you could understand why, these people are looking out that way, and these people up here are looking out that way.
Okay, so I don't okay, here it is. You're still in your model. So you're assuming that they're still millions of miles away, right? Are you assuming that they're millions of miles away? Why are you getting so upset?
In my model, this is the model that explains what we see from the Earth. Hold on. Is it true that when you're in a place that's considered the Northern Hemisphere,
okay,
the stars rotate in a certain direction? And when you're in the southern hemisphere, or places that are said to be in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate in the opposite direction. Are you aware that these things are true?
All stars rotate in the same direction. What are you talking about?
No. They appear to rotate the opposite way depending on what hemisphere you're in.
They all stars go from east to west.
Okay, see, this is the problem right here, Plain Decoded. You've been in this flat Earth thing I want you to look into this. When you're in the northern hemisphere, the stars are rotating the opposite direction that they are in the southern hemisphere. And again, if you just get a globe, and you can understand how this is. If you get a globe and look at it, if you spin looking from one way, you'll see, oh, it'd be, yeah, okay, I get it. It'd be rotating this way. But when you're down here, it would be looking the opposite direction. See, these things make sense on a sphere, and these are provable, observable things from Earth.
Dude, I understand. I know this argument. I'm not misinformed in this argument. But what you're saying, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, dude? That has nothing to do with the actual ground underneath you. What does your lights on your ceiling have to do with the floor underneath you? Tell me right now. You have one light on your roof, right?
Okay, so let's say, all right, okay. If I put the clock up here, right? The clock above my head, and clock with the hands that rotate clockwise.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
It's always rotating the same way, right?
Okay.
But if I'm looking from the other side down, it looks like it's going the other way around. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes, but you don't follow me. You're not following what I'm saying. Okay, picture this. I create a room, okay? And then I bring you into the room, and I put a bunch of lights on the sky, and then I don't tell you anything about the floor shape. You don't know if I made a curved floor, or if I have a triangle floor, or any type of floor. You don't know what. I just put you on it, and I don't tell you anything about it. I turn the lights on, and you can only look up. What does it have to do with the floor underneath you?
These observations are clues about how these things are possible to observe them from different points on Earth. But just like how at certain times of year, you can only see the sun rotating 24 hours a day without setting at the top, and at another time of year, only 24 hours a day at the bottom, but not all year round, just for parts of the year.
That's not a problem. I can make up something to tell you. I can just make it up, right? And
how can you make it up?
I can, like, you know how you mentioned that Pac-Man thing? I can just make it up. Like, I can give you an explanation. I don't have a verification, though. I'll just make some shit up and tell you about it.
But there's a model that explains all of this. And all of this is explained on the spherical Earth model. It all adds up. It all makes sense.
Do you live
when
on
you look out at the other bodies in the Earth or in the skies that are moving, they're spherical.
No, they're not. You don't know that.
Okay. All right. You know what? Plain Decoded. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. But again, you represent the flat Earth community. And seriously, I'm just sitting here going, I don't know what's wrong with these people.
Well, I know what you mean, because there are like the ice wall argument. That's stupid. Like, there's so many dumb things. Like, I agree with you on a lot.
What do you feel that you said today was intelligent?
You're not listening. I
am.
No, and you're stuck in the globe model. So you're assuming the distances, you're assuming outer space, you assume the hemispheres. You told me that the stars rotate differently on the bottom of the Earth. If I look at cars crossing the road from my left to my right, and I cross the road and I look the other side, and they cross to my right to my left, does that mean that the cars are driving in a different direction now? No. But if you assume that the stars are rotating on poles, then you can assume your model. You have to throw your entire fucking thing out and start from fresh. How can gas?
Here. I'm gonna see if I can get through. You're saying you don't know exactly everything, but the Earth is flat. So if everybody's on the same flat surface or whatever it is, and we're looking up at the sky, there's no way to explain how in certain coordinates the stars are rotating in an opposite direction than they are in another place on Earth where you're looking up, which is something that's true about this Earth. I don't know how you could possibly all be looking from this flat, relatively same perspective, and you see things rotating in opposite directions.
Okay, let's just assume that what you're saying is true. Okay, I'll assume that, and I'll just make up a reason. I'll just make it up. I'll say that the sky rotates differently, and the Earth stays flat, and then the sky is rotating differently when you're over there. I'll make up a reason. It doesn't matter. The shape of the Earth is what matters, which is under your feet. It has nothing to do with what's above your head, unless you already assume that you're on a globe and you have to explain these phenomena. So I understand what you're saying though. Like I had to deal with that one too, right? So just another way to look at it is like you have to throw out outer space. You got to get rid of outer space. You got to get rid. Explain how a gas can stay condensed in a vacuum. A gas ball.
A vacuum means absolutely nothing in terms of space. It's like the great nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So how does our atmosphere stay with it? If you assume the model, how does our atmosphere stay with not going into outer space? It's a gas, right? So how is it not expanding into the expanse, and then we all die from lack of oxygen?
Well, again, that's like how they say there's an atmosphere, right? It's kind of like the container.
What's the container? Where's the container?
Huh?
Where's the container?
Well, this is what separates what we call, Earth and its environment from the vacuum that is space.
So
again,
what's the container though, Zach? Where's the container? What's holding the gas in?
Listen, I'm going to have to go back and revisit all of my supposed science teaching. I'm not saying that everything they're giving us is true, but the point I'm making is the spherical model explains the phenomenon that we can observe from Earth. And I find that a lot of flat earthers are not aware of things like what you're showing me, that you're not aware that it is true that in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate in an opposite direction than what you see from the northern hemisphere. And you cannot explain this on a flat earth. You just said, well, I'll just make something. I mean,
they go from east to west. So they're not going in a different direction. Okay.
So plain decoded, look into this because you're wrong right here. Anyway, I don't want to keep this going because this isn't going anywhere. But again, the understanding of atmosphere is there's different layers of the atmosphere, different sets of gases. It essentially creates the container that holds us all together. Again, hey, here's what I want to point out. Again, I do believe there's a creator. Creator designed this place so that we could live in the abundance of nature. And the thing that humanity's done is they've gone away from nature and we've messed up the world. And liars and deceivers do control this place. And a lot of people realize they've been lied and deceived. So now they think every single thing's a lie. And now because they've also been indoctrinated in this religious crap, they're riding along with these religious herds, and they're the same people who lie and manipulate us. They know how to pull the strings on this humanity they created. They're like, let's take them in the flat earth. Let's make them look goofier than hell and dumber than everything, and have them fighting over nonsense. And some of you guys have just been doing it for 10 years now. And I hate to bring it up, but I just right now is a crucial the flat earth.
I got nothing to do with Bible Earth. I don't got anything to do with the Bible. I don't ascribe to any of that. Okay.
Okay, but everything you just brought up,
stereotype me.
Revisit it all. I think you need to go back to your calculus because what you said about measurement was totally false.
Geometry. It's geometry. It's measurements. So calculate.
It is, but again, what you said is still false. And again, you need to look into how the stars do rotate in opposite directions and opposite hemispheres, and you really need to think about this because then the spherical model might start to make a little bit more sense.
Okay, well, I already understand that. I already looked into it. So, but I understand what you're coming from. I don't really care.
You didn't look into it because you just said you didn't know.
No, I do know. I understand.
All right, plain decoded. Hey, listen, you can believe whatever you want. It's just this fighting over the shape of the earth that ain't gonna free us. And I don't feel like.
Why are you talking about it then? You brought
because
it up.
I'm trying to get people out of this dumb spell. Again, I made the point. I talked about how when this thing came in the summer of 2015, it created a lot of division, and now it's made a lot of people waste the last 10 years of their life. And I was pointing out, there's a reason that Google deleted and shadow banned this work and made Flat Earth viral for a period of time until they brought it all crashing to the ground.
Flat Earth is not viral. What are you talking about? You can't find that shit on
Flat
YouTube.
Earth was so viral in 2015, 2016, 2017. You got to be kidding me. It made a lot of people millionaires.
2024. What are you talking about? Your shit was viral too for a little bit, you said.
I had to work hard, and my stuff, it's not like there wasn't a community of gematria people going viral. It was me going viral from nailing sports futures and calling Prince's death and doing things that people had never seen before. And that was short-lived because of the algorithm and the suppression. So
you need to stop complaining. You need to stop complaining and get better at your fucking video editing skills. Do better videos. Quit doing the same shit over and over again.
Well, hey, again, I was able to get 1 million views doing videos just like this, and upwards of 1 million a lot of times back before the algorithm. So yeah, I could make things better, but again, I don't want my video to be all about visual pill. My videos are about knowledge and information. And again, what I'm pointing out could change the world if more people took to it instead of wasting their time on psyops and being like you. After 10 years, what do you have to show for yourself? I don't know what the shape of the earth is. I have all this misinformation. I'm saying things aren't true that are true. I mean, that's where you're at. So good luck, buddy. Again, you guys, I mean, you just heard it right there. That was a flat earther in a nutshell. And the problem is they don't recognize what's wrong with themselves. Totally wrong about what he said about the calculation. Totally wrong about the way stars are observable from this earth. He doesn't care. His rebuttal was, I don't know, I could just make up some reason why it'd be spinning in opposite direction. He can't think it through all the way. This is what I mean when I talk about flat earthers being inferior in intellect, and they are. It's not arrogant for me to say that. It's truthful. These are people who don't have enough intelligence or critical thinking to put 2 and 2 together, literally. And it is frustrating. It's frustrating when you're out here working your ass off and putting out meaningful information that can change lives and stop this evil shit, but people are so dumb that they gravitate more towards something like the flat earth, which is a complete joke. Now, I went on way too long. I needed to get off here over 2 hours ago, and somehow I allowed it to extend past noon. So, again, for all of you guys who don't get it, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that this world chemically dumbed you down. You didn't have the right teachers. It's a plague for a lot of humanity. I try not to blame you, but again, if you're out there writing that the earth is flat right now, blah, 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 I'm sorry, you guys. Seek help. And I don't mean it like you're like, I mean, seek help in terms of better diet, nutrition, do some critical thinking exercises, do something, because the flat earth is a total joke. It was a purposeful joke waged on humanity by these same types that mock us every day in this media. They knew that they had raised a cattle of dumb sheep with religious roots, and they knew just how to tug on those things. I'll remind you guys, the truth community has always had a religious tint to it. And part of that is because the way that they mock us, again, it is the Society of Jesus that runs this world, and they do use the Bible as a script. There's part of the reason the religious recognize the mocking, because they see how the biblical scripts are used in this condescending way, like Genesis 11:9, where the Tower of Babel story ends, the tower that divides the world, only for them to take down the World Trade Center on 11/9 and then have everybody fighting over religion. The 666 in the pandemic, again, it's religious people who understand these things, and that's why all things good and bad, but it's also these religious people that allow themselves to be manipulated and get pulled into the flat earth psyop, which is totally stupid, and it's all based on ignorance and lack of understanding, and really a lack of ability to add 1 + 1 is 2. It really is that simple, you guys. Observable phenomenon explain the model for the earth we live on. And your opinions about what God would create for us to live on are irrelevant. The point is, there is a place where there is a lot of beauty in nature. There is a lot of abundance. We could all be benefiting from it, but we sit here and fight over the dumbest things. And they invent things for us to fight over. The reason I continue to argue about the flat earth occasionally is right now it's big because, again, some flat earthers just got schooled by getting sent down to Antarctica. But see, it's not having the impact that the person hoped, because what he didn't understand is flat earth is a belief community. You can suck some people out of it, but it's very hard to suck believers out of their beliefs. It takes a lot of evidence and pounding and consistency. And maybe today, you just never know. There might have been 1 or 2 people out of here who we helped suck out of the flat earth. So hopefully we did. Alex chipped in, Zach, I got no problems with you, but I'm just letting you know they are talking about aliens coming to Earth and planets. This is a bold-faced lie and a big mistake. I care about you, and again, hope all is well. Thank you, Alex. Again, still doesn't have to do with the shape of the Earth. It's perp. The channel was a call for an uprising. What do you mean it was a call for an uprising? A call for an uprising was the guy, him, again, you guys, Jeff C's dead now. And people... You guys, I can be ice cold, because when Jeff C died, I said good riddance. And I'll still say the same thing today. And a part of me feels bad about saying that. But again, Jeff C was another one of these paid for shills on YouTube. If you guys don't know the history, the day that Super Bowl 50 concluded, in week 3 of that season, we said why the Panthers would lose to the Broncos and Von Miller would be the MVP and they'd find a way to pay tribute to the Black Panthers. Had all that called in week 3. All that happened. It lands. Jeff C puts out a half-hour-long video about how stupid Gematria is, and to think sports games are rigged by Gematria is the dumbest, most looniest thing he's ever heard in his life. It's like, dude, we just padded people's pockets, putting this work on the map. Later that year, we called every sports future. Him in a call for an uprising did a live stream making fun of me and my work, saying, ooh, sports are rigged by Gematria. And went on there and debated both of them. It was me versus those two. At one point, a call for an uprising got disconnected for the stream. For anyone who watched it, you all know what happened. Jeff C turned into like a little puppy dog. All of a sudden, he wasn't a big tough guy. All of a sudden, he was like asking questions like, oh, Gematria was interesting. It was like, wow, this is weird. A call for an uprising leaves, and now you're a little puppy dog. You're not talking all this shit. But then a call for an uprising came back on. And again, if you really don't know what happened, they both made themselves look really bad. A call for an uprising got destroyed in his comment section about how horrible he looked. And he retired from YouTube the very next day. He was gone for 2 months. Again, he did a video about why he had to retire. He'd only been on the scene for about 3 months. And 6 months maybe at the time. He hadn't been there that long. Somehow climbed to like 500,000 subs overnight. But he was so flustered by that debate and the way his community turned on him, because I made him look really bad. I kept it really cool the whole time. They looked horrible. Both of them just looked like total clowns. And again, his community cannibalized him. Next day, I remember uploads a video. You know, you guys, I just don't feel like I get the support or the credit I deserve, and all the criticism just really hard on me. So I think I'm done. It was a good run. 2 months later, he's back. What's his first video? Like what was it? Like an hour and a half slander piece on me. All this made up information that he had information that I was Mossad. He showed how my house was close to the Bothell FEMA camp, which is true. I lived next to the Region 10 FEMA camp. So did about 100,000 other people that lived around there. Didn't have anything to do with wanting to be in FEMA. It's just Region 10 is just north of Seattle. I mean, a lot of people live there. So he created this conspiracy that I'm connected to FEMA, I'm Mossad. It's just like, dude, that's all bullshit. But because he had 500,000 subs, Jeff C had quite a few subs back then too. Jeff C was probably upwards of 100,000 subs. Both of these guys like attacking me. I was growing my channel in 2016. I had to nail all those things to get the channel up to like 60,000 subs by the end of the year. 2017, it continued. As we approached 100,000 in June, got deleted on Elon Musk's birthday right after Trump became president, after he said he wanted to get rid of all of his critics. Again, I have been targeted by all of these trash people, these anonymous people. Jeff C wasn't totally anonymous, because if that even, and part of me wonders if Jeff C even really died. I mean, do we even know that he really died? Is his name Jeff C? Did his YouTube career just end? He was like a year older than me. I mean, did he really die? Just supposedly died from an aneurysm. Could have happened. And like I said, I'll still say now, if he died, good riddance. That guy was a misinformation agent. He was trying to hold humanity back. Karma's a bitch. Again, do you know how disingenuous you have to be to attack my Super Bowl 50 work, which like changed the game? USA Today wrote a hit piece on me over it. And Jeff C's attacking. After, imagine that. It lands. The prediction from week 3, a prediction like nobody'd ever seen. The correct teams, the MVP, and the Black Panther tribute. All those things happened. Beyonce got criticized. For people who don't know how I predicted it, again, Cam Newton, I said back then, if he faces a quarterback who's already been in the Super Bowl, like Peyton Manning, number 18 in his 18th season, I said if he faces a quarterback who's already been in it, he'll become the 58th quarterback to be in a Super Bowl. Huey P. Newton equals 58. Huey P. Newton founded the Black Panthers in San Francisco, where the Super Bowl was that year. I said, who was drafted 1 pick after Cam Newton? Cam Newton, who was born the same year that Huey P. Newton died. And by the way, Cam Newton born on the 131st day of the year. Huey P. Newton dead on the day, leaving 131 days left in the year. Super Bowl equals 131. Also like Huey P. Newton. Talk about born for it. But I was pointing all these things out. And again, Cam Newton did become the 58th quarterback to start in the Super Bowl, playing for the Black Panthers, the Carolina Panthers, who they continue to do Black Panther tributes with. Even syncing up with the Black Panther movie and the death of Chadwick Boseman, all the stuff we've documented since. But Von Miller, number 58, was drafted 1 pick after Cam Newton, who became the 58th quarterback to start in Super Bowl. And 58, we know, is not an arbitrary number. Freemasonry is 58, like secret society, like American football's credited to the Freemason Walter Camp. We laid out all this stuff. This is educational. This is important. the prediction lands and this guy has the audacity to make a video about what a loser I am and a weirdo and how gematria is stupid and sports aren't rigged, people think he's a truth teller. That's why when he died, I said, good riddance. And I'm going to say the same thing today, even though it might be ice cold. Good riddance. This is why people don't like me, but at the same time, you guys, we are in a war. And you know what? In wars, people die. Jeff C. was not on the right side of the war. A call for an uprising's never been on the right side of the war, but all the dummy sheep think he's some truth teller. What? Because he gave you another video about a celebrity doing the 666 fingers, another checkerboard floor? Where's that lead you? Nowhere. Then somebody like me comes around and he wants to tell you what I'm showing you is bullshit. Meanwhile, here's another video from a call for an uprising, 666 fingers, checkerboard floor. Who gives a shit? Where's this lead you to? Leads you nowhere. Leads you nowhere. Doesn't provide any answers. Nothing. It helps you recognize that they do this all the time. That's great, but it doesn't lead you anywhere. My work leads you to who's doing this. Our research over the years has proven who's doing this, and people are just slow to come around. Okay? So yeah, that did happen. Jeff C. and a call for an uprising for yours truly. Jeff C. embarrassed himself. A call for an uprising retired the next day. Came back with a massive slander video, which stuck with a lot of people. A lot of people know about me through a call for an uprising and slander video. Oh yeah, Zachary K. Hubbard, his actual name's Greenblatt. He's Mossad Shill. Used to live at the FEMA 10 region base. No. False. And who's a call for an uprising, by the way? Yes, who's a call for an uprising? Where's he live? What's his name? Oh, you don't know any of that. You ever think about that one? They're not smart enough to think about that. That's the one thing about using your own name. You can set yourself up to, for people to look into you and create false rumors about you and try to use information. See, that's what he did. He was like, oh, look, he lives kind of close to the FEMA base. Let's make that a talking point. Stupid stuff. Thank you as well, Oscar Garcia. I do got to wrap this up, but a D26 hopped on here. D26, I needed to get off 2 hours ago, but I can't leave you hanging. What's up, man?
I'm good. I slept too early tonight, and I suddenly woke up at around midnight, and I saw that you were live for like 4 or 5 hours. I really feel bad. I wish I had not slept. I could have joined you earlier. I just have two things to say. One thing regarding 2-3 days ago on 26th, a few days ago, on 26th of December, the former Indian Prime Minister passed away, and that death was a little bit, we already knew about it because he was already ill. He was 90 plus, but it had to be on 26th because there's a lot of 26 in Indian politicians, the current Prime Minister as well as the previous one who had passed away. All these have the number 26 encoded with them because of the 26th January is the Republic of India, is the Republic Day of India 201 days before the Independence Day on Jesuit birthday, 15th of August. So I will make an infographic of that and post it on X and all on the Free to Find Truth. And another thing regarding all the recent discussion which you had about the shape of the earth and all that, I have this book suggestion that I've said all the time, probably more than since I've joined this community, is Graham Hancock's books, The Fingerprints of the Gods. It's from 2001. I think the first version is before my birth. I think the one reprinted, I think revised version is from 2001. It's a suggestion for everyone. I know there's a lot of I would say theories and all that stuff for the book suggestion of for Graham Hancock. I think because he worked for the BBC or the Economist in 1980s. But he's a person who has gone to different locations in the world, from South America to India and to other places, I think in Southeast Asia and even in the Far East Asia. And he has documented these places physically, and he has given the documents, as well as he also mentions about the stories from these ancient cultures, that how did the indigenous people all the way from Australia, the Aborigines of Australia, as well as the Aztecs in South America, and as well as the ancient Indians, as well as the ancient Africans, how these societies knew about the shape of the earth and how they were all connected thousands of years ago. And guess what? This is a very famous thing which all the ancient books talk about, like all the books about ancient geodesy, which is the study of the earth's shape. that talks about is the Piri-Reis map. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. It's called the Piri-Reis map, Pirireis. It's few centuries old, and that map, which is centuries before our current timeline, that map denotes the border of Antarctica. I don't know how is that possible, because that is an accurate border of Antarctica. It's not the entire border of Antarctica. It just shows the coastline of Antarctica from, I think, um, the tip of the southern tip of the South American continent. From that to, I think, near Madagascar, like from that side, just like a 1/4 or 1/5 of the coastline of Antarctica. But what the point is, it's all accurate even today. And when did the modern humans found this about Antarctica? I think just few decades before the world wars. So yeah, again, I would say The Fingerprint of Gods by Graham Hancock, and all his subsequent work, I think, is the sequel of that book is called The Magicians of the Gods. But yes, and regarding, since you have your own two books, I would ask the question, if it's possible, or if you have planned about something, when is your third book coming out?
I keep telling myself I got to finish this book and pray that it finally does what one of these books needs to do. I've been close to finish for years now, and I just haven't finished it. And I've debated on even finishing it and maybe just rather putting out short children's books instead. And I've been experimenting with that for months now. I just need to finish something. I have a lot of stuff that's almost finished that, again, I haven't been able to get over my problem. I got these two books here, and they've hardly sold anything. I feel like I put out a third book and it hardly sells anything. It's going to break me, to be perfectly honest. So,
and I also have said that I'm also writing a book, and if there's anything, let's talk about it on some other day, and maybe we can, if I can be of any help, or if you can be of any help, let me know. I've been talking about this because for the last 18 months, or maybe for the last 15 months, my friends are asking me about my book. I always refer them to about your books, and they have this very basic doubts, I think, all regarding how is this possible, how is that possible. So I think I need to give them a little bit more, as you mentioned, the children's book. I think we need to tap that very basic. For that, I think I have another thing. There's this channel called Practical Gematria. Ever heard about that? If you could look it up, it's a couple, and they had this they only have 3 videos on their YouTube channel, but I think they have explained everything that you do for the last 5. And that videos are 5 years old, by the way. I think it's from 2019 or 2020. They only have 3 videos, but they explain it like you're explaining like a children's. You're explaining like your target audience is like teenagers or like preteens. They say that in that tone, and I think, sadly, we live in a world where we have to tap into people in a very as we are like teaching a kid, because it is difficult to explain, or too difficult to remove all those years of programming and dope, how people are doped with all the news and everything. But yeah, do look into these. I think, I don't know, is it 3 years? I thought it was 2019. I don't know. It's 2 years old. Yeah, 2022. Around the time when I think had my first call on your TFR. But yeah, that's it. I wouldn't go more than this because I know you're late. But yeah, good catching up with you. I will also go live. Maybe it's 31st already over here, so maybe tomorrow.
All right, D26. I'll jump in there. Appreciate it, man. You have a great day.
You too.
All right, take care. All right, one other person hopped on. I'm. Oh my God, people keep coming on. I just gotta. All right, Steelworks. Go ahead, Steelworks.
What's up, Zach?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, man. Here's my background. I'm prior service combat medic. I've also worked for NASA, but I had a criminal background, so they let me go. Everything that I've observed goes against what they've taught us in school about the shape of the earth. And from watching you, when you go in on flat earthers, I just sit there and I take it because I see that you really do have a closed mind. A lot of things that they tell us, it doesn't really add up. Go to the highest point that you can find, no matter where you are, and your horizon will get further and further. On a ball earth, your horizon should dip down. They tell us we're too small to perceive the curve, but then when we go to the beach and they say a boat goes out of our view, it went over the curvature.
Hold on. So this is a point I made with flat earthers many times. So two people are standing at relatively the same spot in the earth, and one standing at sea level and the other standing on top of a mountain. Who watches the sunset first?
The person down at sea level.
I'm glad we agree here. So the flat earthers are saying, though, that it's a lamp going through the sky, and the reason it goes dark is because the lamp goes out a distance. But if people
that's how it is. It's the vanishing point.
Once higher, what it explains about seeing the sunset later is that because of their vantage point, they can see further. Again, imagine the geometry of it. They can see further beyond the curve because they're up higher. So that's why they see it set later. So actually, doesn't this speak to the spherical Earth?
No, it's this. Okay. So you're conflating something going down with something going straight across the sky. Now, if I'm higher than you, of course, I'm going to see it set later than you. Only difference is I'm higher, so I have more time to see further. So I have more time up with the sun. So say you're at the ground, you see it set. You still have time to run up to where I'm at and to see the sun set again, in theory.
Is this the model that you agree to?
I don't, and I'm like the other guy. I really don't fully know, but I also have background in construction, and you have to build any structure, the ground has to be plumb and level. You can't build on anything. So mountains, therefore, are sitting on something plumb and level. Buildings are sitting on something plumb and level. Even though the water in the bottom of the oceans, we might not know, they could be concave to be holding them in. Yes, water does take the shape of what is in, but also it has a flat surface on the top of it. No matter what you put water in, the top of it is still going to be level. Now the sides might take the shape of its container, but the top of it is still level.
Okay, the whole construction thing. So the curvature of the Earth is very subtle over the course of a mile. There's hardly any buildings on Earth that are anywhere near a mile long. So
what about the salt flats?
Huh?
The salt flats are miles long, and the sky reflects off the water on it for miles, and there's no curvature.
I don't know what we're talking about. Are you talking about how, is this a bridge that's built in segments?
No, this is not a bridge. Even now that you bring up the bridge in China, that's long as hell. They didn't equate for curvature. The FAA manuscript talks about them flying over a flat, motionless plane. If we move the way they said, when you take off from California, you would have to pause in air just to catch China and say the Earth rotated out of alignment.
I can't do this. I got things to do. I can't listen to flat earthers, you guys. Everything he's saying is wrong and incorrect. And he's another one of these guys is like, if you hover in the air, then the Earth should rotate. But no, it's all moving together. I get so tired of listening to flat earth. I work for NASA, but I was an ex-con, so they had to fire me. So I know the Earth is flat. I mean, please. That's what the whole flat earth movement is, a bunch of cons. And how many of them are ex-cons? Retard from Boston, ex-con. Santos Bonacci, ex-con. The flat earth rapist, ODD reality, ex-con. A lot of them, you don't know who they are. Russian vids. I mean, the guy was always a loser and liar. Another guy that slandered me 1,000 times. People you don't know, and ex-cons is the whole flat earth community. And people who are conning you or too stupid to realize. But I'm sorry, man. Again, I built buildings. We don't have to account for curvature. Yeah, that's because there's hardly any curvature at all. What account for the millimeter over the course of the foundation of the building? I mean, give me a break, dude. Just stupid arguments from a stupid community full of stupid people that cheer them on because they're too dumb to know their place. I cannot stand flat earthers. You're closed-minded. No, I'm just not retarded, okay? Flat earthers are retarded. I need to move on with my day. It's why that millionaire spending all this money to send the flat earthers down there to prove them wrong. It's still not going to help the community because the community doesn't care about any facts or information and all comes after these false arguments and shit like that. I'm an ex-con who got fired by NASA who knows that the earth is flat. Okay. Who could deny it? All right. Need to get on with the day. This went way overboard. And again, it's a reminder, you guys. I'm sorry. I was just trying to bring up the point. Jeranism wasted a decade of his life with the flat earth. He was flown down to Antarctica. He knows the things he's been preaching are wrong because he saw it with his own eyes. It's what most flat earthers it would take for him to realize that they're wrong. And the reason I brought up Jeranism too is because he attacked something that I was showing a decade ago that's been proven true countless times, and it's viral this week in the news with the plane crashes by the same pattern that I was talking about 10 years ago. So where I'm being vindicated, he's having to step down off his Mount Flatmore, and I'd like a lot more of you guys to take note of that, okay? But it doesn't seem that you're able to because of your ego, and you're so locked in this psyop, it's sad. It is sad. Arguing about the shape of the earth with all these dumbass arguments that don't make any sense because you don't have enough understanding, and then, again, stuck on the psyop. Until next time, Truth Seeker.